Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 858. Alliance Master Lu, it's been a long time, Wei Baichuan said calmly. Wei Dan's body trembled, as he truly did not want to die. Lu Yin looked at Wei Baichuan curiously. Wei family head, why aren't you escaping? Wei Baichuan sneered. Escape. So that you can toy with me like a mouse. So that I can be your bait. How dare you? Countless people shouted, and the sound waves shook the planet, nearly scaring Wei Dan to death. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back, as he felt a headache coming on. He had not surrounded the Wei family's ancestral planet from the very beginning because he wanted to use them as bait to lure out the rest of the Wei family. These people could also be used as an excuse to declare war on certain people, and he would attack whoever took them in. The Wei family was good at forming alliances, and they had too many connections. Lu Yin wanted to turn the Wei family into a poison for the various powers of the Outerverse. However, the Wei family was indeed smart, especially the Wei family head. This was the biggest bait, but he had not escaped. Alliance Master Lu, if you want to kill us, then kill us, Wei Baichuan barked coldly as he looked up at the sky. Lu Yin waved his hand, and some people stepped forward to capture Wei Baichuan and Wei Dan before sending them to a spacecraft. He had no plans of killing Wei Baichuan, as a dead person was worthless. Wei Rong had left himself and the entire Wei family with a last resort, and that was loyalty. He had shown Lu Yin hope of subduing him, which was Wei Rong's true trump card. Lu Yin was indeed tempted. Wei Rong might not have a bottom line or a sense of righteousness, but he was very smart and unscrupulous. Lu Yin needed someone like this to be his vanguard and help him expand his territory. Killing Wei Baichuan was of no value to Lu Yin, but he would also lose all hope of subduing Wei Rong. It was not worth it. Wei Baichuan was in Lu Yin's hands, and it all depended on how Wei Rong wanted to save him. The first step should be to force Lu Yin to not use Wei Baichuan as a hostage. Lu Yin smiled, as he had his own bottom line. He did not like using his father's life to threaten his son. This was the Wei family's ancestral planet. Lu Yin looked around as he stepped into the Wei family's ancestral home. This was the first Weave War that he had started, and it was very memorable. In Glory Cliff District, Wei Rong met Elder Big Drum with Tan Phineas leading the way. When Wei Rong saw Elder Big Drum, he immediately knelt down and whined, "Elder, please uphold justice." Elder Big Drum was startled and looked at Daniel Phineas. Who is this? Although Elder Big Drum had forcefully conscripted Wei Rong to join the border war and had also transferred Wei Rong from the Dark Phoenix Cliff District to the Big Wood Cliff District, he had never seen Wei Rong before, nor did he care about him. He's Wei Rong, a member of Armament Weave's Wei family. He's also the one who proposed the first counterattack plan at the border. Elder Big Drum remembered the last sentence. Although the counterattack plan had been reported by Lu Yin had said that the people who had proposed it were Wei Rong and Cheong Shir. So, you are Wei Rong. What's the matter? Elder Daegu asked curiously as he asked Wei Rong to stand up. Wei Rong did not get up, and he lamented, "The Hall of Honor has decreed that the Outerverse is not allowed to go to war for a year, but someone has started a Weave War. Elder, please uphold justice." Elder Daegu was enraged. Who is so bold? You dare start a war? It's Lu Yin's Great Eastern Alliance, Wei Rong hurriedly said. Elder Big Drum's brows rose. Lu Yin. Daniel Phineas said, "Elder, Lu Yin led the Great Eastern Alliance's coalition army into the Wei family's ancestral planet and exterminated the Wei family. He has completely occupied Armament Weave, and the war should be over by now." Elder Big Drum's eyes narrowed, and he seemed to be thinking about something. Wei Rong looked at Daniel Phineas. Daniel Phineas said, Elder, Liu Yin has disregarded the Hall of Honor's orders and the border's safety. He has started a war on his own accord and is wasting our internal strength. This is truly detestable. Elder, please uphold justice and restore peace to the Outerverse. Elder, please uphold justice. The blood of the countless guardians at the border has yet to dry, Wei Rong lamented. Just you wait. Elder Big Drum took a step forward and disappeared into the void. He was going to look for Master Yuan. Liu Yin's status was not to be underestimated, and he could not casually handle this matter. Master Yuan remained at the border, guarding against any attacks from the Sixth Mainland. Elder Big Drum's arrival seemed to be within his expectations. Elder Big Drum explained his intentions. Master Yuan replied, I want to see Liu Yin's honor points. Elder Big Drum's expression changed, and he seemed to have thought of something. He immediately checked and found that they were no longer on the Blackstone continent, and the signal could still be used. Elder Big Drum quickly saw Liu Yin's honor points and exclaimed, 15 points. Master Yuan replied, this kid is very smart. I gave him 3 points to raise his honor points to 14 in order to prevent him from starting a war. However, this kid actually knew that 15 points would allow him to start a war even if the Hall of Honor intervened, so he intentionally exchanged for 1 point. But the 15 points privilege doesn't apply during the Astral Realm War, and the border is currently in danger. Elder Big Drum paused before he could finish speaking. If there was still a war at the border, then this privilege would naturally be ineffective, and everyone would have to work for the border. However, the border was currently at peace, and the border was only on guard and had not actually started a war. Thus, this privilege was still effective. Master Yuan replied, go back. There's no need to worry about this anymore. Elder Big Drum sighed and left. He was disgusted with Liu Yin's actions, but he could not interfere. After leaving Master Yuan's office, Elder Big Drum contacted Elder Lohar and explained the situation. Elder Lohar smiled bitterly. I already knew about it. He specifically asked me, and I confirmed that he could start a war. Don't worry about him, as you can't do anything about it anyway. Don't forget that he has the head referee's personal order. His identity is not simple. Elder Big Drum nodded and helplessly replied, I know, but this person doesn't give us any face at all. He started a war so soon after leaving the border. How will others view our Hall of Honor? Elder Lohar solemnly asked, do you know why Master Yuan went to the technocracy to investigate? Do you know where the Sixth Mainland's information came from? Do you know who provided the Interverse information? It's this Liu Yin. His contributions far exceed what the border's military achievements can cover. Master Yuan did not just allow him to do as he pleased because of the border's military achievements. Elder Big Drum was shocked. He provided all the information. How is that possible? Where did he get the Sixth Mainland's information? The Dao Source sect, Elder Lohar replied. Impossible. Elder Big Drum exclaimed. One needs a futon to enter the Dao Source sect, and there are only 10 futons in the entire Fifth Mainland. Even if he does, there are still many things that shouldn't belong to him. Elder Lohar seemed to be implying something. Elder Big Drum's eyes flickered, and he nodded. I know what to do. That's good, Elder Lohar said. Elder Big Drum smiled bitterly. Waiting a few more months would have been good. Starting a war now is really not giving us any face. Elder Lohar did not say anything else and simply ended the call. Not long after, Elder Big Drum returned to the Glory Cliffs, bringing Wei Rong despairing news. Wei Rong and the Dark Phoenix clan could not compare to Liu Yin in terms of status. Now, in the eyes of Elder Big Drum and the others, Liu Yin was one of the Hall of Honor's own people. Wei Rong begged bitterly. Even if they did not pursue Liu Yin's responsibility for starting a war, he only hoped that the Hall of Honor would issue an order to stop the war. However, he was coldly rejected by Elder Big Drum, and even Wei Rong's kowtows were useless. Daniel Phineas could see that the Hall of Honor was determined to help Lu Yin, and he really wanted to know what had made the Hall of Honor so concerned about Lu Yin. Even if Elder Big Drum's own son dared to start a war at this moment, he would not have a good ending. What exactly was the problem? Wei Rong closed his eyes, as he had already expected this outcome. The biggest disadvantage of smart people was that they were able to see further into the future. After fighting with Lu Yin so many times, Wei Rong was very clear on what kind of person Lu Yin was. If Lu Yin did not have absolute confidence, then why would he start a war in such a situation? His efforts had all been for naught. Armament Weave had been occupied, and the Wei family had been destroyed. Everything had come to an end. Daniel Phineas left and did not try to recruit Wei Rong. That Lu Yin was too evil, and his background was definitely not simple. The entire Hall of Honor was helping him, and if they continued to oppose this person, then the Dark Phoenix clan would not have a good ending. After all, the clan's foundation had been destroyed, and they only had 3 Enlighters left. Their entire clan only had 3 Enlighters, and their power levels did not even reach 300,000. The entire Outerverse was shocked by the battle at Armament Weave, not because of how intense the battle had been, but because of the timing of the battle. Countless people were waiting for the Hall of Honor's ruling on the Great Eastern Alliance, but what they received was news of the Wei family's destruction and the news that Armament Weave had officially joined the Great Eastern Alliance. Countless people were shocked, and just like Daniel Phineas, they gained a deeper understanding of Lu Yin. This person definitely could not be offended. When the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, the Hall of Honor's prestige had declined. However, after this battle at the border, the Hall of Honor's true foundation had appeared, and the entire Outerverse revered the Hall of Honor once more. Lu Yin had clearly been favored by the Hall of Honor, and no one dared to say anything. In just a few days, the entire Outerverse media was filled with praises for the Great Eastern Alliance. They talked about how powerful the Great Eastern Alliance's military was, how developed their economy was, how they treated prisoners of war, how everyone had human rights, how they treated the Wei family, and so on. As for Lu Yin, he was praised to the point where he felt embarrassed. Xiaoya felt uncomfortable. Praising Lu Yin was their privilege, but now, someone else was praising him even more than they were. This was unacceptable. The media began to praise the war, and countless people in the Outerverse were stunned. They finally realized that Lu Yin was actually so outstanding and kind. He had actually started this war to save the people under the Wei family's ruthless rule, and he had even spent his own money to support various charitable organizations and so on. Lu Yin had become a saint, and the entire Outerverse media was praising him. Even if he wasn't a saint, he was still a saint. This was especially true for the Central Weave's media, where they unanimously interpreted the Great Eastern Alliance's invasion of Armament Weave as a rescue operation. They wantonly praised Lu Yin and placed him on a pedestal, fearing that he would invade other weaves. The Wei family had been abandoned by the entire Outerverse overnight. Their previous schemes and alliances had all disappeared, and the Wei family had become an evil ruler that everyone hated. Wei Rong had disappeared, and no one knew where he had gone. Those who had escaped from the Wei family's homeworld had all gone to Myriad City. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 859. On Xenia's star, in King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin looked at the screen and blushed. Was the media talking about him? Other than their names being the same, everything else had nothing to do with him. When did he donate money? He was poor himself. Would the media force him to donate money? Lu Yin was a little wary. Xiaoya, don't post anything related to money. I don't have any money. Lu Yin couldn't take it anymore and contacted Xiaoya. Xiaoye was stunned and fell into a daze. Money? What did he mean? Was the regent hinting at something? Now that Armament Weave had been merged into the Great Eastern Alliance, the first thing that Lu Yin needed to do was establish a military express route. This move made the Central Weave's hair stand on end, and the various major Weave's leaders contacted the Great Yu Empire in hopes that the Great Eastern Alliance would not establish a military express route. Once the military express route was successfully established, the time it would take for the Eastern Weaves to launch a war against the Central Weaves would be infinitely shortened. Armament Weave would then become a stepping stone for the Great Eastern Alliance to attack the Central Weaves, and this was something that the Central Weaves could not accept no matter what. However, the Great Yu Empire simply ignored them. Without Wei Rong, the Central Weave could still be united, but the efficiency would be too low. In Lu Yin's eyes, without Wei Rong, the entire Central Weave was like a flock of sheep. What he lacked was an excuse. As for Wei Rong's whereabouts, Lu Yin had asked Qian Yan to search for him. The greatest possibility was that Wei Rong was in Myriad City. If Wei Rong was really in Myriad City, then Lu Yin could not do anything about it for the time being. He just hoped that Myriad City would not be so blind. On planet Hydrodink, Wei Axayan had been kneeling outside Phelan's room for several days now. Ever since the Allied army had invaded the Wei family's homeworld, she had begged Phelan to plead with Lu Yin for mercy, but Phelan had refused. And Phelan's attitude towards her had completely changed. In Phelan's eyes, she no longer had any value. Wei Axayan had been her backup plan, but now that the entire Wei clan was gone, this backup plan had been cut off. In her eyes, not only was Wei Axayan worthless, but she was also Wei Rong's little sister. It was Wei Rong who had joined forces with others to rob Source Peak Planet's Hall of Insight. If it weren't for Wei Rong, she would not have lived under someone else's roof. She had not forgotten this grudge. Plead for mercy. How was that possible? Phelan understood Lu Yin quite well, and her status didn't affect him in the slightest. Even if nothing had happened on Source Peak Planet and she had become the acting president, she still wouldn't have been a threat to him. She could only hope that Lu Yin would forget about her and let her be the acting president. The box had been stolen by the Neo-Human Alliance, and someone had to take responsibility for this crime. As she thought about it, Phelan looked outside the door. She was tempted, but she still shook her head. Wei Axayan was too weak, so this crime could not be pinned on her. Right, Kai Jinqiang. Phelan's eyes brightened, but she still rejected this idea. Planet Hydrodink had been attacked, and Kai Jinqiang had been summoned to the border. This had nothing to do with him, so who could he push the blame onto? Sooner or later, the innerverse and outerverse would be connected, and she did not want to bear this responsibility. Wei Axayan's gadget suddenly rang. She glanced at it, and her eyes lit up. She stood up and left. Phelan's gaze turned cold. He had only knelt for a few days and he wanted to leave. Humph. It wasn't that Wei Axayan didn't want to kneel anymore. Instead, she chose to kneel in front of King Zishan's palace. Her friend informed her that Lu Yin had returned. At the entrance of King Zishan's palace, Kaze looked down at Wei Axayan with cold eyes and ignored her. Wei Axayan did not ask Kaze to announce her arrival. She continued to kneel. Not long after, Kaze's ears twitched and he coldly said, "His Highness wants you to go in." Wei Axayan pursed her lips and did not move. She was still kneeling. Kaze frowned. "Didn't you hear? His Highness wants you to go in." Wei Axayan still did not move. Kaze snorted, turned around, and entered the palace to report. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed, and Wei Axayan continued to kneel. On the 4th day, Lu Yin walked out. Kaze hurriedly bowed and retreated. "Do you like kneeling that much?" Lu Yin asked calmly. Wei Axian looked up, her face pale. She looked at Lu Yin pleadingly. I beg you, let my father go. Let the Wei family go. Lu Yin laughed. You're too naive. Do you know how much manpower and resources were used to start a war? Do you know how many people were sacrificed? If you ask me to let the Wei family go, how will I answer to those who died? How will I answer to the Great Eastern Alliance? Wei Axian wept and continuously kowtowed. Her family had been destroyed, and a young girl like her did not know what to do. This was the only thing she could do. I beg you, I beg you, I beg you, Lu Yin frowned. I'm already being very lenient by not killing anyone from the Wei family. Not only is your actions useless, but you're also embarrassing the Wei family and your brother, Wei Rong. Wei Axian did not seem to hear him, and she continued to kowtow until her head bled and her body could not take it anymore. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and said to Case, take her to Wei Baichuan. He then turned around and returned to the palace. Wei Axian's eyes were red, but she was still kowtowing. Case grabbed her. Let's go and see Wei Baichuan. But then, he realized that Wei Axian had already fainted. War was cruel, and the victors sang loudly while the losers cried. Wei Axian was just the tip of the iceberg. The war in armament weave and at the border had left many lonely families behind. Lu Yin would not be soft-hearted. If he had been the one who had lost, he would have suffered the same fate. He would never forget the experience of being turned into white meat. It was that experience that had changed his mindset. How could a person control their own fate if they did not reach the top? He not only wanted to control his own fate, but also the fate of others. The more miserable Wei Axian was, the more determined he became. Lu Yin was not interested in what Wei Axian had said to Wei Baichuan, and he did not restrict her from seeing Wei Baichuan either. Wei Axian changed after meeting Wei Baichuan, and she no longer begged Lu Yin or Phelan. She calmed down and focused on learning lockbreaking. She also stopped contacting Wei Rong. From start to finish, Wei Rong did not contact Lu Yin at all. It was as if he had truly disappeared, and the people from the Great Eastern Alliance in Myriad City did not see him either. The Blitzkrieg had given the Great Eastern Alliance a stepping stone to invade a central weave. What they lacked was an excuse to attack. The first thing that came to Lu Yin's mind was an assassin organization, Aegis. Mafioso Planet's intelligence network had contributed greatly to the successful establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance. Everyone had their own shady dealings, and the leaders of these organizations had delegated many tasks that they could not do to their own assassins. Thus, the information provided by assassin organizations was very useful. Lu Yin suspected that the calamity that had targeted the Outerverse assassins had originated from the information provided by these assassin organizations. They had too much information that could not be revealed. Mafioso Planet only had information on the Eastern Weaves, so Aegis was the only organization that had information on the Central Weaves. It was time to have a chat with Star Fox. Lu Yin called Star Fox, and before long, Star Fox's voice came through. Alliance Master Lu. Lu Yin politely asked, Brother Star Fox, why didn't I see you during the border war? There are 6 rocky districts at the border. I'm not as dazzling as Alliance Master Lu, so it's normal that no one paid attention to me. May I know why Alliance Master Lu is looking for me? Star Fox asked, sounding somewhat cautious. The Great Eastern Alliance had destroyed the Wei family, and their momentum was at its peak. Lu Yin's background was incredible, so Star Fox had to be on guard. Lu Yin smiled. It's nothing. I just met an old assassin in the Big Mayan district. He said that as long as I was willing, I could join Aegis' first management team at any time. Star Fox fell silent for a moment. Wait a moment. Lu Yin waited for a while and took a sip of tea. Soon after, Star Fox contacted him. Alliance Master Lu wants to join Aegis' first management team. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement. Star Fox's tone was somewhat unpleasant, and he felt uncomfortable. Ever since Aegis had been established, no one had ever joined the first management team. It had always been just the few of them. He did not know what Blackface was thinking, but he was actually willing to let this person join. Alliance Master Lu, are you sure? Absolutely, Lu Yin replied. Star Fox's expression turned ugly. If you want to join the first management team, aside from our agreement, you also need to have made some contributions. Even if you can't reach the level required to establish Aegis, your contributions can't be too low. Can you do that, Alliance Master Lu? Lu Yin knew that things would not be that simple. Aegis was the Outerverse's largest assassin organization and mercenary organization. It was a combination of spears and shields, and it was involved with countless powers. It was not easy to join the second management team, let alone the first management team. If it was that easy to reach the level required to establish Aegis, then Lu Yin would have established Aegis himself. Does Alliance Master Lu still want to join? Star Fox asked in a relaxed tone. This was a very harsh condition, and there weren't many people in the entire Outerverse who could produce such a contribution. Although Lu Yin was the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader and held great authority in the Eastern Weaves, and with the Hall of Honor support, he could even declare war on any power. Even so, it was still not easy for him to produce such a contribution. Star Fox did not wish for Lu Yin to join Aegis' first management team, not because of past conflicts, but because Lu Yin was too good at causing trouble and was too ambitious. Once he joined, it would be hard to say what would happen to Aegis in the future. Lu Yin thought about it for a moment and then helplessly said, "Let me think about it." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 860. Lu Yin looked at Zhao Ran and asked curiously, "Are there any special drinks in the palace aside from tea?" He remembered having special drinks at the Daystar Line and the Amethyst Company, and they tasted pretty good. Zhao Ran thought about it, and her eyes lit up. "Yes, I'll go look for them." Lu Yin shook his head. "No need, maybe next time." He suddenly thought of that little tavern. When he had first arrived on Xenia's star, the second prince, Duke Yushan, had treated him to a drink. From then on, Lu Yin had fallen in love with that little tavern. It was like a secluded corner where he could see the clamor of the bars and the bustle of the capital without being disturbed. It was as if he was separated from the rest of the world, and he could enjoy a brief moment of peace. Although he had not gone there many times, Lu Yin would always remember it. That place represented his ignorance when he had first arrived on Xenia's star, and he missed it. It had been more than 8 years since he had first arrived on Xenia's star. "Boss, give me a jug of wine and 2 side dishes." Lu Yin stepped into the tavern and took a whiff of the cheap wine. Although it was cheap, it was very comfortable. The lights were dim, and the boss's face could not be seen clearly. Lu Yin was too lazy to disguise himself, so he just sat in the tavern and drank sip after sip. The side dishes were still as refreshing as ever. Not long after, a group of people left the bar. They seemed to have not had enough fun, so they came to the tavern. Drinking here was completely different from drinking in a bar. Some people disdained it, while others liked it. A mouthful of wine warmed his stomach. Not far away, a large banner cast a long shadow on Lu Yin's table. He turned to look at it, and his eyes lit up. It was Xianzhou. He had not expected him to still be on Xenia's star. This old man had a loose tongue, but he really was from the Starsibyl sect and had a high seniority. Lu Yin really wanted to see this person face Starsibyl and see if Starsibyl would call him Grandpa Zhou or if he would be beaten up. Xianjiu placed the wooden pole on a nearby table and sat down. Boss, same old rules. The boss immediately served a jug of wine and 2 side dishes. Master, please enjoy. Xianjiu laughed and stroked his beard in satisfaction. Boss, your wine is pretty good. Come, let me read your fortune for free. The boss laughed heartily. There's no need. I'm just opening a tavern to provide for my children's education. I can live my life peacefully, and there's nothing I need to know beforehand. Xianjiu sighed in admiration. How many people are unable to reach your level in their entire lives? It's just the thoughts of an ordinary person. Master, please enjoy. The boss laughed and left. Nowadays, how many people believed in divination? A few young men who had come out of a bar at a nearby table sneered, obviously disdainful. One of them sneered, Boss, be careful. Someone wants to eat and drink for free. The boss simply smiled and didn't mind. Xianjiu was so angry that he glared at him. Kid, when this great master told your fortune, your ancestor was still drinking milk. What did you say? They were immediately enraged and wanted to beat Xianjiu up. Xianjiu raised his eyebrows. What? You still dare to fight here? Try me. A few of the youths wanted to attack, but when they looked up and saw King Zishan's palace, they didn't dare. Old man, be careful. Don't let us see you anywhere else, or we'll tear down your flag. Xianjiu rolled his eyes. Useless. The few of them spat and left after paying the bill, not even bothering to drink. The boss kindly reminded them, Master, it's best not to offend them. These young masters all have backgrounds. Xianjiu raised his head. What's there to be afraid of? Even Lu Yin has to call me Grandpa Jiu when he sees me. The boss was stunned at first, but then his expression changed and he turned deathly pale. He quickly whispered, Master, don't speak nonsense. You can't just call the royal regent by his name. Be careful not to get caught by the 13 imperial squadrons. Xianjiu shook his head and took a sip of wine, looking a little lonely. Lu Yin looked at Xianjiu in amusement and slowly said, Master, you're really carefree. Xianjiu turned to look. Although the tavern was dark, he was a cultivator and could naturally see clearly. Even someone as thick-skinned as Xianjiu couldn't help but cough awkwardly when he saw Lu Yin's face. So it's you. The weather's pretty good today, ha ha ha. Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he poured a glass of wine to the side and gestured for them to drink. Xianjiu picked up the flag and walked to Lu Yin's side, sitting down and drinking naturally. He exhaled happily and looked at Lu Yin. Kid, how do you have time to drink? And you're even in this little tavern. Lu Yin smiled. I had nothing to do, so the wine here is pretty good. Xianjiu's eyes lit up. Soulmate, the wine here is indeed pretty good. The boss looked at the two in confusion. His wine was only average, so why were these two praising it so much? Were they really here to eat for free? The boss grew wary at the thought of this. Master, you're from the Starsabil sect? Lu Yin asked as he poured another glass for Xianjiu. Xianjiu picked up some food and ate with relish, muttering as he ate, That's right, Starsabil's Grandpa Jiu isn't called Grandpa Jiu for nothing. I heard that he's an abandoned disciple, Lu Yin said. Xianjiu grew angry. What abandoned disciple? Kid, don't be as ignorant as those people. It's not that the Starsabil sect expelled me, it's just that they can't handle my abilities. I've learned the mysterious sky mirror. Go ask around, and forget Starsabil, even the sect master can't learn it. No one in the history of the Starsabil sect has ever learned the mysterious sky mirror. The mysterious sky mirror. Lu Yin was puzzled. Xianzhou took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Throughout history, today's events, yesterday's karmic cause, tomorrow's karmic effect." He pointed at his eyes and continued, "My eyes can see through all fabrications. No one can hide anything from me." Lu Yin met Xianzhou's gaze. "Master, what do you think of me?" Xianzhou quickly averted his gaze. No, you've met the gaze of the dead, so you'll be found sooner or later. You can't hide." Lu Yin was curious. "Who's looking for me?" Xianzhou continued to eat, ignoring Lu Yin. Lu Yin casually placed a cosmic ring on the table. 10-star essence. "I hope you'll kindly accept it." Xianzhou sneered. "Kid, the mysterious sky mirror can't be measured with money." "What do you want?" Lu Yin asked. Xianzhou moved closer to Lu Yin and narrowed his eyes. "I want to be the imperial tutor of the Great Yu Empire." Lu Yin blinked. "Forget it." Xianzhou grew anxious. "Why?" "I've learned the mysterious sky mirror, and I'm Starsabil's grandpa Joe." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 861. Yes, with the Empire's current methods, we are unable to process those materials, Banjiu said helplessly. He felt a bit embarrassed. As a dignified scientist, he was actually unable to process some materials. He had thought about it for several days before deciding to say it. Those materials can't be melted at normal temperatures. They can only be melted at temperatures comparable to an enlighteners, Banjiu explained. Lu Yin nodded. It was the same as the ancient crimson copper that he had obtained from the source box. Normal methods would not work on these materials, so he could only search for extremely high temperatures. Lu Yin could find enlighters, but it was not easy to find someone with an innate gift of fire. However, an enlighter should be able to convert their star energy into flames. Unfortunately, Ok had not returned to Xenia's star and was still guarding the Damu Crag district. Lu Yin could not find any enlighters for the time being. Pass down the order. Keep an eye out for primordial flame seeds, as well as some source boxes that emit high temperatures, Lu Yin said. Banjiu acknowledged and left. What a shame. He had wanted to use these materials to fuse with the universal armor and upgrade it a few more times, but it seemed that he would have to put it aside for the time being. Although he could not upgrade his universal armor, he could upgrade other things, such as his cosmic ring. He had not thought of upgrading his cosmic ring, but he could give it a try now. With that in mind, Lu Yin entered the mansion's secret room and blocked off the monkey. He then raised his hand, causing the die to appear. He tapped it out, and the die slowly began to spin. He purposely did not place his cosmic ring beside him, as it was fine even if he rolled 6 pips. In fact, he was even looking forward to it. Every time he rolled 6 pips, there would be unexpected gains. Furthermore, in the future, if he met someone who had fused with him, he would be able to probe their thoughts and even borrow their vision. It was a very practical function. The die slowly stopped spinning. With a single tap, a ball of paper fell out. Who would put a ball of paper in their cosmic ring? Picking up the ball of paper, Zhang Xian slowly unfurled it. There were a few small handprints on it, and with a single glance, it was clear that they were the palms of children. The moment he saw these handprints, Lu Yin's mind shook violently. His eyes went slack as vague memories appeared in his mind. A child's voice rang out in his ears. Second brother, someone is bullying me. Who is it? Who dares to bully my third brother? Let's go beat him up. Big sister, someone is bullying third brother. What? How dare you? Big sister, second brother, they have so many brothers and sisters. What if we can't beat them? Don't worry, call for help. Attack, attack. Attack together. There are only 7 of them, and there are 13 of us. Beat them up, 7 against 13. How audacious. How dare you gather a crowd to fight? All of you, stand there as punishment. The 7 of you, come over here. Look at all of you. Your faces are all bruised and swollen. Speak, who's the leader? I. All right, you're still loyal. You're punished to stand for 3 days. You're not allowed to eat, sleep, or speak. Big sister, I'm so hungry. Don't be afraid, third brother. Don't let the teacher look down on you. We, the 3 heroes of the Liu family, have integrity. What 3 heroes of the Liu clan? What about the 4 of us? That's right, what about us? I helped you fight for nothing. Yes. It's not the 3 heroes, but the 7 heroes. Why don't we become sworn brothers? From now on, we'll be the 7 heroes. We'll live and die together. All right, let's become sworn brothers. We'll live and die together. Third brother, you're the youngest. From now on, you're the 7th brother. Come, call your brothers and sisters. Hello, big sister, 2nd brother, 3rd brother, 4th sister, 5th brother, 6th sister. Little 7, be good. If anyone bullies you in the future, we'll stand up for you. We'll call you Little 7 from now on. Little 7, are you happy? With so many brothers and sisters doting on you, no one will dare to bully you. We'll protect you. Little 7, hurry up and leave. Don't worry, we won't die. We'll meet again one day. Hurry up and leave. A shrill cry woke him up. He didn't know when it had happened, but his eyes had become hazy with tears. The memories had appeared, but they had receded like the tide. At this moment, his back was in intense pain. The seal had reappeared, causing him to sprawl on the ground in agony. He gritted his teeth and gripped the ball of paper tightly. After an unknown amount of time, the seal on his back disappeared. He felt as if he had just been fished out of water. He was drenched in sweat, and the ball of paper in his hand was also soaked in sweat. Who had that memory just now? Was it this ball of paper? Or was it his? One point of the die would allow one to obtain an item from anyone's cosmic ring. There were billions of cosmic rings in the universe. Could it be that he had obtained something related to himself? Was this a coincidence, or? Liu Yin suddenly thought of Xianzhou. If there was anything strange, it would be Xianzhou. Xianzhou had divined his future. Could that divination have come true today? Liu Yin was confused, and he wiped the corners of his eyes. Had he actually cried? He walked out of the secret room and into the courtyard. Not far away, Xiaoran was humming a tune as she tended to the flowers. Liu Yin sat on a stone bench and looked at the soaked ball of paper in his hand. Those doting voices kept echoing in his mind. Little 7, 7. He had always been obsessed with the number 7, and he had always wanted others to call him 7th bro. When he met elders, they could call him Little 7, and he would be very happy. It seemed that when someone called him Little 7, that person would protect him forever. What's wrong, 7th bro? The monkey asked curiously. Liu Yin collected his thoughts and put away the ball of paper. Nothing. The memory fragments from just now had made him lose all interest in rolling the die. You seem quite melancholy. Tell me and make me happy. The monkey laughed strangely. Liu Yin looked at Zhao Ran. They were both amnesiacs, but Zhao Ran was living a carefree life. Liu Yin would often sigh about it, but Zhao Ran did not think about anything at all. Just as Xianzhou had predicted, she was lacking. Ah, Your Highness, you're here. Do you want some flower tea? It's from our own residence, Zhao Ran greeted him happily. Lu Yin forced a smile. Sure. Zhao Ran was even happier now, and she quickly poured a cup for him. Lu Yin took a sip and nodded under Zhao Ran's expectant gaze. Not bad. It's delicious. He had lived for too long, and many people and many things had changed. In his memories, the Outerverse had not been limited to just the Hall of Taimo, the Dark Phoenix clan, and myriad thousand city. There had been many other powerful organizations, but they had all disappeared. As for Aegis, Master Yuan did not care about them at all. Unifying the Outerverse. Interesting. That's good as well. A unified Outerverse can gather even more power, Master Yuan said. Elder Lohar was shocked as he watched Master Yuan's image disappear. He pondered for a long time before finally making his decision to fully support Lu Yin. Not only had Master Yuan given Method's recommendation to Lu Yin, but he had also supported Lu Yin's goal of unifying the Outerverse. Elder Lohar could only imagine how shocking it would be when Lu Yin went to the Neoverse with his identity as the Master of the Outerverse. Perhaps whether or not Elder Lohar would be able to return to the Neoverse would depend on Lu Yin. Elder Lohar's gaze was resolute, and he immediately contacted Lu Yin. His tone was even more respectful than before, and it was completely different from how a powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000 would speak to an explorer. Even Lu Yin was a little scared. Elder Lohar personally issued an order, and as an elder of the Hall of Honor, he confirmed that Aegis was now a subordinate organization of the Hall of Honor, and its direct leader was Lu Yin. The Hall of Honor was very efficient, and in less than half a day, Aegis's status had completely changed. It had gone from an Outerverse assassin and mercenary corporation to an organization of the Hall of Honor. Although Aegis's strength had not changed, its status was completely different. Even if the Innerverse and Outerverse were connected, the Innerverse's powerful organizations would still need the Hall of Honor's permission if they wanted to act against Aegis. When the black-masked assassin received the Hall of Honor's notification, he was stunned. Back in the day, they had been hunted down by the entire universe because they had no backing or background. However, they had grasped too many assassination secrets, and they had even implicated some of the Innerverse's major figures. It was also because of those major figures' orders that the entire Outerverse assassin world had been wiped clean. Now that Aegis had risen once again, he was also worried that the same thing would happen again. He had not dared to reveal himself and had gone into hibernation not only because he wanted to live longer, but also because he was afraid that he would attract the attention of certain people. But now, there was no need to be afraid. They were now members of the Hall of Honor, and no matter how powerful those major figures were, they would not dare to make a move against an organization like the Hall of Honor. Alliance Leader Lu, welcome to Aegis. The black-masked assassin's image appeared. His conversation with Lu Yin had not been through a screen, but now, his entire person appeared clearly on the screen. As far as the eye could see, there was cosmic trash everywhere, and no one had cleaned it up. This was the largest garbage dump in the endless weave, and there were countless strange things that had been thrown away by others. There were many people exploring the outer perimeter, and rummaging through the trash seemed shameful, but there were hidden profits to be had. However, that was only the outer perimeter. As the deeper one ventured, the more dangerous it became. There were many technological products that could explode at any moment, and there were also many strange cosmic lifeforms entrenched here. Lu Yin looked around and saw the occasional flash of rune lines. There were space-exploring lifeforms in this area. He really couldn't figure out how Hai Chi-Chi had managed to get here. Not long after, Lu Yin saw her rune lines, and he was shocked to discover that this girl's power had increased by quite a bit. The two had been separated for a very long time. Lu Yin looked at her in amusement. You must be very happy to see me. Hai Chi nodded. Very happy. Right, do you know how to lie? Lu Yin was puzzled. Why do you ask? Which eye of yours sees that I'm happy? Hai Chi blinked. Lu Yin choked and was speechless. He looked past Hai Chi and towards the astral river in front of them. The astral river was still as magnificent as ever, and it was unknown how high or how deep it was. It separated the two universes. Where's the passage you mentioned? Lu Yin asked. Hai Chi had Lu Yin sit in a collapsible spacecraft with her, and they headed towards the astral river. If you rush in, then you're just courting death. Hai Chi stared at the crack anxiously. Soon, she relaxed. Father's power has reappeared. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Hai Chi shook him off and resolutely said, Don't stop me. I've already observed this crack for more than 10 days. Although it's slowly healing, it should still last for a few months. There's no problem with the crack, but Father's power is intermittent, so it might be dangerous. I'll definitely return to the Interverse. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. How about another 10 days? Hai Chi gritted her teeth and looked at him. Lu Yin replied, Wait 10 days and let me observe the rate at which the crack is healing. If it's really as you say, then I'll let you go. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving. Hai Chi angrily asked, You don't believe me? Lu Yin did not deny it. Hai Chi snorted and glanced at her gadget. The countdown starts now. Don't even think about stopping me after 10 days, or I'll tell Wendy that you're harassing me. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. He could never understand this brat's thoughts. 10 days wasn't just to observe the rate at which the crack was healing, but also to see if anyone would approach it. If someone did, then he would destroy the crack after Hai Chi left. Right now, he could not allow the innerverse and outerverse to reconnect. 10 days quickly passed, and Lu Yin observed for a full 10 days. Just as Hai Chi had said, although the crack wasn't large, it was healing at an extremely slow rate. He wasn't observing like Hai Chi. Instead, he was observing the rate at which the two strands of rune lines were dissipating. The crack had only appeared because of the aftershocks of Master Yuan and Dizu's power. Once their power dissipated, the crack would disappear as well. Based on the time it would take for the two strands of rune lines to dissipate, it would take at least half a year for the crack to heal. I'm leaving. Hai Chi suddenly rushed into the crack, afraid that Lu Yin would catch her again. Lu Yin didn't move and simply watched her leave. Although the astral river was vast, it would take less than half an hour to travel from the outerverse to the innerverse. He was no longer worried about the crack, but rather about the safety of the innerverse. There was currently a huge battle in the innerverse, and he had warned Hai Chi to be careful during the 10 days of observation. However, this wasn't something that could be resolved by being careful. Once the sixth mainland's cultivators encountered her, she would be in danger. In the past, he wouldn't have been so worried, as she had the Sea King's power and her status as the little princess of the Sea King's dome. However, their current enemy was the sixth mainland, and the Sea King's power wasn't enough to deter them. Furthermore, the entire innerverse was shrouded in boiling energy, and attacks with power levels above 200,000 were not allowed. Lu Yin was conflicted about whether or not he should send her off, or at least send her to the Starfall Sea. Suddenly, the crack exploded with a blinding light. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he immediately rushed in. It was a super flash. The tear bomb attack that he had given to Hai Chi for self-defense, and the fact that she had used it meant that she was in danger. The crack wasn't large, but that was relative to the entire astral river. It was about 10 meters wide and was large enough for a single spacecraft to pass through. Lu Yin didn't take a spacecraft. Instead, he donned his universal armor and rushed in. In the distance, Chi-Chi's collapsible spacecraft had clearly been hit by a huge attack. In front of her, a sinister and terrifying eye was tightly shut, and just one eye was enough to block the crack. It was a strange fish that swam through the astral river. Everyone knew that astral fishing was very dangerous, and even space-exploring powerhouses would most likely die if they fell into the astral river. However, not many people had actually seen a creature in the astral river. Today, Chi-Chi had seen one. The strange fish was huge and had thick skin, so Chi-Chi's attack couldn't harm it at all. Fortunately, the fish had been frightened by the flash bomb, and its eyes were tightly shut. Otherwise, it would have swallowed Chi-Chi whole. When Lu-Yin arrived, Chi-Chi was attacking the strange fish, but her attacks were completely useless. The fish's eyes were clearly about to open. "Get out of the way!" Lu-Yin barked. Wielding a flying owl arrow, he passed by Chi-Chi and pierced the fish's eyes. The fish trembled violently, and its body swayed before it quickly swam away. It had been injured by the arrow. "What did you use to attack it?" Chi-Chi was puzzled, as she couldn't see the flying owl arrow. Lu-Yin put it away. "Let's go. I'll send you off. Otherwise, you won't be able to reach the Innerverse." "No need. You have a lot of business in the Outerverse, and it'll be troublesome if you get trapped in the Innerverse." Chi-Chi waved her hand. At that moment, the strange fish swam back and opened its mouth to swallow a lot of energy as it swayed its tail. Chi-Chi was so frightened that her face paled. That strange fish was almost as strong as an enlighter, and it wasn't something that Chi-Chi could deal with unless she used the Sea King's power. Lu-Yin laughed and looked up at the strange fish, which had swam away again. "Let's go. I'll send you there." Chi-Chi rolled her eyes. "Don't expect me to thank you. Also, don't expect me to repay you with my body. That's impossible." Lu-Yin didn't even want to bother with her. Although the collapsible spacecraft had been attacked, it hadn't been damaged. Lu-Yin and Chi-Chi boarded the spacecraft together and headed towards the Innerverse through a crack. As expected, many strange creatures appeared along the way. This was the astral river, so it wasn't surprising that strange creatures were born here. Chi-Chi was focused on the Innerverse, so she had no interest in these strange creatures. Half an hour later, Lu-Yin saw outer space. This was the Innerverse. After 4 years, he had finally returned to the Innerverse. Chi-Chi was excited, as she had finally returned after 4 years of searching. At the same time, not too far away from the Innerverse crack, a spacecraft exploded. There were more than 10 people inside, and several of them died instantly. There were also a few who couldn't withstand the pressure of the universe and self-destructed. In the end, only 4 explorers survived. Behind them, a spacecraft sped over. "Young master, let's go." The old man grabbed one of the youths and tossed him into the distance. He then turned around and rushed towards the spacecraft. "Sixth Mainland's beasts, let's fight to the death." The other 2 followed the old man and rushed towards the spacecraft. The youth who had been tossed away had bloodshot eyes, and he looked back as if he wanted to imprint this scene into his mind. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 864. A bunch of trash that's just waiting to die. So what if you're an enlighter? You're just a heavily injured old man. The youth's gaze turned sinister as an old woman with a sinister expression appeared behind him. It was an imprint. The old man's eyes widened when he saw the imprint, and he immediately attacked. The youth snorted, and a martial imprint appeared on his palm. Just like the progenitor of Blood Territory's bloodlines, the progenitor of Martial Territory also had martial imprints that were comparable to bloodlines. All cultivators from the progenitor of martial territory could cultivate martial imprints and fuse all of their battle techniques into them. They could be fused onto the surface of one's body to increase one's power level, or they could be materialized to suppress their surroundings. This youth had fused his martial imprint onto his palm. There was a thump, and the youth retreated a dozen steps as a crack appeared on his martial imprint. The old enlighter also retreated a dozen steps. The sixth mainland's cultivators suppressed their power levels to below 200,000, and the old man was also heavily injured. Coupled with the natural suppression that the fifth mainland's cultivators had over the sixth mainland's cultivators, he quickly fell into a disadvantage. The old man was already heavily injured, and his battle with the youth had only worsened his injuries. Due to his carelessness, the youth managed to close in on him. Shadowless crafty needles. The old man's eyes narrowed as countless thin needles shot out from the youth's palm and pierced through the void. The old man tried his best to avoid them, but because he was too close, he was unable to avoid all of them and was hit by a few. The thin needles pierced his body and caused him extreme pain. The needles were also coated with poison. The old man howled and glared angrily at the youth. He then unleashed his full power, and his power level immediately exceeded 200,000. He displayed the strength that an enlighter should possess. However, at this moment, the boiling energy in the sky was drawn down and enveloped the old man. In an instant, the old man was reduced to dust and vanished from outer space. His entire body had been erased by an indescribable power. The youth looked up in fear, as this scene was not unfamiliar to him. If not for this terrifying scene, the sixth mainland would have completely occupied the innerverse long ago. The youth snorted. "Keep chasing." With a whoosh, the spacecraft charged out of the crack. Lu Yin and Hai Chi-Chi had finally returned to the innerverse after 4 years. Hai Chi-Chi was excited. Lu Yin immediately looked up to see the so-called boiling energy. Boundless rune lines entered his eyes. They were different from the rune lines he usually saw. At this moment, the rune lines that entered his eyes were filled with runes. They weren't rune lines that were drawn out by his fighting strength. They looked like real runes. He had seen these runes once before, back in the Astral Combat Academy's Tao of Purgatory sky platform. When he had reached the top of the sky platform, he had seen these runes, and it was at that time that his eyes had changed. The sky platform was the ruins of rune technology, and it represented the most orthodox rune technology. Then, what was this? Could it be rune technology? Didn't that mean the one fighting against the martial progenitor was the symbol progenitor? It wasn't Ancestor Chen like the rumors said. If it was the power of the symbol ancestor, then a fighting strength that exceeded 200,000 didn't just represent his fighting strength. It also represented his influence on the universe. Battle strength was the number of rune lines, and rune lines were not just battle strength. When he thought of this, he hurriedly put the universal armor away. If he wore the universal armor, the moment someone attacked him, his armor's influence would immediately exceed 200,000, and he would be finished. He had experienced the terror of rune technology on the sky platform. It wasn't an attack, but it was even more terrifying. It was an existence that could directly erase the rune lines. Chi-Chi, I'll use your super flash. Don't use the tear bomb. Remember, don't use it, Lu Yin sternly warned Hai Chi-Chi. Hai Chi-Chi was confused. In terms of power, the super flash couldn't be used. It was impossible for a tear bomb to have a combat power of 200,000. However, its instantaneous flash had an effect of more than 200,000. This meant that once it was used, its rune lines would exceed 200,000 combat power. Using it would be suicide. Of course, this was all based on the premise that the boiling energy above was the symbol progenitor's power. If it wasn't, then it would be fine. However, Lu Yin was 90% sure that it was the rune technology, which was the symbol progenitor's power. Lu Yin, look. There's someone up ahead. Hai Chi-Chi exclaimed as she pointed into the distance. Lu Yin looked over and saw that it was a space-exploring powerhouse. Based on his rune lines, he was an explorer. Let's go and take a look. Right, don't call me by my name in front of outsiders. We can't let anyone know our true identities. Otherwise, the sixth mainland might invade the outerverse through the crack. Hai Chi-Chi understood the severity of the situation, and she nodded obediently without explaining herself. The figure drew closer and closer, and it was the young master who had escaped. Outer space was vast, but there was no place for him to stand. He looked back and saw that the spacecraft was getting closer and closer. A man and a woman appeared in front of him. The young master's eyes were filled with despair. Only someone from the sixth mainland would dare to appear in outer space. He hadn't expected that he would still be unable to escape death. But even if he died, he didn't want to die in vain. At least he had to drag one of them down with him. He gritted his teeth and charged forward. Lu Yin looked at the man rushing over and felt that he looked familiar. He could sense that the man's star energy had circulated twice, but his power level was over 20,000. He was not an ordinary cultivator who could fight across realms. The newcomer quickly charged at Lu Yin. He could sense that Lu Yin was a 3-cycle explorer while Hai Chi-Chi was a 2-cycle explorer. If they were both from the innerverse, he wouldn't have been afraid. After all, he was the young master of Astral Mountain and was a powerhouse within the same realm. He would even dare to fight against a cruiser, but this was a cultivator from the sixth mainland. With an innate suppression and an imprint, he knew that his chances of survival were slim, but so what? He was prepared to fight to the death. He looks like he's going to attack us. Hai Chi-Chi was puzzled. Lu Yin took a step forward, and the young master pulled out a long blade that was covered in purple battle force. He had already cultivated 4 lines of battle force, and he was well aware that the gap between battle force grew larger as one progressed. 8-lined battle force wasn't something that he could even look up to. According to his sect's senior speculations, even if he became a hunter, he wouldn't be able to cultivate 8-line battle force. This person was so young, yet he was already so terrifying. Gue Bing was also shocked. The sixth mainland didn't care about battle force or domains, but that didn't mean that they didn't understand them. Anyone who could cultivate 8-lined battle force was a powerhouse. Lu Yin didn't give the young master any time to think. He used flash to disappear from where he was, and in the next instant, he appeared in front of Gue Bing and reached out to grab him. Gue Bing sneered, and a strange imprint appeared on his palm. It was a martial imprint, and he similarly grabbed at Lu Yin. There was a thump, and the young master's confident palm was replaced by an intense pain. His palm had been firmly grabbed by Lu Yin, and the martial imprint on his palm had completely shattered. He had been crushed. The young master was in disbelief. This was impossible. Lu Yin was an imprinter's disciple, and he had both an imprint and a martial imprint. He even had a natural suppression over cultivators from the fifth mainland. How could this be? You! Who are you? Gue Bing barked and kicked out in an attempt to put some distance between them. However, his body was uncontrollably flipped over by Lu Yin, and he fell to one knee as he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators from the sixth mainland hurriedly acted, but they were unable to resist Lu Yin's domain, and they were all killed. Although the innerverse had entered a state of intense war, it was still being slowly invaded by the sixth mainland. The Starfall Sea, Chaos Flow Zone, Righteous Sun Flow Zone, Spirit Seal Flow Zone, and so on had all fallen into the sixth mainland's hands. More than half of the inner-verse had been taken over by the sixth mainland, and many inner-verse cultivators could only hide. The moment they were discovered, they were either killed or captured. The most terrifying thing was that this surge of energy did not cover the entire universe. It only covered the inner-verse and nearly half of the cosmic sea. The other half of the cosmic sea and the neoverse were not covered by this surge of energy, which was why the sixth mainland had gathered all of its top powers in an attempt to invade the neoverse. As long as the sixth mainland succeeded in invading the neoverse, their absolute experts would not be suppressed by the surge of energy and could use their full strength. At that time, the entire fifth mainland would become the sixth mainland's territory. The 10 arbiters and many of the innerverse powerhouses had all gone to the cosmic sea to resist the sixth mainland. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. He had thought that the situation in the innerverse would be better, especially after Elder Yu's words and Master Yuan's strength had encouraged him. But now, it seemed that he had been too optimistic. According to Alfonso, the innerverse had been suppressed from beginning to end. The titled powerhouses at the general appointment platform are very powerful, but the sixth mainland has even more powerhouses, Alfonso said bleakly. They had never imagined that the innerverse would be successfully invaded one day. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Only the 3 filaments were attacking the innerverse at full strength. Once the sixth mainland gathered all of its forces and invaded the innerverse, cosmic sea, and neoverse would all be finished unless another progenitor took action. What's the situation in the cosmic sea? Lu Yin could not help but ask, as he was worried about Leon's armada. Alfonso shook his head. I don't know. This information was obtained half a year ago, and it's hard to tell if it's true or false. Hai Chi pouted. Then why do you make it sound like it's true? Lu Yin wanted to hit Alfonso, as he had just lost all hope. Alfonso felt aggrieved. Saying that it's hard to tell if it's true or false is just to comfort ourselves. Right now, everywhere we go is under the sixth mainland's rule. Every prosperous planet has a statue of the sixth mainland's imprinter, and everyone has to kneel and worship it. It's the same everywhere, so the situation might be even worse than we imagined. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Kneeling and worshipping a statue of an imprinter was a forceful violation of the dignity of the innerverse cultivators, and it was a stain that they would bear for the rest of their lives. Once they kneeled and worshipped the statue, their hearts would become chaotic, and over time, they would fall into a state of worship towards the imprinter. What a vicious method. This was an attempt to enslave the fifth mainland. You said that the Starfall Sea has also fallen into the hands of the sixth mainland. Then, what about the Sea King's Dome? Hai Chi suddenly asked. Alfonso shook his head. I'm not sure about the specifics, but the Starfall Sea was the sixth mainland's first stop when they invaded the innerverse. They call it the Mara River, and it's rumored that it's currently in the hands of the Grand Marshal Realm's Tong family. The Tong family is a cosmic imprinter family, and they have many imprinters under their command. No one dares to go to the Starfall Sea right now, as that would be courting death. We want to go to the Starfall Sea. Do you have any ideas? Lu Yin asked. Alfonso looked troubled. Senior, we really can't go to the Starfall Sea. The Tong family is extremely powerful, and it's rumored that even the Grand Marshal Realm's Realmling is there. We can go somewhere else. Then go to the Starfall Sea. Hai Chi shouted. Alfonso looked depressed. If Senior insists on going to the Starfall Sea, then there's only one way, and that is to blend in with the miners who have been captured. You might be able to avoid detection, but it's too dangerous. Senior, please reconsider. Alfonso then bowed deeply. Senior, before you go to the Starfall Sea, can you do this junior a favor? Starfall Mountain will never forget Senior's kindness. How can you be like this? We've already saved you, so don't push your luck. Hai Chi was displeased, as she was in a hurry to go to the Starfall Sea. Alfonso thought about it and then sighed. It's my fault. I won't say anything else. Please don't blame me, Senior. Lu Yin did not ask any further, as he did not like to cause trouble for himself. Do you know where the captured miners are? It would be best if you could take us there. Alfonso looked troubled. I still have to save the people from Astral 3, so I don't have enough time. However, I could draw up a star chart for Senior. It's not too far away. Lu Yin's gaze trembled. What did you just say? Save the people from Astral 3. Astral 3. Alfonso nodded. The sixth mainland invaded, and Astral 3 happened to be here. It was destroyed by the sixth mainland's powerhouses, and more than half of the academy's students died. The headmaster and an imprinter from the sixth mainland perished together. The remaining students and mentors were all captured and are currently being executed. I was about to save them when I was discovered by the soldiers. Thank you for your support and donations, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 866. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Someone had tried to use Astral 3 to lure out Innerverse cultivators, which was a vicious method. He had not expected Astral 3 to be destroyed. Astral 9's warship had been able to block Elder Autumn Frost's finger, but it had only been one finger. Against the sixth mainland's attack, Astral 3's headmaster had barely been able to kill an imprinter. Although the 10 academies competed with each other, they were still from the same school, so Lu Yin had no reason to ignore them. We'll go together, Lu Yin said firmly. Hai Chi did not refuse. Although she was not a student of the Astral Combat Academy, she had heard of its reputation. Now that Astral 3 was being used as bait, she wanted to save them as well. Really? Thank you, Senior. Alfonso was delighted and bowed deeply. Don't call me Senior in the future. Call me Seventh Bro, Lu Yin said casually. Alfonso nodded. Seventh Bro, he felt like he had heard this name somewhere before. Lu Yin's reputation in the Innerverse had been great, and many people recognized him. Fortunately, he had disguised himself, or else Alfonso would have definitely recognized him. Half a day after Lu Yin's group left, news of Gui Bing's death reached Granny Sly's ears. As an imprinter of the Tong family, Granny Sly enjoyed great treatment, but she only had one disciple, Gui Bing. She had even given the shadowless crafty needle that she had personally made to Gui Bing, which was equivalent to raising him like a son. Now that she had heard the bad news, she was enraged and left the planet to personally avenge Gui Bing. The Tong family's power was concentrated in the Starfall Sea, and outside of it was the Grand Marshal Realm's Galloping Horse Villa's territory. Granny Sly requested that the Galloping Horse Villa seal off the path to Chaos Flow Zone. She believed that Gui Bing would definitely escape there and then head to the Cosmic Sea. No matter how long it would take, she had to find Gui Bing's killer. Not far from the entrance to the Starfall Sea was a yellow planet that was covered in sand. Hurricanes filled the sky and connected the sky to the earth. The wind speed was extremely high, and the sand was blown by the winds, enough to pierce through a normal person. This planet was not a good place to live. The people here lived underground, and the entire city was built underground. This planet was called Lesser Crimson Yellow Planet. The star's radiance brought about high temperatures. On the sandy plains of planet Lesser Crimson Yellow, over 100 iron pillars stood tall. Each pillar had a person tied to it, and these people were the students and mentors of Astral 3. There were more than 100 iron pillars, but only half of the people were still tied to them. The other half had already been executed, and the ground was stained with fresh blood. This blood was not only from the students of Astral 3, but also from the people who had come to save them. 100 iron pillars had taken the lives of hundreds of cultivators. To the sixth mainland, occupying the inner verse was easy, but ruling it was difficult. There were countless cultivators hiding in the inner verse, and they could make a move at any moment. Even if one sixth mainland cultivator died on a planet, the number of sixth mainland cultivators dying every day was still terrifying. This was also the reason why the sixth mainland had been constantly recruiting cultivators to the inner verse battlefield. They simply couldn't handle the sheer number of cultivators. Of course, the inner verse would be greatly damaged as well. Once they were exposed, they would either die or be severely injured. It was a battle of attrition. The iron pillar had already turned red from the high temperature, and the back of the person who was tied to the iron pillar was already charred. Not only that, but they also had to face hurricanes that could appear at any time, as well as worse weather. Those who could enter Astral 3 were all geniuses, and each of them had a powerful background. They had never been in such a miserable state before. On one of the iron pillars, Chilean Day Knight's eyes were hazy, and all he could see was yellow. From time to time, gravel would smash into his body, but he was already numb to it. Even further away, a giant statue stood tall. It depicted a beautiful middle-aged woman with an elegant posture. She looked very beautiful, but it was this woman who had massacred Astral 3, killed the Dean, destroyed their worship, and made them live in hell. Her name was Madame Red, and she was the owner of the sixth mainland's Galloping Horse Mountain Villa in the Grand Marshal realm. She was a world imprinter with a power level of over 900,000. Before the start of this war, even the elders of the Day-Night clan had not seen such a terrifying figure. A power level of 900,000 was an unimaginably astronomical figure, and he did not even know if the strongest powerhouse in the Day-Night clan had such a high power level. In the universe that he knew, Madame Red might be a powerhouse second only to a progenitor. He slowly turned his head and saw that Sungsher's skin was cracked, and his blood had dried up. Many of the students around him were still alive, but they weren't far from death. It was the same for the mentors. As a bell chimed in the sky, cultivators rose from the ground one by one to stop the yellow sand and hurricanes from wreaking havoc. One figure after another walked out of the ground and slowly knelt before Madame Red's statue. This was a routine daily prayer, praying for Madame Red's protection and the sixth mainland's protection. The sixth mainland had erected this statue to destroy the dignity of the people of the inner verse and force them to view the sixth mainland as the home of their gods. They would then forcibly establish faith in the inner verse. While countless people were praying, one figure after another emerged from the ground and attacked the cultivators of the sixth mainland. Some of them flew towards the metal pillar to rescue the students of Astral 3. The mentors of Astral 3 screamed, "Don't come over. Run! Run!" The cultivators of the inner verse aren't afraid of death. Someone shouted as he rushed to the metal pillar and slashed at the ropes that bound the students. Behind him, a long blade slashed out horizontally. The cultivator hurriedly blocked the attack, but the blade pressed down and broke his weapon. The blade sank 3 inches into his body, causing blood to flow down the metal pillar. "You idiots! You're the only ones who know how to resist. The great powers of the fifth mainland have long since been removed. Why don't you join us? We'll give you a way out. Don't even think about it. I'd rather die than surrender." There was a squelch as a head flew through the air and smashed into the ground. The cultivator from the sixth mainland was cold and arrogant. Behind him, the imprinter made him look like a god. The people of Astral 3 were furious as they screamed. The group of people who had tried to rescue the students of Astral 3 were quickly slaughtered. Aside from dyeing the sand red, they were of no use at all. Underground, a pair of bright eyes opened. It was a young girl with delicate features who had a murderous look in her eyes. She sat cross-legged with a long spear stabbed into the ground beside her, emanating a cold aura. Young master, we've killed another group of people. These cultivators are like locusts, and we can't kill them all no matter how hard we try. They're too stupid. The girl's tone was cold. They are indeed stupid. The great powers of the Fifth Mainland had already prepared an escape route the moment we invaded, but they left these unaffiliated cultivators behind to fight us. Regardless of whether they win or lose, they'll still be able to exhaust some of our strength. These people are just cannon fodder. If that's the case, then why are we still baiting these unaffiliated cultivators to their deaths? The Realmling once said that a person's heart has a bottom line. Once that line is crossed, there will be nothing left in the heart. There will be no resistance, only submission. Once these unaffiliated cultivators are scared of being killed, they'll eventually submit. We don't have that many people, and if we want to truly rule the Fifth Mainland and plunder their resources, we need some people to work for us. No matter the time, the people at the bottom were always the ones who suffered the most. They were hot-blooded and unafraid of death, but they lacked the ability to do so. Planet Lesser Crimson Yellow was not sealed off, and it would not be sealed off. This was the place where the Sixth Mainland had lured the Innerverse cultivators to their deaths. Not only was it not sealed off, but there was also no surveillance. Anyone who wanted to come was free to do so. The Sixth Mainland was confident and did not fear anyone coming to save them. The group that had met up with Alfonso was hidden in a corner of the underground city not too far from the execution ground. This was Lu Yin's first time seeing an underground city, and he had to admit that it was very novel. Above his head was not the sky, nor was it the starry sky. Instead, it was a thick foundation that simulated the sky, the birds, and even the weather. There were no tall buildings in the city, and all of them were short buildings. However, every building was deep underground, as if a normal city had been turned upside down. Lu Yin had originally thought that the underground city would be shrouded in darkness and oppressive, but now that he saw it, it was not so bad. 10,000 years ago, the conditions on planet Lesser Crimson Yellow were very harsh. Technology could not be developed, and there were no conditions for cultivation. The people here were just like aboriginals. However, as more and more cultivators used planet Lesser Crimson Yellow as a transit point, this place gradually developed. The technology that you see here was not developed by planet Lesser Crimson Yellow itself, but rather by outsiders, Alfonso explained as he led Lu Yin around the city. Hai Chi was puzzled. You know quite a bit about this place. Are you planning to bury them here? Alfonso opened his mouth, but no words came out. He had been choked. Lu Yin was speechless. Hai Chi's venomous tongue was back, and she was always able to choke others. If not for the Sea King's backing, she would have been hung up and beaten long ago. The living conditions of the people in the underground city were not bad, and they were not as hopeless as Lu Yin had imagined. The Sixth Mainland's invasion had nothing to do with them. As long as they submitted to the Sixth Mainland and provided them with resources, no one would make things difficult for them. They did not even know that the Innerverse was at war. Before he could think any further, the red-tasseled spear shot out from the ground and pierced through a cultivator's body before viciously stabbing towards Lu Yin. The moment Lu Yin attacked, Honging felt that something was amiss. This person made her heart palpitate. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he considered whether or not he should lure Honging away. At that moment, lightning flashed in the sky and transformed into numerous lightning swords that stabbed into the ground, trapping Honging within. Then, the lightning swords became blinding, and lightning connected the sky and earth, forming a cage that isolated the area. The void distorted and almost cracked open. Yan Hua attacked. Everyone, retreat. When they saw that Honging was trapped, Alfonso and the others were delighted and immediately retreated. The sixth mainland's cultivators hurriedly chased after them, but Yan Hua's lightning sword flickered as he moved extremely quickly. He weaved through the crowd and separated the cultivators from the sixth mainland. Lu Yin raised his brows. This Yan Hua was not weak, and his lightning sword was quite stunning. Unfortunately, the lightning swords that trapped Hong Ying cracked open one by one before finally exploding and scattering the lightning in all directions. Alfonso and the other's pupils shrank. Not good. Yan Hua was shocked. She hadn't been trapped. A secret technique. You actually know a secret technique. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. You can die now. He then tapped out with a finger, causing the void to freeze and her eyes to slacken. This was the dream finger, and it did not include the 9-yang cauldron transformation. This was the strongest attack that Lu Yin could use, and even enlighters would be apprehensive of this finger. Hong Ying was unable to escape the power of that finger, and it was difficult for her to even dodge it. However, the red-tasseled spear flew over and blocked in front of Hong Ying. Lu Yin's finger tapped the red-tasseled spear, sending both the spear and Hong Ying flying. The force of that finger traveled along the spear's body and into Hong Ying's body. Hong Ying spat out a mouthful of blood, and her expression changed. This person was terrifyingly strong. He had an unparalleled physical strength, a secret technique, and a terrifying battle technique. Where had he come from? Lu Yin raised a hand and pressed down with the sky beast claw, intending to destroy Hong Ying. Hong Ying gritted her teeth as blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. She stabbed out with her spear, and the red madam's imprint on her back became even clearer. At the same time, another imprint appeared and branded itself onto the spear. This was a martial imprint. Flying Divine Spear. Hong Ying shouted as she thrust her spear at Lu Yin. It was exactly the same as the first attack, and countless spear images appeared around him. No matter which direction he dodged, he would still have to face this attack. Even if he could use a secret technique to divert the power of the first attack, there would still be a second and a third. During his battle with Arbiter Jinwu, Lu Yin had deeply experienced the Yu's secret art's weakness, which was that it could not be diverted indefinitely. Once his opponent sensed it, his Yu's secret art would be useless. This was the exact situation that he was currently facing. However, Lu Yin did not need to dodge. Hong Ying's spear was the same as Autumn Frost Qing's palm, and the number of rune lines was similar. As such, Lu Yin gathered star energy in his right palm. 9-yang cauldron transformation. One Sunday, the sun in his palm illuminated the night sky, attracting the attention of countless people. Hong Ying's heart thumped as a strong sense of unease descended upon her. However, she could not retreat under the flying divine spear. In the distance, Alfonso and the others looked back and saw planet Little Crimson Yellow flickering with a blinding light. What followed was a berserk shockwave that swept through the world and sent them flying. If one looked from outer space, they would see that one side of planet Little Crimson Yellow was completely covered in ripples. The shockwave even extended into outer space and into the surrounding planets. A horizontal void crack swallowed up the earth and swept past Alfonso's head, causing him to almost faint from fright. Everyone from Astral 3 was shocked. What kind of attack was this? The execution grounds had been completely destroyed, and the cultivators from the sixth mainland had either been killed by the shock waves or hidden deep underground, not daring to show their faces. The red-tasseled spear stabbed into the ground and shook slowly, emitting a rumbling sound. Lu Yin stood in place and pulled back his hand. He looked in the direction of the spear and saw that half of Hong Ying's body was twisted. Her hair was disheveled, and she was bleeding from her 7 orifices. This attack had severely injured her. She lay on the ground, panting heavily and occasionally spitting out blood. She stared at the sand in disbelief. She had been utterly defeated. She had used her imprint, martial imprint, power vessels, and even her fate's an, but she had still been defeated. She could not accept this. High up in the sky, the woman lowered her head. There was no emotion in her eyes. As a cold glint flashed in her eyes, the strange creatures formed by sound exploded at the same time, turning into a strange sound wave that swept over everyone. All the cultivators were dumbfounded, as if they had lost their consciousness. Their entire bodies were motionless. Even the Enlighter Elder was the same. So what if he was an Enlighter with a power level of over 200,000? Against a Realmling's attack, he was still powerless. Even if an Enlighter attacked at full strength, he might not be a match for a Realmling, let alone someone with a power level below 200,000. Bai Ling, the Realmling, had killed a cultivator from one of the strongholds with a single attack. I found the wrong person again. Where is he hiding? Bai Ling felt strange and muttered to herself. After a long time, Bai Ling disappeared, and a young man appeared outside the stronghold. His face was pale, and his eyes were cold and emotionless. He looked just like a corpse, and there were two people following behind him. Their footsteps and movements were exactly the same, and even their breathing was the same. However, these two people did not have any auras, so they were clearly dead. I was a step too late. What a pity. Judging by the state of these corpses, Bai Ling must have been here. How annoying. There's no one to talk to again. I'm a dignified corpse collector from the Grand Marshal Realm's morgue, but I can't even find someone to talk to. Everywhere I go, there are corpses. It's really strange. Do I have some sort of fate with corpses? Although my innate gift is corpse control, that shouldn't be the case. Is there anyone here or not? Talk to me. This is so annoying. Everyone thinks that I don't talk, and they say that only the dead can be my friends. Which idiot said that? How can the dead be friends? Of course, I don't mind if the dead can be friends, but at least they have to be able to talk. It's so quiet, and I'm a little scared. There are corpses all around. Don't tell me they're coming back to life. Sigh, talking is so tiring, but in front of corpses, there really won't be anyone to talk to if I don't talk. I'm so scared. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come to the Fifth Mainland. Bai Ling is really something. Couldn't she have waited a little longer and left someone to talk to me? Who's talking? Oh, it's me. Honging lost. That's not good, as that means that someone can threaten us. This is troublesome. Don't tell me they've come to the Greyweed continent. That's too scary. I'd better leave as soon as possible. Speaking of which, Bai Ling has been looking for the divine fist of the 10 arbiters, but she hasn't been able to find it. Did I run into it? The more I think about it, the more scared I become. Is there anyone here? Let's talk. There's really no one here. Why is the sky so dark? How scary. The young man continued to mutter to himself without any expression on his face. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 870. However, she would never have imagined that Lu Yin would bring Hai Chi-Chi to the Starfall Sea. Hong Ying had been severely injured in the battle and was currently recuperating. She had originally planned to search for the people from Astral 3 after her treatment to wash away her humiliation. However, Madame Red had ordered her to head to the Greyweed continent in the Starfall Sea and assist the Tong family in capturing all of the Fifth Mainland's cultivators. Hong Ying could only obey, as she had no chance to take revenge. On the seaweed at the entrance to the Starfall Sea, all of the miners remained motionless on their spacecraft until the coating was completed. Only then did they head towards the Starfall Sea. This was Lu Yin's second time here, and he had never expected to return in such a manner. However, the circumstances were similar. The first time, they had been chased by Feng Yamo and had been forced to participate in the Sea King's son-in-law selection. This time, they had disguised themselves as miners to avoid the Sixth Mainland's pursuit. This place wouldn't be bad for him, right? Every time he came here, he would be chased. Hai Chi wasn't too far from Lu Yin, and she missed the outside world, but she couldn't leave. At that moment, an alarm sounded from the spacecraft, and most of the miners were terrified, not knowing what was happening. Lu Yin knew that the ocean currents were coming. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the spacecraft to sway up and down, and the miners around them grabbed onto their belongings tightly. This was the first time most of them had experienced an ocean current, and they were filled with fear of the unknown. Soon enough, the ocean currents passed, and the spacecraft returned to normal. There were some planets in the Starfall Sea that acted as coatings for the spacecraft, isolating them from the ocean. However, every time an ocean current appeared, it required a powerhouse with a power level of 300,000 or above to resist it. Now, after the battle between the progenitors, the weather had changed greatly, and everyone's power levels had been suppressed below 200,000. How were these planets able to resist the ocean currents? Or had they all collapsed? Hai Chi thought of this as well, and her face paled. She had been born in the Starfall Sea, and she often visited some of the planets here. Everything here was like home to her. Don't think too much. The Sea King's dome has a high status in the Starfall Sea, so it'll be fine, Lu Yin consoled her. Hai Chi nodded and waited nervously. The Sixth Mainland did not forbid the miners from speaking to each other, but they did not care. In their eyes, the miners were not completely criminals, but they were still lowly people. They hoped that all of the cultivators from the Fifth Mainland would betray them and surrender to them, but they also looked down on those who had surrendered. Thus, they would avoid contact with the miners if they could, which gave Lu Yin and the others some space to speak. He asked many miners, wanting to know where they would be arranged to mine in the Starfall Sea, but none of them knew. Lu Yin had also inquired about the situation in the various regions of the universe, but the results were not ideal. At least in the eyes of these miners, the entire universe belonged to the cultivators of the Sixth Mainland, even though they did not know the exact situation of the Sixth Mainland. The Hall of Honor and the various great powers of the universe had not publicized the existence of the Sixth Mainland, and they had only said that it was an invader. People like Alfonso had only known about the Sixth Mainland because the Sixth Mainland itself had publicized it. Hai Chi suddenly sobered up and lowered her head so that no one could see the tears in her eyes. The first time she had left her hometown, she had been gone for 4 years. During those 4 years, she had spent every day searching for a way to return. No one could understand her pain, and now that she had finally returned home, her home had been reduced to such a state. This was the first time in her life that she had suffered such a blow. Fortunately, Lu Yin had reminded her, or else the cultivators of the Sixth Mainland would have definitely noticed. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy as he looked at the Sea King's dome. The current Sea King's dome no longer had the rune lines that had caused him so much pain in the past. Instead, it only had rune lines from the Sixth Mainland and the miners. One of them had a power level close to 200,000, and it was either a peak hunter or an enlighter who had suppressed their power level. Is there any ore in the Sea King's dome that needs to be mined? Lu Yin brought Hai Chi along with him as they walked along the stream of people. Hai Chi's body trembled, and she lamented, "Sea King's glass is an extremely rare ore that my father discovered. It's very hard, and although it can't be fused with other ores, it can be used to forge weapons and armor. Its defensive power is very high, and many of the experts of the Sea King's dome use Sea King's glass weapons. It's said that it can withstand a power level of 500,000. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was a good item. He was lacking materials that could withstand extremely high power levels. Sea King's glass. It was no wonder why the Sixth Mainland needed miners like them to mine it. As for whether it could be fused with other ores, Liu Yin did not care. He had never needed to think about how to make his weapons and armor. As long as he could create something that looked like it, everything else would be left to the dye's enhance. Can ordinary miners mine Sea King's glass? Liu Yin asked curiously. Hai Chi looked up at the tall mountain. The Sea King's glass is hidden within ordinary stones, and it's not a complete piece. As long as the surface of the stone is peeled off, any ordinary cultivator can do it. Liu Yin nodded and looked at the tall mountain. It seemed that the Sea King's glass was hidden within this mountain. The Sea King's dome had been completely destroyed, and nothing could be seen of what it had once been. In the distance, a giant statue had been erected. It was not of Madame Red, but rather of an old man. If Liu Yin's guess was correct, this old man should be the Tong family's ancestor, the cosmic imprinter. The Starfall Sea was now completely under the Tong family's control. Not long after, Liu Yin and the others entered the tall mountain. Hai Chi suddenly paused, and tears flowed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Liu Yin hurriedly pulled her into his embrace and looked up in a certain direction. His expression changed. In the distance, there were many corpses hanging on the beach. He did not know how long they had been there, but some of them had already dried up. Liu Yin swept his gaze over them, but he did not recognize any of them. However, he felt like he had seen one of them before. He pondered for a moment and recalled that when he had left the Sea King's dome with Hai Chi, an old man had appeared. The old man had praised Liu Yin and hoped that Liu Yin would be able to go against the flow in the future. Chi, that old man. Liu Yin could not help but ask. Hai Chi lowered her head, and her eyes were red. She ignored Liu Yin and continued to walk forward numbly. Liu Yin sighed and did not say anything else. Soon enough, the group of miners arrived at the mountain. There was no one to watch over them, and they could mine as they pleased. However, they had to mine a certain amount before they could be free. It was said that a spacecraft would only take the free cultivators away once every 6 months. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 871. Without sunlight, the Sea King's dome was eternally dark. Hai Chi sat in a corner with her arms crossed. She looked in the direction of the corpses, but no one knew what she was thinking. Liu Yin sat down beside her. Tell me. Hai Chi muttered, Father has 4 elders under his command, and he's called Elder Ren. He's the one who treats me the best. Whenever I talked back to Father when he wanted to punish me, it was Elder Ren who would secretly give me food and take me out to play. Every time we went out, he would bring me fun things and secretly tell me stories. At this point, Hai Chi's tears began to fall. Ever since I was young, whenever Father went into seclusion to cultivate, I would always call Elder Ren to accompany me. No matter what requests I had, he would fulfill them. No matter how rude I was, he didn't care. Liu Yin's eyes dimmed, as he understood Hai Chi's pain. When he had brought Hai Chi out of the Starfall Sea, Elder Ren's eyes had been filled with kindness and expectation, whether it was towards Hai Chi or Liu Yin. During the battle on planet Pyrolite, it was also Elder Ren who appeared to intimidate the Day-Night clan and the Sword Sect. When Wendy revealed her secret technique, it was also Elder Ren who sealed the heavens so that you wouldn't be captured by the Innerverse, Hai Chi said sorrowfully. Liu Yin's heart trembled, and he looked at the old man's corpse with a respectful gaze. This was kindness. This old man had shown him kindness, and regardless of whether or not it was on the Sea King's orders, kindness was kindness. Hai Chi sat in the dark corner and spoke for a long time. It seemed like she was talking to Liu Yin, but it also seemed like she was talking to the old man. Hai Chi reached out and grabbed Lu Yin's clothes, her eyes filled with tears. Please, think of a way to bury Elder Ren's corpse. I can't watch him be humiliated like this. Lu Yin took a deep breath and placed a hand on Hai Chi's head. He resolutely said, "All right, I'll think of something." Hai Chi closed her eyes and hugged her knees with her arms. She looked very lonely. Lu Yin sighed and reached out to pull her into his embrace. He did not have any other thoughts, and he only felt pity for her. This brat had suffered too much of a blow. The Sea King's dome was already in ruins, and the Sea King's whereabouts were a mystery. According to rumors, when the Starfall Sea and the Sixth Mainland went to war, all the losers fled to the Greyweed continent. There was a 90% chance that the Sea King was there as well. However, the journey from the Sea King's dome to the Greyweed continent was rather long, and it was impossible for a spacecraft without a coating to reach the Greyweed continent. Lu Yin and Hai Chi could only peacefully mine in the Sea King's dome and wait for an opportunity. Soon, several days passed, and another batch of miners arrived. Currently, there were hundreds of thousands of miners in the Sea King's dome, but compared to the massive cone-shaped mountain, these miners were like ants that could not move the mountain at all. If Lu Yin wanted to extract the Sea King's glass as soon as possible, he would need to increase the number of miners, which would be impossible without several million miners. Within the Sea King's dome, the Sixth Mainland had close to 100,000 cultivators, and most of them were Lemeters. There weren't many space-exploring cultivators, but there were more and more experts. 2 more hunters had come to reinforce the Sea King's dome yesterday. As time passed, more and more reinforcements arrived. After a few more days, there were now more than 10 hunters in the Sea King's dome. Lu Yin was getting a little anxious. He had been in the Innerverse for more than a month, and he estimated that there were less than 5 months left until the crack opened. If he did not get a spacecraft to the Greyweed continent or return within 5 months, then he would be trapped in the Innerverse. Hai Chi could see that Lu Yin was getting anxious, and she told him to leave as soon as he had the chance. There was no need for him to send her to the Sea King. As for Elder Ren's corpse, she did not mention it again. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Even if he wanted to leave, he would need an opportunity to do so. However, he was not too worried. At worst, he could just ask Mr. Mu for help. Mr. Mu was definitely not weaker than Master Yuan, and he might even be stronger. It should not be a problem for him to connect the astral river's energy and send Lu Yin to the Outerverse. Of course, Lu Yin did not want to ask Mr. Mu for help. Mr. Mu was a master, not a babysitter. If he asked Mr. Mu for help too many times, then it would no longer work. Hold on. Lu Yin suddenly remembered that this region of space was suppressed by the astronomical phenomena caused by the battle between progenitors. Even if Mr. Mu appeared, he would not be able to display a power level of more than 200,000. This was a serious problem. Who's that? Lu Yin's eyes suddenly lit up as he saw a familiar face. At the cliff of the Sea King's dome, Tong Cho looked into the distance with a complicated expression. The Sea King's dome was coming again. How spectacular! He did not know how much longer he would have to stay in this place. Perhaps he would never be able to return. He had been sent here by Tong Tong. He did not know what had happened back then, but he had inexplicably caught the eye of Tong Zhan and been brought to the Greyweed continent to participate in the war. However, after a few battles, Tong Zhan had been disappointed. He did not know why, but Tong Tong had tossed him back to Tong Tong. Tong Tong had seen that it would be very difficult for him to break through to the explorer realm, so she had tossed him back to the ruins of the Sea King's dome. Tong Cho sighed. Perhaps this was a good thing. Although this place was a ruin, it was still safe. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of mining could be heard endlessly, and Tong Cho glanced back. Although he was curious as to why there were miners mining at the cliff, he did not care. These miners were weaklings with no self-respect, and they were even weaker than him. Tong Cho was not afraid of them. Lu Yin approached Tong Cho step by step and stopped when he was 5 meters away. The next moment, his vision changed, and he saw another scene. This was Tong Cho's perspective, and some of Tong Cho's memories appeared in his mind. This was the use of the dye's 6 pips. Not only could it fuse with a person's body, but as long as the person was within 5 meters of the target, Lu Yin would be able to connect with their emotions, read their memories, and view. The first person he had discovered this function was Delay, and because of this, he had learned about the strangeness of Lu Ying's Zishan and had absorbed her spiritual force. We can't force our way through, and once we enter the Greyweed continent, it'll be very difficult to return. We might even be annihilated there. I believe that the Sea King doesn't want you to die in the Greyweed continent, and he'd rather have you alive. Hai Chi fell silent. Let's wait for them to leave in 10 days, and then we'll head back. Although Lu Yin did not want to do this, he still said it. Although he was confident, he was not arrogant. Hong Ying was already very troublesome to deal with, and there were also many hunters and Granny Sly around. It was unrealistic to try and kill their way to the Greyweed continent while surrounded by so many people. Even if they did, they would only be besieged, and their deaths would be meaningless. Progenitors were suppressed by celestial phenomena, and even if Lu Yin was confident in Mr. Mu, he could not guarantee that Mr. Mu would be able to come to the Starfall Sea to save them. Hai Chi reluctantly looked in the direction of the Greyweed continent, but in the end, she nodded. Even if the Sea King was there, she could not go. She was not stupid, and she knew that there was nothing she could do. She could only retreat and preserve a glimmer of hope for the future. Lu Yin relaxed, as his goal had changed. Returning to the Outerverse was a much easier goal, as there would be a spacecraft heading to the Starfall Sea's entrance next month. With his strength, it would not be a problem for him to bring Hai Chi onto that spacecraft, as there would not be any powerhouses on the spacecraft heading to the Starfall Sea's entrance. Lu Yin had originally thought that everything would be peaceful and that he would just have to wait a little longer, but Granny Sly's voice rang out in the sky above the Sea King's dome, completely disrupting Lu Yin's plans. Granny Sly had actually ordered all of the miners to kneel before the statue of the Tong family's ancestor. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 872. Hong Ying found Granny Sly's orders strange. They're just miners. They're useless, but Granny seems to care a lot about them. Granny Sly indifferently replied, the natives of the 5th mainland have to kneel and pray to the statue of the 6th mainland's powerhouse every day. Not only do we have to suppress them in terms of strength, but we also have to leave them with a psychological trauma that they can never erase. The more they kneel, the more psychological obstacles they will face in their cultivation, and the less likely they will become powerhouses in the future. Hong Ying's eyes narrowed, and she glanced at the miners below. Granny is right. Within the Sea King's dome, the cultivators from the 6th mainland spread out and ordered all the miners to gather in the plaza and kneel before the statue of the Tong family's patriarch. The miners did not mind, as they had already lost their dignity by willingly becoming miners after being captured alive. Some of them even knelt very sincerely, hoping to join the 6th mainland. There were quite a few of them. Hundreds of thousands of miners from the Sea King's dome were kneeling. Granny Sly was satisfied, as this was a rule that all imprinter had set. If they wanted to conquer this continent, they had to suppress them with force, as well as suppress them psychologically. All of the miners knelt, except for 2 people, Lu Yin and Hai Chi. They naturally could not kneel before the Tong family's patriarch, so they hid within the mine and tried to blend in. Unfortunately, they were still discovered by Granny Sly. She was very sensitive to the flow of star energy, and she sensed that there were people within the mine. The cultivators from the sixth mainland rushed into the mine to search, and Hong Ying volunteered to enter as well. She had been resting for a few days, and her hands were itching. Lu Yin had not expected her to suddenly enter. The moment she saw Lu Yin, her entire demeanor changed. She gripped her spear tightly and shouted, "It's you." Lu Yin sighed and had Hai Chi hide within the mine. He clenched his right fist as he faced the dozen cultivators from the sixth mainland and Hong Ying. Inside the mine, Hong Ying's eyes widened, and her imprint appeared behind her. Flying Divine Spear. The other cultivators from the sixth mainland also imprinted and attacked Lu Yin. Although Hong Ying wanted revenge, she did not think that she could defeat Lu Yin by herself. She even had a power vessel in her hands. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as formless waves of energy spread out from his body. He clenched his right fist and raised it, Day-Night Fist. As he punched out, the transition between day and night caused everyone's vision to blur. An indescribably terrifying spiritual force swept out, transforming into ripples that could be seen with the naked eye as they pushed through the void. This punch caused Hong Ying to feel dizzy, and the other cultivators of the sixth mainland all coughed up blood as they were sent flying. Hong Ying could only hold on for a few more breaths before she could no longer bear it. She also spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. She seemed to be in a daze. There was nothing special about the Day-Night Fist itself, except for one thing: it could unleash Lu Yin's spiritual force. Lu Yin's spiritual force had already been very powerful, and it had even surprised White Knight. Ever since he had absorbed the spiritual force sphere within Lu Ying Zishan's body, his spiritual force had become even more powerful. He guessed that it might even rival the 10 Arbiters. In the Outerverse, he had not dared to use the Day-Night Fist too frequently. If there were Innerverse cultivators around, he would not have dared to use it either. He was afraid that the Day-Night clan would discover that he had learned their battle technique, which was a huge taboo. But now, against the people of the sixth mainland, he could use it to his heart's content. Looking at all of Lu Yin's battle techniques, whether it was the Sky Beast Claw, the Dream Finger, or the Nine Suns Cauldron Transformation, none of them had reached the level of the 10 Arbiters. Even if the Nine Suns Cauldron Transformation could absorb an unlimited amount of star energy, he had not completely cultivated it to the level of one of the 10 Arbiters. The only thing that he felt was that his spiritual force was comparable to the 10 Arbiters. In other words, the Day-Night Fist was his strongest attack, and it was also the attack that he could not afford to see. Even Hong Ying did not have the ability to withstand this punch, and she crashed outside the mine as if she were dead. In the sky, Granny Sly was shocked, as she had not expected that there would be an expert in the mine. Lu Yin walked out of the mine and was surrounded by the sixth mainland's cultivators. There were no less than 20 hunters, and there were even enlighters among them. All of them had suppressed their power levels to below 200,000. Granny Sly looked down at Lu Yin. "Junior, who are you?" Lu Yin raised his head and looked up at the sky. "Someone who can settle scores." Granny Sly's eyes turned fierce. "Kill him." As soon as she spoke, several hunters attacked. They used their martial seals to suppress the air and enveloped the entire mine that Lu Yin was in. The range of their attacks was enough to obliterate the void. Lu Yin raised his right fist again and unleashed another Day-Night Fist. His spiritual force engulfed the area, and even the hunters could not withstand such a terrifying spiritual force. They continuously retreated as they panted heavily. Suddenly, an old man appeared behind Lu Yin. He had a fierce look in his eyes as he pressed down with a palm that flickered with a strange black light. With the support of his martial seal, he struck out at Lu Yin's head. This was an enlighter who had withstood Lu Yin's day-night fist. No matter how powerful Lu Yin's spiritual force was, his power level had to be below 200,000. Even if his spiritual force attack exceeded 200,000, he still had to suppress it. Normal hunters would not be able to withstand the spiritual force pressure of someone with a power level close to 200,000, but it was different for enlighters. The greatest difference between an enlighter and a hunter was that one's spiritual force would undergo a refinement. Even if a hunter's spiritual force was the weakest, once they broke through to the enlighter realm, their spiritual force resistance would greatly increase. Even if they did not possess a powerful spiritual force attack, they would still be able to resist it. This was especially true for the sixth mainland's cultivators, as they had to endure the imprints. The tempering of their spiritual force was not something that the fifth mainland's cultivators could compare to. There were more than a dozen hunters around him, and there was even an imprinter above him. He had to deal with this old man as soon as possible, or else it would be difficult for him to even protect himself. The old man's control of star energy was extremely precise, and he had suppressed his star energy to the point where it was infinitely close to a power level of 200,000. If Lu Yin wanted to forcefully receive this palm strike, he would need to be able to control his star energy as precisely as the old man or surpass his power level. Lu Yin did not plan on forcefully receiving the attack, and he casually waved his hand to activate the Yu's secret art. The old man's palm strike was inexplicably deflected and struck the void, causing a palm-shaped crack to appear in the void. The old man's eyes narrowed. "What's this?" Lu Yin did not give the old man much time to think as he tapped out with a finger. The dream finger caused the void to freeze, and the old man could only watch as the finger descended. The star energy in his body rumbled as the finger attacked his own body, forcing him to take half a step back. Lu Yin's finger brushed past the old man's neck and pierced through his shoulder, leaving a bloody wound on his neck. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood, and his left palm flickered with a dark light as it swatted towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's 8-line battle force imprint struck out as well, but the difference was that the old man's palm was blocked by his fate san. Lu Yin had originally thought that his palm would successfully hit the old man, but the old man dodged it. Lu Yin's palm transformed into a claw as the sky beast claw swept out horizontally. The dark light in the old man's palm condensed into something solid and blocked in front of him as he rapidly retreated. The dark light was torn apart by the sky beast claw, but the old man also managed to dodge it. The two had only exchanged blows for a brief moment, but each step was filled with danger. Lu Yin vigilantly stared at the old man, as this was the first time that he had faced an enlighter who was serious. In the past, he had either relied on external items to trap and kill enlighters, or he had killed them while they were not paying attention. In any case, he had relied on external items, but this time, he was truly fighting against an enlighter, and his opponent was also very serious. I'll let you experience the true terror of the shadowless needle, and that will be the thing you'll regret the most in your life. Lu Yin slowly descended. You seem to have forgotten something. He then pointed outside the mine. Hong Ying, who should have fainted, was nowhere to be found. All of the sixth mainland's cultivators were shocked, as their attention had been drawn to Lu Yin, and they had actually forgotten about Hong Ying. Granny Slice's expression changed as well, and her gaze locked onto the mine. There's someone else. Lu Yin walked outside the mine and glanced over to see that Hong Ying had been captured by Hai Chi-Chi. He had soared into the air to divert everyone's attention, as Hai Chi-Chi was quite smart. Granny Sly casually waved her hand, and a boundless amount of rune lines appeared. However, the mountain range was severed, and it crashed into the foot of the mountain with a deafening boom. Hai Chi-Chi and Hong Ying were revealed from within the mine. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly stood in front of the pale Hai Chi-Chi. He grabbed Hong Ying by the neck and glared at Granny Sly. "If you dare attack again, this woman will be buried with us." Lu Yin had always overestimated the strength of imprinters, but he now realized that he had still underestimated them. Their power level had not even reached 100,000, but Lu Yin had not even had the time to react. They were on a completely different level from that elder. This was an imprinter, a powerhouse with a power level of over 500,000. Even if they suppressed their power level, Lu Yin still could not fight against them. He suddenly recalled Master Yuan's words. Imprinters did not use star energy, but rather astral sources. He did not know if the 10 arbiters could fight against an imprinter while suppressing their power level, but he could not. "Junior, you're too naive if you think that you can leave this place alive by taking hostages." Granny Sly glowered at Lu Yin. Lu Yin sneered. "Her name is Hong Ying, and she's a disciple of Madame Red from the Flying Horse Manor." The Flying Horse Manor was invited by the Tong family to participate in the Greyweed Continent's war. "Tell me, if Madame Red's disciple died because you didn't save her, what would she think? What would the other powers of the Grand Martial realm think? Would the Tong family be able to invite anyone else in the future? Use your brain." Granny Sly's gaze was fierce. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators changed, especially the dozen or so hunters from the Flying Horse Manor. They shouted for Lu Yin to release Hong Ying. Lu Yin did not care, and he only looked at Granny Sly. He knew how important this woman was. The red tasseled spear had clearly been destroyed, but now there was another one. Her name was similar to Madame Red's, so only a fool would believe that she was not important. This woman was definitely important to the Flying Horse Manor, and she was no less important than Autumn Frost Qing was to the Autumn Frost family. "She's awake!" Hai Chi-Chi cried out. Lu Yin tightened his grip, and Hong Ying coughed twice before opening her eyes. She saw Lu Yin right in front of her, and she could feel his tight grip on her neck. Her face paled. "You dare to kidnap me? Shut up. If you don't want to die, then ask for help," Lu Yin growled. Hong Ying gritted her teeth and glared at Lu Yin, but she did not say anything. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on, as a genius like her was not someone who was afraid of death. He looked up at Granny Sly. "Old woman, don't get any ideas. Be careful that this woman doesn't die with you." Granny Sly's gaze was fierce, but after a while, her expression suddenly relaxed. She gently said, "Junior, I want to take you in as a disciple, and I have no intention of making things difficult for you. Don't be stubborn. The Fifth Mainland's cultivation system will be destroyed sooner or later, and no one will be able to stop that. Join my Sixth Mainland and become a disciple of the Tong family. I'll give you a bright future, and with your talent, you might even be able to marry into the Tong family in the future." Lu Yin sneered, and he suddenly waved his hand. He leaned to the side and changed the direction of the needle, which then shot into the ground. Hai Chi-Chi was shocked, and she looked to her side. That needle had come from that direction, and it had almost pierced through her. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he suddenly exerted force and slapped Hong Ying's abdomen, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yin glared at Granny Sly. "I told you not to play games with me. Secret techniques are not something you can understand." The surrounding hunters from the Galloping Horse Villa all shouted angrily, but there was nothing they could do. Some contacted the Galloping Horse Villa while others hurriedly said something to Granny Sly. Granny Sly panted heavily, as she had never been threatened in such a manner before. Lu Yin was also afraid. Fortunately, he had his rune lines, or else he would not have been able to sense this old woman's sneak attack. It had been too dangerous. Hong Ying spat out a mouthful of blood and glared at Lu Yin. "You won't be able to escape. Don't even think about it. I'd rather die than let you succeed." Lu Yin pinched her chin and moved closer to her with a sinister smile. Die? Why don't you try? As long as you dare to die, I'll strip you naked and show everyone the body of a direct descendant of the Galloping Horse Villa. Hong Ying's eyes narrowed. You dare? Hai Chi-Chi's mouth fell open, and she stared at Lu Yin in a daze. This person was too evil. Quite a few people heard this, and they all roared in anger. Granny Sly was stunned as well. If Lu Yin really did do that, then the outcome would be even worse than Hong Ying's death. She would definitely be skinned alive by Madame Hong. Junior, don't be rash. Lu Yin did not want to do this either, but he had no choice if he wanted to preserve his own life. He ignored Hong Ying's pale face and looked up at Granny Sly. Old woman, have you thought it through? You're not going to play any more tricks. Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. Mobile reading website, M. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 874. Granny Sly was furious, and she glared at Lu Yin. What exactly do you want? Lu Yin coldly barked, I don't know. Let me think. Granny Sly was stunned. You don't know. There's such an answer. Hai Chi-Chi was confused as well. Everyone around them was stunned. Lu Yin truly did not know. If he kidnapped Hong Ying and left the Starfall Sea, he would definitely be intercepted by the Flying Horse Villa and the Tong family. Perhaps even a world imprinter like Madame Red would act. Furthermore, if he wanted to escape back to the Outerverse, there was a chance that he would expose the crack. Although the crack could be closed by lock breaking, it would still take time, and he did not believe that he could successfully unlock it under the watch of a world imprinter. Furthermore, he was not sure whether the Outerverse or Hong Ying was more important. If the Flying Horse Villa gave up on Hong Ying, or if the Tong family took the risk of breaking off relations with the Flying Horse Villa and did not care about Hong Ying's life, then there was a real possibility that these people would be lured to the Outerverse. Kidnapping Hong Ying and returning to the Outerverse was too risky, and who knew what kind of people would appear. He did not dare to gamble everything on Mr. Mu, as he always felt that Mr. Mu did not care about the survival of the universe. If he could not leave, then he would have to go to the Greyweed continent. Granny Sly felt that this person was impossible to communicate with, so she ordered her subordinates to move all the miners out of the Sea King's dome. She wanted to send all the men away so that the worst outcome would not occur. However, Lu Yin noticed and immediately warned, no one is allowed to leave. I'll strip anyone who dares to leave. Hong Ying was furious, and she wanted to bite Lu Yin to death. This bastard was too despicable, and she had never met such a despicable person in her life. He was not a man at all. Granny Sly was so angry that her eyebrows twitched. Regardless, the situation was under control for now. Hong Ying was indeed very important, and Lu Yin had made the right bet. Otherwise, he and Hai Chi-Chi would have been finished. Let me go if you dare, and we'll fight one-on-one, Hong Ying growled as she glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Are you stupid? You're my hostage. Fight you. You've already lost twice, no, 3 times. Hong Ying harumphed coldly. You won't be able to escape. The Tong family won't let you off. At this time, they're definitely thinking of ways to exchange benefits with the Flying Horse Mountain Villa. You have a secret technique, so the Tong family would rather offend the Flying Horse Mountain Villa to keep you here. The results will be out in 10 days at most, and there won't be a spaceship coming to pick you up in 10 days. Lu Yin looked at her strangely. This girl wasn't stupid, and she was still trying to fool him at a time like this. If not for Tong Cho, he really might have been fooled. 10 days. There was no need for that. In 7 days at most, a flying ship from the Greyweed continent would arrive. Did you hear that? 10 days later, the exchange will be complete, and you'll be finished. They won't care about my life or death, said Hong Ying angrily. What are you trying to say? Hong Ying took a deep breath. Join my flying horse manor, and I'll guarantee that you won't die. Furthermore. Her face turned red. It's not impossible for you to become the flying horse manor's son-in-law. Hai Chi-Chi blinked. This woman was trying to seduce Lu Yin. Lu Yin was also stunned. Seventh bro, she's seducing you. The monkey shrieked. Lu Yin swallowed and carefully sized up Hong Ying. I like big breasts. Hong Ying was furious, and she spat out another mouthful of blood. She glared at Lu Yin. You'll regret this. Lu Yin did not look at her, as her gaze was too fierce. Granny Sly had tried to ambush him twice, but Lu Yin had used a secret technique to evade her attacks. She did not dare to act rashly, and perhaps it was just as Hong Ying had said, they were exchanging benefits behind her back. Hong Ying's value could not compare to that secret technique. Even if she was Madame Hong's illegitimate daughter, the Tong family would at most pay a higher price, and they would definitely think of a way to keep Lu Yin. Lu Yin could not count on Granny Sly and the others to let him go, so he had to think of a way himself. However, unless he summoned Mr. Mu, there was nothing else he could do. Right, there were still poisons. That was a solution, as Elder Wu still had some of his poisons. Before they had been upgraded, they could only threaten enlighters, and their rune lines had not even reached 200,000. Lu Yin flipped through his cosmic ring and was left speechless. Everything he possessed had either been upgraded and had a power of over 200,000, or they had been powerful to begin with. For example, the 5 chains and the walnut power vessel that Master Yuan had bestowed upon him. If he took out any of these items, he would be instantly obliterated by the celestial phenomenon. As he thought about it, Lu Yin helplessly leaned against the mountain wall and looked up. The boundless rune lines were suppressing everyone, and even powerhouses like world imprinters and cosmic imprinters were being suppressed. This was the power of a progenitor. Lu Yin did not know what a progenitor's power level was. Perhaps it was impossible to determine. I'm sorry to have implicated you, Hai Chi-Chi whispered to Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked over in surprise. You know how to apologize. Hai Chi-Chi pursed her lips. If not for me, you wouldn't have been trapped here. She then looked at Lu Yin seriously. If I can't escape in the end, I'll definitely die before you. That way, even if you join the Tong family, I won't blame you. Lu Yin blinked. These words should have sounded very tragic, but why did he feel like he was not being trusted? He also felt like he was being mocked, but at the same time, not mocked. Was she mocking him for being too fickle? Lu Yin was at a loss. He could clearly understand every word, but he just could not analyze it. Hai Chi-Chi's words left Lu Yin speechless, and he was truly at a loss for words. Hong Ying sneered and glanced at Lu Yin. It looks like you're not someone who would rather die than submit. Lu Yin was certain that Hai Chi-Chi did not trust him. This brat looked down on his character. Shut up. This has nothing to do with you, flat-chested girl. Hai Chi-Chi barked. Hong Ying was furious, and she glared at Hai Chi-Chi. You. Hai Chi-Chi sighed and looked into the distance, her gaze pausing on Elder Ren's corpse for a moment. Her eyes reddened. I never thought that I wouldn't be able to see father even in death. Hong Ying looked at Lu Yin. I'm serious. With your innate gift, it's a pity for you to die here. If you join our Flying Horse Mountain Manor, I'll request that you be qualified to imprint your powers. Madam Hong, are you really willing to die here? Lu Yin was confused. Even if I agree, will the Tong family let us go? Hong Ying's eyes lit up. As long as you agree, my Flying Horse Mountain Manor will have its ways. The Tong family can kill anyone from the Fifth Mainland at will, but if you join our Flying Horse Mountain Manor, the Tong family will not only offend us, but they will also break the rules of the 3 regions invading the Fifth Mainland. The Tong family's ancestor is one of the Daosor sect's 10 elders, and he would not dare break the rules. Lu Yin and Hai Chi exchanged glances, and then they looked at Hong Ying. 10 elders. Hong Ying raised her head. Since ancient times, each of the 6 mainlands has a Daosor sect. This is the origin of cultivation, and the only Daosor sect that has truly been preserved is the 6th mainland. My 6th mainland's Daosor sect has 3 ancestors, 4 venerated elders, and 10 elders. The elders are cosmic imprinters. Lu Yin was shocked. The Tong family's ancestor is a cosmic imprinter. Of course. Otherwise, why do you think the Tong family monopolizes such a huge resource like the Starfall Sea? A cosmic imprinter's power level exceeds 1,000,000, and only a cosmic imprinter has the ability to drive away other powers and monopolize the Starfall Sea, Hong Ying explained. Lu Yin frowned, as he had forgotten that the Tong family was a cosmic imprinter's family. Although there was only a difference of 1 word, the difference was like heaven and earth, just like the difference between ancestor Qiu Han and ancestor Mo Jiang. How about it? I didn't lie to you. With the Tong family's tyranny, if you don't join my Flying Horse Mountain Manor, then you'll definitely die even if you hold me hostage, Hong Ying threatened. Hai Chi had originally thought that Hong Ying was just trying to scare them, but now, she had confirmed that a cosmic imprinter's family was completely capable of using benefits to exchange for Hong Ying's life. As long as the benefits were great enough, the secret technique would be the greatest benefit. Don't worry. It's precisely because the Tong family's ancestor is one of the Daosor sect's 10 elders that he understands the importance of rules. If he breaks the rules, then he might be stripped of his position as an elder, which would be a huge blow to the Tong family. So, as long as you join my Flying Horse Mountain Manor, I guarantee that you won't have to worry about anything, Hong Ying said seriously as she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the sky and did not respond. Hong Ying frowned and continued, my 6th mainland's 3 progenitors have 9 regions, and each region has a cosmic imprinter and a realmling. With your innate gift, it might not be impossible for you to fight for the position of a realmling in the future. My Grand Marshal Realm's realmling is Bai Ling, and she will leave the younger generation in a few years. At that time, the realmling competition will begin, and you will have a chance. As long as you become a realmling, you will have the opportunity to meet the martial progenitor, and you might even become his disciple. Lu Yin still did not respond, and he continued to look at the sky. Hong Ying coughed and then spoke again. If you become the martial progenitor's disciple, then your words will have greater authority, and your status will not be inferior to the 4 reverends. A single word from you can decide a region's resources, and a single word can decide the fate of countless people. You have friends in the 5th mainland, right? When the time comes, you can save them. Do you have anyone you like? A single word from you, and she will be yours. Hong Ying stared at Lu Yin, but he continued to look at the sky and did not respond. Hai Chi had a strange expression as she looked at Lu Yin. Hong Ying's eyes flashed coldly. My Galloping Horse Manor will do our best to help you become an imprinter. When the time comes, your statue will fill the entire 5th mainland, and both those who know you and those who don't will have to kneel down and worship you. Lu Yin still did not respond. Hong Ying was furious. Are you even listening to me? Lu Yin did not respond, and he continued to stare blankly at the sky. He had seen something different. Perhaps the mountains of the Sea King's dome were too high, or perhaps it was because he had just experienced a battle, Or perhaps it was because he had seen too many rune lines, but he suddenly saw the runes combined together in the boundless sky. One after another, the runes combined to form something strange that resembled words. He did not recognize these words, but for some reason, he could understand them. True Scripture of Aeon Evolution. Hong Ying and Hai Chi-Chi looked at Lu Yin in confusion. They watched as his gaze gradually became lost, and he seemed to be muttering something to himself. Hong Ying's eyes went wide. What was this guy trying to comprehend? She wanted to disturb him, but Hai Chi-Chi beat her to it and knocked her out. Lu Yin did not know what was happening around him, as he was completely immersed in the endless rune lines. Everything he saw, felt, and even touched were all rune lines. Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website, M. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 875. Lu Yin's consciousness dissipated, and he seemed to have transformed into rune lines that swam through the heavens, covering the entire area. He saw a tall and imposing person who, with a wave of his hand, caused the heavens to be replaced by boundless rune lines. He saw a civilization that used strange technology to achieve communication, teleportation, and battle. He saw a battlefield where countless people were moving against the flow of a large river. His eyes changed, and star energy filled them as his pupils transformed into a complex rune. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin's vision returned to normal. The sky was still dusky and seemingly endless. It was filled with boundless rune lines that suppressed everyone. Hong Ying had fainted all around him, and Hai Chi-Chi stared at him with wide eyes. Lu Yin's eyes changed, and he subconsciously rubbed them. How long has it been? 5 days, Hai Chi-Chi replied. Lu Yin nodded and closed his eyes to rest. Hai Chi-Chi could not hold back any longer. What did you see? You've been looking at it for 5 days. Did you comprehend something? Lu Yin waved a hand. Let me rest for a bit. Hai Chi-Chi was very curious. She had heard from her father that some people with extraordinary innate gifts might experience strange situations such as sudden epiphanies. Lu Yin's appearance during those 5 days was very similar to that. Fortunately, that old woman from the 6th mainland had not been monitoring him, or else he might have been exposed. Lu Yin closed his eyes, which were somewhat sore. This feeling was exactly the same as when he had reached the top of the sky platform. At that time, he had not known what had happened. He had only known that his eyes had been filled with star energy and that he had been able to see rune lines. Now, he knew. The sky platform was indeed a legacy of the rune technology, and it had only one use, to open one's eyes. The rune technology had been created by the rune progenitor for a short period of time, but it had been incomparably resplendent. He had even led the 5th mainland to attack the 6th mainland, and that resplendent but short period of time had caused the 6th mainland to suffer heavy losses. Lu Yin did not know what the final outcome had been, but in the past 5 days, he had received the second part of the legacy due to the astronomical phenomenon. At the same time, he had also learned about the supreme technique created by the rune progenitor, the true scripture of Aeon evolution. The sky platform could open one's eyes and allow one to see rune lines, while the sky platform allowed one to use rune lines. The battle of the rune technology was terrifying and mysterious. Just like the sky platform and astronomical suppression, it could directly erase a person's existence. What it erased was not one's life but one's rune lines. A person's influence on the universe was determined by the number of rune lines they would produce. The Aeon evolution true scripture allowed the person who learned it to erase the other person's rune lines. The reduction in rune lines also meant that the other person's power would be reduced. This was both an erasure and a restriction. This was the symbol ancestors' creation that had shocked both continents, and it could even be said that history did not dare to record it, the universe evolution true scripture. Lu Yin did not know how many progenitors had appeared in the fifth mainland, but he knew that progenitor Qin was in existence that the sixth mainland did not dare to record in its history. It was the same for the talisman progenitor, or perhaps even more so. This was because there were people in the sixth mainland who had heard of progenitor Chen's rumors, but no one had ever mentioned the talisman progenitor's existence. Only a few people from the fifth mainland knew about the existence of rune technology. The civilization that the talisman progenitor had created had reached its peak, but it had also ended the fastest, as if it could no longer exist in the universe. Lu Yin recalled that the monkey had once mentioned that rune technology was like a piece of heaven covering another piece of heaven. He now understood that this universe had once been covered by the talisman progenitor, and the rune lines that he had seen had all been left behind by the talisman progenitor after he had covered this piece of heaven. This also meant that the entire cosmic sea contained remnants of the talisman progenitor's power. Unless the talisman progenitor's power completely disappeared, then the rune lines would also cease to exist. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Just how talented was the talisman progenitor to be able to create such a terrifying civilization? The talisman progenitor himself was equivalent to a universe that had replaced the original universe. Not long after, Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked at a corner. According to Tong Chao's memories, that spacecraft would appear in that corner. Granny Sly and the others would definitely not allow him to discover the spacecraft, but unfortunately, he already knew where it was. Lu Yin looked up again. He wanted to continue comprehending the Yin evolution true scripture, but it was unlikely that he would succeed. He could only receive Ling Ming's inheritance, and if he wanted to take another step forward, he would need other opportunities. Someone like the talisman progenitor would definitely have left behind an inheritance on the fifth mainland, so he would have to pay more attention to the rune technology's legacy in the future. Right, since the Sky platform belonged to the Astral Combat Academy, the Astral Combat Academy might know something about it. Another day passed, and Hong Ying woke up. She turned to look at Lu Yin and met his gaze. "You're awake." Lu Yin smiled. "We're leaving." Hong Ying was puzzled. "Leaving?" Lu Yin grabbed Hong Ying and leaped out with Hai Chi-Chi, flying towards a corner of the Sea King's dome. Many of the sixth mainland's cultivators were shocked, and the Enlighter Elder immediately blocked their path. "Junior, you can't escape." He then raised a hand to slap Lu Yin, both of his hands flickering with black light. Lu Yin shouted, "You don't want this woman's life anymore." The elder subconsciously stopped. Lu Yin raised a hand and took out a bottle of Elder Wu's poison. The elder's face changed. "Dodge!" He was the first to flee. Poison was a terrifying thing, and no one knew what kind of poison it was. No matter who it was, once they came into contact with poison, they would subconsciously try to avoid it. The elder had made the right decision to dodge, as Elder Wu's poison had close to 200,000 rune lines, which was enough to make him unlucky. While everyone else was trying to avoid the poison, Lu Yin dragged Hai Chi-Chi across the shore and grabbed Elder Wu's corpse before tossing it into his cosmic ring. He then rushed towards a corner where a spacecraft was docked. Something was definitely wrong. When their palms had clashed, her strength seemed to have rapidly declined. Before anyone could think any further, Lu Yin grabbed Hong Ying's shoulder and tore it apart. Hong Ying's right sleeve was instantly torn apart, revealing a large patch of white. At that moment, Granny Sly froze, as did everyone from the sixth mainland. Hong Ying screamed, "Stop!" Blood flowed from the corner of Lu Yin's mouth, and he panted heavily. "Shut up!" He had only torn apart Hong Ying's right sleeve, and it was not a big deal since it was just one arm. However, to Hong Ying and the cultivators from the sixth mainland, this was shocking. If he could tear apart one arm, then he could tear apart her entire sleeve. No one dared to make a move. Lu Yin appeared to be in a sorry state, and his eyes were bloodshot as he glared at everyone, especially Granny Sly. If you dare to make a move, I'll tear her apart. Since I'm going to die anyway, I'll make sure that all of you die with me. All of the cultivators from the sixth mainland had ugly expressions, and they did not dare to make a move. The men even turned around. Granny Sly did not dare to make a move either. Although the Tong family was tyrannical and could pay any price to disregard Hong Ying's life, if Hong Ying was torn apart, then the Galloping Horse Villa would lose a lot of face. This was not something that could be exchanged for benefits, and it might even affect the unity of the three regions when they attacked the fifth mainland. After all, the sixth mainland often had internal conflicts, and it had not been easy for the three regions to unite. Although she was an imprinter, she did not dare to make a move on her own, or else she would become a sinner. What do you want? Granny Sly shouted. Lu Yin panted heavily. I want to go to the Greyweed continent. He could only hope that Chi-Chi would survive. In another part of the Greyweed continent, a fierce battle had broken out in a huge plaza. The sixth mainland's cultivators had been imprinted and were suppressing the innerverse cultivators. Imprints and corpses could be seen everywhere. Fresh blood dyed the plaza red. In the sky, three figures crisscrossed and clashed against each other. One of them was an imprinter from the Tong family's ancestor and wielded a feather fan. Another wielded a long blade that emitted a sharp glint. The last person was covered in blue vapor. The two of them were working together to fight against the sixth mainland's cultivator, but they were barely holding on. The sixth mainland's imprinter with the feather fan was called Mr. First, and he came from the Grand Martial realm. He was the master of Graceful Mountain and an imprinter with a battle technique that neared 600,000. The two people fighting against him were both masters of the Greyweed Continent's 72 training arenas, and their power levels exceeded 300,000. The three of them suppressed their power levels below 200,000, and the resulting shockwaves from their battle were astonishing. The glint of the blade tore through the void, but Mr. First's feather fan slashed out, preventing the glint from advancing any further. With a light tap of the fan, the glint of the blade shattered. On the other side, the master of the training arena, who was covered in blue vapor, raised both of his hands. Blue vapor filled the entire plaza as he attempted to change the environment around him. What followed was an infinitely expanding domain that gradually transformed into a field of energy that formed a water droplet that fell towards Mr. First. Mr. First frowned. I saw that you were talented, and I wanted to recruit you, but you were so stubborn. Since that's the case, there's no need for you to continue living. He then caught the water droplet with one hand. The water droplet had come from the master of the training arena, whose power level was over 300,000. A single drop of water could irrigate an entire region of space or even sink a part of the world. However, in Mr. First's hands, this water droplet seemed to be nothing more than a drop of water that gradually turned into nothingness. The master of the training arena, whose body was covered in blue vapor, was astonished. It was rumored that envoys would undergo a qualitative change, and it seemed that this was indeed the case. None of his star energy attacks were effective against Mr. First. Another master of the training arena shouted as he tore through the void and slashed out with his blade, but there was no trace of star energy. Mr. First shook his head. If I use star energy, you won't stand a chance. But even if I don't use star energy, so what? We're still on two different levels. He then turned his feather fan and pointed the tip at the blade. With a bang, the blade cracked and finally shattered. The feather fan pierced through the void and struck the master, sending him crashing into the ground. Mr. First then turned around and appeared in front of the master of the training arena, whose entire body was covered in vapor. He then stretched out a hand. 1,000 whisk hands. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue vapor in the sky disappeared, and the master of the training arena was completely exposed to Mr. First. As Mr. First's palm descended, the master spat out a mouthful of blood and roared as he exploded with all of his power level. A power level of more than 300,000 surged into the sky, causing the plaza to erupt into an uproar. He wanted to take Mr. First down with him. However, before Mr. First could make a move, the master of the training arena vanished as if he had never been there. This scene caused everyone's scalps to go numb, but they were already used to it. Anyone with a power level of more than 200,000 would have their existence erased, and there was no exception to this rule. Mr. First's eyes were filled with fear, and he looked up. He had been very close to the master of the training arena just now, and he had felt an indescribable palpitation. This was the might of a progenitor. In the distance, the remaining master of the training arena suddenly roared and leaped into the air. He slashed out layer after layer of blades, relying purely on his physical strength to tear through the void. Not only did he attack Mr. First, but he also enveloped the entire plaza. The plaza was completely destroyed. Mr. First frowned and slowly stepped forward. Useless struggles. Even without the natural suppression of the sixth mainland, and even without imprints and martial seals, the difference between our realms is like the difference between heaven and earth. You can die now. With that, he waved his feather fan, and an illusory figure crossed the void and appeared in front of the training hall master, passing through him. Mr. First's lips curled up. This was his power class treasure, the feather fan. It possessed the power of its predecessors, and it could transform into a weapon. The fierce battle in the plaza quickly came to a halt. Mr. First looked up and muttered to himself, "So what if you've suppressed your power level? How many people in the fifth mainland have a power level of more than 500,000? My 3 filaments can slaughter all of them." Not too far away from the plaza, a figure was lying on the ground, panting heavily. There was a wound on his chest that had almost cut him in half. He was Zhang Dingtian, and his battle techniques and cultivation had all come from that training arena. It had originally been an abandoned training arena, but because of his sudden rise, it had attracted many blade experts and even a powerhouse with a power level of more than 300,000 to become the master of the training arena. This was the person that Mr. First had killed. In the end, that person had attacked the entire plaza in order to let Zhang Dingtian escape. Zhang Dingtian was the true successor of this training arena. They could die, but Zhang Dingtian could not. As long as Zhang Dingtian was alive, he was their only hope. In the Starfall Sea, Lu Yin leaned against a window and watched the ocean currents drift by. Strange things would occasionally appear within the currents. It was rumored that the Starfall Sea's source would often bring out strange things, such as power class treasures, battle techniques, or even source boxes. The Undying Manual was one of the most famous techniques that had appeared in the Starfall Sea, and there were many treasures that were similar to the Undying Manual. Because of these treasures, the Starfall Sea had attracted countless people from the Innerverse to train there. Undying Yushan and Undying Zishan had once trained in the Starfall Sea, and they had called themselves the Undying Duo. Others had thought that they had obtained the Undying Manual, which had led to Undying Yushan being placed under surveillance, which had led to his grand ambitions being cut short. Anyone who came to the Starfall Sea dreamed of obtaining a treasure and becoming a dragon. The closer one got to the depths of the Starfall Sea, the more likely they were to obtain a treasure. Every year, the Greyweed continent attracted countless Innerverse cultivators. This situation had persisted for tens of thousands of years, and the history of many powers in the universe had been severed. The Greyweed continent, on the other hand, had continued to exist. Perhaps it was because of this that the Greyweed continent had gradually formed its own dojos. In the Greyweed continent, there are 72 dojos scattered throughout the continent. Any powerhouse can establish a sect and recruit disciples. No matter who it is, the strong are respected. However, the number of dojos is fixed at 72. To become a dojo master, you either have to challenge and replace the original master or destroy a dojo and rebuild it. Currently, the strongest dojo on the Greyweed continent is called the Zhongshan Dojo, and its master is the father of Lan Si, one of the 10 arbiters. The Zhongshan Dojo controls nearly half of the Greyweed continent's resources, so the Lan family can be considered the rulers of the Greyweed continent. The Lan family has dominated the Greyweed continent for many years, and it borders the Sea King's dome. The Lan Dao Lord is also an emissary. Lu Yin understood, as he had never thought that the Greyweed continent would be in such a situation. Zhang Dingtian was also on the Greyweed continent, and he wondered how he was doing. What's the point of being so lively? More than half of the Greyweed continent's 72 dojos have fallen into the hands of our 6th mainland. According to the latest news, the Greyweed continent only has 15 dojos under your control. Even if you reach the Greyweed continent, you won't be able to survive unless you don't use star energy for the rest of your lives and huddle in a corner, Hong Ying mocked as she looked at Lu Yin and Hai Chi-Chi with disdain. If it's a Lammeter or an even lower cultivator, it'll take at least 10 days to half a month to reach here, Hai Chi-Chi said. She then glared at Hong Ying. Where's the Sea King? Hong Ying snorted. I don't know. Hai Chi-Chi rolled her eyes. Are you going to tell me? If you don't, I'll strip you. Lu Yin felt strange. Hong Ying was furious, and she glared at Lu Yin. You're despicable. Lu Yin was speechless. What does that have to do with me? I'm not the one who said it. Despicable. Hong Ying glared at Lu Yin. Hai Chi-Chi felt uncomfortable, as she felt like she was being ignored. Hey, I'm the one who's threatening you. Hong Ying did not even look at her as she continued to glare at Lu Yin. Lu Yin felt like he had taken the blame for someone else. Forget it, let her go. She's never been to the Greyweed continent, so she can't possibly know where the Sea King is. Hai Chi-Chi thought about it and agreed. She knocked Hong Ying unconscious in a practiced manner before digging a hole and burying her. A cultivator like her would not suffocate to death, and she would wake up in a few days. Lu Yin was puzzled. You're very practiced. Hai Chi-Chi clenched her fists. When you were in the Sea King's dome, I knocked her unconscious several times. Don't worry, I used enough strength to knock her out for 3 days. She was quite accurate. Lu Yin's gaze swept past Hai Chi-Chi and into the distance. Let's go to Zhongshan Training Ground. Hai Chi-Chi nodded. Zhongshan Training Ground was not only the largest training ground in the Greyweed continent, but it also had the most experts. It was also located at the center of the continent, and it should not have been attacked by the 6th mainland. Even if the Sea King was not at Zhongshan Training Ground, he should not be too far from it. Hai Chi-Chi spent less than an hour to determine their route, and then she led Lu Yin in a certain direction. The two avoided all of the training grounds along the way, as they should have all been occupied by the 6th mainland. Not only did they avoid the training grounds, but they also avoided the cultivators. They did not even meet the cultivators from the Innerverse. At present, countless cultivators from the Innerverse had joined the 6th mainland and become their lackeys. Otherwise, the 6th mainland's 3 filaments would not have been able to seize the Innerverse resources no matter how many cultivators there were. Just like that, the two used their domains to conceal themselves as they approached the center of the Greyweed continent. The two were explorers, so they were extremely fast. However, they were still quite a distance away from Zhongshan Training Ground, which showed just how vast the Greyweed continent was. We'll officially enter the center of the Greyweed continent after passing through the Jade Belt Forest, Hai Chi-Chi said in delight. Lu Yin pulled her back. Someone's coming. He then led Hai Chi-Chi into hiding. Not long after, a group of cultivators flew over at a low altitude. There were more than 10 of them, and there were people using their gadgets to scan the area. One of them even released his domain as they carefully advanced, as if afraid of being discovered. It was obvious that they were cultivators from the Kangmang continent. Only the cultivators from the Greyweed continent would not dare to fly too high. It's Little Ben. It's Little Ben. Hai Chi-Chi suddenly cried out, and Lu Yin could not stop her. The group of cultivators were shocked, and they looked in Lu Yin and Hai Chi-Chi's direction with vigilance. The leader of the group gripped a thunderbolt and transformed it into a blade. Who's there? Come out. Hai Chi-Chi flew up and looked at the leader. She excitedly said, Little Ben, it's me, Sister Chi. The leader's eyes lit up. Sister Chi. You. Why are you here? Hai Chi-Chi hurried over, and Lu Yin followed closely behind. However, he was not too nervous, as only the leader of this group was an explorer. The rest were just Lameters, and he could easily wipe them all out. Little Ben, it's really you. Hai Chi-Chi was delighted, and she walked up to the leader. The leader was delighted as well, and the rest of the group relaxed. They all landed and looked at Hai Chi-Chi. Sister Chi, didn't you say that you didn't come to the Greyweed continent? Why are you here? Hai Chi-Chi was delighted to see an old friend. She had spent 4 years searching for the entrance to the Innerverse, and this man was the first familiar face she had seen, not counting Elder Ren. The two chatted for a while the rest of the cultivators spread out to guard the area. Not long after, Hai Chi-Chi brought the man over to Lu Yin and introduced him. He's from the Lightning Dojo. You can call him Little Ben. She looked at Little Ben and was about to introduce him to Lu Yin, but Lu Yin beat her to it. Call me Brother Chi. Little Ben had a strange expression. Brother Chi. He then looked at Hai Chi-Chi. Sister Chi. Hai Chi-Chi was speechless, as she was helpless against Lu Yin's persistence in calling himself Brother Chi. She wanted to correct him, but she could not. Little Ben lowered his head and moved closer to Hai Chi-Chi with a strange smile. Are you calling me Brother Chi or brother-in-law Chi? Hai Chi-Chi rolled her eyes. Don't be so cheap. Next time, I'll find a man for Bao Bao, and you'll be happy to call him brother-in-law Bao Bao. Little Ben's expression turned bitter. Sister Chi, you're still so vicious. Hai Chi-Chi raised her head and saw Lu Yin's confusion. Little Ben likes Bao Bao from the bottom of his heart. It's a pity that Bao Bao doesn't like him. Sister Chi, let's not talk about it. Come, I'll take you to the Lightning Dojo. Bao Bao is there too. Little Ben quickly changed the topic. Hai Chi-Chi was delighted. Right, Little Ben, do you know where my father is? Little Ben shook his head. I don't know where the Sea King is. Hai Chi-Chi was disappointed. The group then followed Little Ben in a different direction. With Little Ben's introduction, Lu Yin and Hai Chi-Chi were able to understand the current situation in the Greyweed continent. The situation was worse than Hong Ying had described, as only 12 of the Greyweed continent's 72 dojos had been successfully defended, and the Lightning Dojo was one of them. The group's goal had been to search for cultivators from the Greyweed continent. You guys really aren't afraid of death. What if you meet cultivators from the 6th mainland? Hai Chi-Chi asked with disdain. Little Ben was helpless. There's nothing we can do. There are many groups like us, and it's not a big deal if we die. It'll be different if we find strong reinforcements. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. Half a day later, a ring-shaped mountain appeared in the distance. Dark clouds covered the sky as lightning swam about, occasionally striking down with earth-shaking rumbles. That's the Lightning Dojo. Among the 72 dojos, the Lightning Dojo is considered one of the strongest, and it's even ranked in the top 10. The previous dojo masters were all known as the Lightning Dao Lords, and they all had power levels of at least 300,000, Hai Chi-Chi introduced. Lu Yin was shocked by the strength of the Grey Weed continent. Are all 72 dojo masters enlighters? Does that mean that there are more than 72 enlighters in the Grey Weed continent? Little Ben replied, of course not. There are 72 dojos, but that's just a number. Not even half of the dojos actually have a master. The rest are mostly abandoned, but even abandoned dojos can regain their former glory in a short period of time. For example, there was a dojo a few years ago that was also abandoned, but someone managed to obtain some sort of inheritance there. That person used that inheritance to attract many people to reopen the dojo and even attracted an expert to become its master. You're talking about the Taishian Dojo, right? Hai Chi-Chi asked. Little Ben nodded. I heard that the person who obtained the inheritance went to the Sea King's Dome a few years ago to participate in the selection with Lan Yu. Sister Chi, you should have an impression of him. Hai Chi-Chi was disdainful. No, he didn't even reach the finish line. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. What's that person's name? Little Ben answered, Lan Dao. Thank you all for your support, brothers. I'm too busy at the end of the year, so I'll update more. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 878. Lu Yin smiled. So this was how Zhang Dingtian had risen to power. He had obtained an inheritance from an abandoned training ground. It was no wonder why he was so powerful and had even been able to fight against Ling Quebec. With his original strength, he could have even fought against Lu Xiaoqiu. How's the Taishian training ground? Lu Yin asked. Xiao Ben shook his head. It was taken over a few days ago. Lu Yin's heart sank. Then what about Zhang, no, Lan Dao? I don't know. Maybe he's dead. In any case, there's no news from him. Lu Yin fell silent. As the thunder grew more intense, the group arrived at the ring-shaped mountain range. Lu Yin suddenly stopped and pulled Hai Chi-Chi along as he looked at Xiao Ben. So you've sided with the Sixth Mainland. Xiao Ben's eyes flashed. What do you mean? Hai Chi-Chi's expression changed, and she looked at Lu Yin. Don't spout nonsense. Xiao Ben is my friend, and he's also Bao Bao's friend. Why would he side with the Sixth Mainland? Lu Yin sneered and looked around. These people have all sided with the Sixth Mainland. Your goal must be to lure the Greyweed continent's cultivators over. Hai Chi-Chi frowned and looked at Xiao Ben in disbelief. Xiao Ben looked at Lu Yin and suddenly smiled, his expression relaxed. How did you know? Hai Chi-Chi's pupils shrank, and her face paled in disbelief. You, Xiao Ben, have you really sided with the Sixth Mainland? Why? You're from the Lightning Dojo and a friend of Bao Bao and me. Why have you sided with the Sixth Mainland? Xiao Ben's smile sank, and he replied coldly, why? If I hadn't sided with the Sixth Mainland, how would I have gotten Lan Bao Bao? She looks down on me. The top 30 of the top 100 rankings are impressive, but what about me? I'm just an ordinary disciple of the Lightning Dojo. If I hadn't known her since I was young, I wouldn't even be qualified to speak to her. If I hadn't sided with the Sixth Mainland, I wouldn't have been able to catch up to her. If you sided with the Sixth Mainland, then it's even more impossible for you to get together with Bao Bao. Hai Chi-Chi shouted. Xiao Ben sneered, as long as everyone in the Greyweed continent surrenders, those like me who surrender earlier will benefit more. I've already taken Elder Song from the Tong family as my master, and he's one of the few experts in the Tong family whose power level exceeds 300,000. He's also promised me that he'll help me obtain the baby. Regardless of whether she's willing or not, she'll be my woman when the time comes. Hai Chi-Chi trembled with anger. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. You must have attracted quite a few cultivators from the Greyweed continent to attack the Lightning Dojo, right? Little Run was puzzled. How did you know? You seem to know quite a lot. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he saw the rune lines. There were many rune lines all around the ring-shaped mountain range, and there were also many rune lines within the mountain range. The two sides were clearly separated by the mountain range, and the answer could not be any simpler. The two sides were enemies, which meant that the people surrounding the ring-shaped mountain range were naturally from the sixth mainland. Unfortunately, it's useless even if you know. I've already sent your images into the mountains. Do you know who is guarding the Thunder Dojo? Just think about it. Once Elder Tong saw the image of the Sea King's dome's little princess, how would he react? Ha 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 ha. Little Run was ecstatic. The moment he saw Hai Chi-Chi, he knew that he had made a great contribution. The Thunder Dojo was blocked by thunder, and with the support of the dojo, the thunder was infinitely close to 200,000. Even the sixth mainland's experts would find it difficult to break in, and they would suffer great losses. This was also the reason why the Thunder Dojo had been able to defend itself until now. Now, Lu Yin was certain that Elder Tong would definitely rescue Hai Chi-Chi, and the Thunder Dojo would be breached soon. Despicable. Hai Chi-Chi's eyes turned red. This friend that she had known since she was young had betrayed her, betrayed the Thunder Dojo, and betrayed the Greyweed continent. Lu Yin frowned. This person had gone mad for love. In the distance, within the mountain range, a bolt of thunder suddenly shot up into the sky. Immediately after, the rune lines inside and outside of the mountain range intertwined as a fierce battle broke out in the Thunder Dojo. Little Run suddenly flew towards the mountain range. The surrounding cultivators all made a move, wanting to capture Hai Chi-Chi. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he casually waved his hand. An enormous force sent out a terrifying shockwave that sent the cultivators flying and crashing into the ground. He had not held back, and these people would definitely die. After all, they were just a bunch of Lameters. Little Run looked back and felt his scalp go numb. He knew that he was not Hai Chi-Chi's opponent, so he quickly fled. As long as he could bring her here, his mission would be considered complete, and whatever happened next would have nothing to do with him. Lu Yin would not let him escape. His body flickered, and he appeared right in front of Little Run. Little Run's pupils shrank. What's wrong with you? Lu Yin grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. No matter how Little Run resisted, Lightning Flash was useless. The difference between the two of them was too great. Up until now, Ku Wei was the only person within the same realm who could make Lu Yin take him seriously. Among the cruisers, the only ones who could make him take them seriously were people like Wendy Yushan and Hong Ying. His normal opponents were either hunters or enlighters. Someone like Xiao Ben was simply too weak. Little Run looked pleadingly at Hai Chi-Chi, and his face turned red. Sis Chi, save me. I didn't do it on purpose. Sis Chi, I'm Little Run, Sis Chi. Hai Chi-Chi closed her eyes, but her heart was filled with grief. She had been betrayed by a friend she had known since childhood, and this was the first friend she had met after returning to the Interverse. This was a huge blow to her, and it was comparable to seeing Elder Ren's corpse at the Sea King's dome. Little Run's right hand turned into a lightning blade and slashed at Lu Yin's shoulder, but it was useless. In the distant sky, an old man was rapidly approaching. Little Run was delighted, and he raised his hand to ask for help. Moss. Master, save me. Lu Yin casually crushed Little Run's neck and tossed him aside like trash. He slowly turned around and looked at the old man with a serious expression. The old man did not care about Little Run's death, and he instead looked at Hai Chi-Chi with a burning gaze. You're the little princess of the Sea King's dome, the Sea King's daughter, Hai Chi-Chi. Interesting, I never thought that a random disciple I took in would attract you here. Ha ha ha. Hai Chi-Chi glared at the old man. Fortunately, Lu Yin's planet was not suppressed, or else he would not have been able to exchange blows with such a powerhouse. The oblate sphere exploded and transformed into tree branches that tried to bind him, but this time, the branches were incinerated by the single sun. The single sun's power was close to the peak of 200,000, and it was enough to dissolve Elder Song's attack. There aren't many in the younger generation who can exchange blows with me. Junior, you should be proud. Elder Song raised his hand, revealing 5 oblate spheres that caused Lu Yin's scalp to go numb. It's over. Elder Song waved his hand, and the 5 oblate spheres shot towards Lu Yin, sealing off all directions as they tore through the void. Lu Yin's gaze turned serious, and he used the Yu secret art to shift one of the spheres to another. He then shouted, "Now, Chi-Chi." Hai Chi-Chi, who had been pushed back by Elder Song, once again condensed the Sea King's trident and stabbed out. Elder Song was disdainful, and he reached out to grab the trident. You didn't learn your lesson. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 879. When he saw Elder Song attack, Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and his pupils transformed into runes. Elder Song's rune lines, which represented a peak power level of 200,000, were inexplicably removed. The parts that had been removed were his hands and abdomen. Before Elder Song could react, the Sea King's trident pierced through his palm and into his abdomen. Blood dripped from the tip of the spear. Lu Yin was also entangled by the branches that had exploded from the 3 oblate spheres. The sky was silent for a moment. The most intense battle was in the Rushing Thunder Dojo, which was the interior of the mountain range. However, there were also some battles outside the mountain range. Hai Chi-Chi's spear piercing through Elder Song had shocked many. Even though everyone had suppressed their power levels below 200,000, these old freaks with power levels in the hundreds of thousands were unstoppable. Only one person in the entire Greyweed continent's younger generation could fight against these old freaks, and that was the divine fist of the 10 arbiters. The rest of the younger generation could only be crushed by these old freaks. Only old freaks could fight against these old freaks. This was common knowledge, and only the 10 arbiters could break this rule. Now, there was one more person. Elder Song stared at Hai Chi-Chi in disbelief and tightened his grip on the spear. You have a secret technique too. Hai Chi-Chi wanted to pull out the Phantom Sea King's trident, but Elder Song held on to her tightly with a sinister expression. Don't even think about escaping. I must get that secret technique. He then reached out to grab Hai Chi-Chi, completely ignoring the Sea King's trident that had pierced his abdomen. Hai Chi-Chi hurriedly retreated. Lu Yin's 8-lined battle force imprint flickered as runes flickered in his eyes. He directly erased the rune lines from the branches that were binding him, greatly reducing their power. He immediately broke free and pointed at Elder Song. The void froze as Lu Yin's finger descended. Elder Song's imprint appeared behind him, and he leaned to the side to avoid the dream finger. 3 oblate spheres appeared in his palm, and more importantly, a martial imprint appeared. Lu Yin's eyebrows twitched. This old man's power level was still under 200,000 even after his imprint and martial imprint had appeared. His control over his own strength had reached the pinnacle, and he truly deserved to be called an old freak with a power level of over 300,000. This attack was completely different from the previous one, and Lu Yin could feel an extreme sense of danger. He subconsciously punched out, and the day-night fist trembled as his spiritual force transformed into visible shockwaves that swept through the heavens. Layers of ripples appeared high up in the sky, enveloping Elder Song. Even the old enlighter from the Sea King's dome could barely withstand Lu Yin's spiritual force attack, let alone Elder Song. However, Lu Yin did not expect his punch to do anything to Elder Song. All he needed was a split second. Even if Elder Song wasn't affected, the White Knight punch was enough to make him pause for a second. This second was enough. Star energy converged in Lu Yin's right palm, and a sun bloomed. Its dazzling radiance enveloped the area and attracted the attention of countless onlookers. At the same time, runes flickered in both of his eyes, and there were even tears of blood flowing from the corners of his eyes. He had done his best to weaken Elder Song's rune lines as he unleashed a sun attack. All of this happened within a second. By the time Elder Song reacted from the shock of White Knight's punch, a sun had already descended, and his strength was inexplicably weakened in an instant. There was a thump, and there was a huge explosion in the sky. The scorching sun sent Elder Song flying, and he crashed into the mountain range like a meteorite. Following that, there was a violent explosion that flattened the ground. Within the mountain range, the experts from the Sixth Mainland who were fighting with Elder Tong watched in shock as Elder Song crashed into the ground. At this moment, Elder Song was in an abnormally sorry state. His body was covered in blood, and his skin was cracked. There was even blood flowing from his abdomen, and he looked as miserable as he could possibly be. Elder Tong looked outside the mountain range and saw Lu Yin and Hai Chi-Chi standing high up in the sky. His eyes lit up with joy. At the same time, on another side of the mountain range, a middle-aged man covered in thunder was surrounded by several powerhouses from the Sixth Mainland. When he saw Elder Song's miserable state, he laughed maniacally. Sixth Mainland, you've led the wrong people here. Ha 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 ha. The person fighting with Elder Tong was an elder surnamed Yuan from the Tong family. He also saw Lu Yin and Hai Chi-Chi outside the mountain range, and his eyes narrowed. They were so young, but they were able to fight against people at their level. Could they be freaks like the 10 Arbiters? Elder Song believed that only the 10 Arbiters from the Fifth Mainland could fight against them, but in reality, only a small number of people knew that the Innerverse battlefield was not very optimistic. The Starfall Sea and Chaos Flow Zone were only a small part of it. The real intense battlefield was in the Cosmic Sea, and there, the 10 Arbiters were not the only ones among the younger generation who could participate in a battle at their level. The Sixth Mainland had issued high rewards to attract the younger generation to participate in the Innerverse battlefield, but it was not just for the sake of gaining experience. It was truly too intense, and the Sixth Mainland was anxious. Of course, this was also because of the 3 filaments. If all 9 filaments were mobilized, the Innerverse would not be able to withstand them. However, the Innerverse was a piece of juicy meat, and the 3 filaments would not allow the other filaments to interfere as long as it was possible. This was a distribution of resources, and it was also a competition for future possibilities. These thoughts flashed through Elder Yuan's mind, and his gaze turned solemn. It was impossible for the Starfall Sea to have such a freakish youth, and it was already ridiculous that the 10 Arbiters' divine fist had appeared. Could this person have come from the Cosmic Sea? Had there been a change in the war in the outside world? As he thought about it, Elder Yuan decided to retreat and leave first. The more one understood, the more they would think. Lu Yin's appearance had caused Elder Yuan to think about many things, and he had many misgivings as well. When he saw that Elder Song was heavily injured, he had no choice but to slowly retreat with the rest of the sixth mainland. Before he left, he glanced at Lu Yin as if he wanted to engrave Lu Yin's image in his mind. However, Elder Song's venomous gaze never left Lu Yin. Deep within his eyes, there was a trace of greed and passion that no one could detect. He was certain that this person had two secret techniques, and it was precisely because of them that Lu Yin had been able to defeat him. Otherwise, how could an explorer have defeated him? Secret techniques had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical, and only secret techniques could accomplish such a feat. Lu Yin panted heavily, but his eyes were filled with excitement. The Aeon Evolution Scripture's spiritual realm was truly terrifying. Although it was not a secret technique, it was not far from one. Lu Yin could not imagine how amazing the rune progenitor had been. How talented must he have been able to create the rune technology civilization and come up with such an incomprehensible battle method. And this was just the spiritual realm. Once he had the opportunity to inherit more of the Aeon Evolution Scripture, the weakening would not be limited to just that. He might even be able to achieve what the rune technology civilization had done back then, where he could directly erase a person's existence. That would be truly terrifying. Lu Yin had a strange feeling that the rune technology civilization's disappearance was not only due to the sixth mainland, but also because such a cultivation civilization should not have existed in the first place. Right, since he had reached the spiritual realm, did that mean that he had already obtained a portion of the progenitor's inheritance? Lu Yin was excited. Grandpa Tong. Hai Chi-Chi excitedly flew towards the mountain range. Within the mountain range, Elder Tong soared into the air and looked at Hai Chi-Chi excitedly. He hugged her with an emotional expression while Hai Chi-Chi continued to sob softly. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Elder Tong patted Hai Chi-Chi's shoulder in consolation. Many people from the Sea King's dome looked at Hai Chi-Chi excitedly and called her Little Princess. Hai Chi-Chi was like a little princess to the Sea King's dome. Although those who knew her were troubled by her venomous tongue, they truly liked her. After being separated for so many years, they were all relieved to see her again. In the distance, a middle-aged man covered in thunder soared into the sky and appeared in front of Elder Tong and Hai Chi-Chi. Hai Chi-Chi wiped the corners of her eyes and bowed to the man. "Chi-Chi greets the Thunder Tao Lord." The Thunder Tao Lord nodded and happily replied, "I've only heard bad news recently. Your arrival is the only good news, Chi-Chi." Hai Chi-Chi smiled and wiped the corners of her eyes again before looking at Elder Tong. "Grandpa Tong, where's my father?" Elder Tong softly replied, "It's not convenient to talk here. Let's go down first." "Did something happen to my father?" Hai Chi-Chi grew nervous. Elder Tong smiled. "Don't worry, the Sea King is fine. Come, let's go down and talk." He then looked past Hai Chi-Chi and saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin bowed, and the group descended. There were many cultivators in the Lightning Dojo, and there were at least tens of thousands of them. These were probably the elites who had survived the war, and one could imagine that at its peak, the Lightning Dojo had at least hundreds of thousands or even millions of people. Among them, there were many space-exploring powerhouses, and there were at least 30 who were hunters. There were also powerhouses like the Thunder Tao Lord, who had power levels in the hundreds of thousands. Lu Yin believed that this dojo had powerhouses with power levels in the hundreds of thousands, but he could not tell. No one dared to go beyond that. The powerhouses in front of him were enough to destroy the entire Great Eastern Alliance. This was the power of the Interverse, and any random power was terrifying. However, this potential power had been suppressed by the sixth mainland to the point that it did not dare to spread. As Lu Yin walked through the Lightning Dojo's mountain range, lightning would occasionally streak beneath his feet like a roaming dragon. The disciples in this dojo all cultivated battle techniques related to thunder. Lu Yin had severely injured Elder Song, and countless people in the lightning dojo had seen it. No one dared to be negligent, and a very beautiful female disciple was chosen to receive him. Seventh bro, how did you defeat that old man? Why can't I understand? The monkey was puzzled. He had always followed Lu Yin around, but there were times when Lu Yin's strength grew at an abnormal rate. In the outerverse, Lu Yin could rely on his own strength to contend with a hunter, but now that he was in the innerverse, he could actually contend with those old freaks who had suppressed their power levels to below 200,000. It was too strange, and it made the monkey's hair stand on end. He suddenly recalled that Lu Yin had blocked him whenever he was free. Lu Yin answered, I had an epiphany. I suddenly understand battle techniques that I didn't understand before. It's very normal. Normal my ass. The monkey wanted to curse. In the current universe, aside from the freaks like the 10 Arbiters, who else in the younger generation could contend with those old freaks as a hunter? Even the cruisers in the top 10 of the top 100 rankings could not do it. Now that he compared himself, he realized that Lu Yin had unknowingly reached such heights. Among the younger generation, he was second only to the 10 Arbiters. Half a day later, Elder Tong found Lu Yin. I know about Chi-Chi's experience. Thank you, little brother Lu. He then bowed deeply. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 880. Lu Yin hurriedly dodged. Elder Tong, there's no need for that. Chi-Chi is my friend, so this is what I should do. Elder Tong stood up and solemnly said, You helped Chi-Chi, so I naturally have to be grateful. However, you harmed her in the process. Lu Yin fell silent. The innerverse has changed greatly, and there are dangers everywhere, especially in the Starfall Sea. The Tong family's strength is too terrifying, and even with the Starfall Sea's combined strength, we can't resist them. Little brother Lu, you shouldn't have brought Chi-Chi here. Lu Yin was helpless. If I hadn't come, she would have come by herself. Then tie her up. No matter what, we can't let her come here to die, Elder Tong said agitatedly. Lu Yin understood Elder Tong's feelings, but that did not mean that he could accept it. I accept your gratitude, but I won't accept this blame. Elder Tong looked at Lu Yin for a while and then sighed. My apologies, I was too agitated. Lu Yin did not reply. Elder Tong asked, Is Elder Ren's corpse with you? Lu Yin nodded and waved his hand, causing Elder Ren's corpse to appear. When he saw the corpse, Elder Tong's expression became sorrowful. I didn't think that this old man wouldn't be able to rest in peace even after death. Lu Yin did not know what to say. Elder Tong bowed deeply once more. Little brother Lu, thank you again. Thank you. Lu Yin did not avoid him, as he had to accept this gratitude. Otherwise, Elder Tong would not be able to rest easy. Elder Ren's corpse was hurriedly buried in the Lightning Dojo's mountain range, and it would be moved to the Sea King's dome in the future after the 6th mainland was expelled. Hai Chi-Chi's eyes were red, and she silently wept. Around them, many cultivators from the Sea King's dome lowered their heads, their expressions sorrowful and angry. Their hatred for the 6th mainland was overwhelming. We have to retreat. We have to give up on this dojo, Elder Tong lamented as he stood in front of Elder Ren's grave. Lu Yin was shocked. Retreat? To where? Mount Chong Dojo, Elder Tong said. Right now, we only have 13 dojos left, and the Thunderbolt Dojo is located at the outermost perimeter of the 13 dojos. Now that we've forced the 6th mainland to retreat, we'll definitely attract an even more intense attack, and it's even possible that imprinters will appear. We won't be able to hold them off on our own, so we can only retreat to Mount Chong Dojo. And that's not all. Zhongshan Dojo is located at the center of the Greyweed continent. If we retreat there, won't we be giving ourselves up to the sixth mainland? Elder Tong said bitterly, if we don't retreat to Chongshan Training Hall, we won't be able to go anywhere. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, as he finally understood. In reality, the entire Greyweed continent was like a turtle in a jar to the sixth mainland. Lu Yin wasn't sure about the other places, but in the Starfall Sea, the Greyweed continent simply couldn't withstand the Tong family's power. The only reason the sixth mainland had been able to hold on was because the Tong family had yet to truly make a move. Or rather, there were other reasons why they couldn't truly make a move. The second possibility was more likely because the Tong clan had asked the Galloping Horse Manor for external help. However, even without external help, the cultivators of the Greyweed continent would still be forced to a dead end step by step. Even though they knew that this was a dead end, they still had to follow the Tong clan's wishes. How sorrowful was that? Since ancient times, the Starfall Sea had never encountered such a sullen war. What was the Sea King doing when he knew he was going to die? There was also Taoist Master Lan of the Great Mountain Dojo and so on. By the way, Elder Tong, do you know what happened to my two seniors? Are they Big Pao and Little Pao? Lu Yin asked. When he had left the Starfall Sea, he had left Big Pao and Little Pao behind because he was worried that Feng Mo would continue to pursue them. Elder Tong didn't recognize Big Pao and Little Pao. To someone at his level, Big Pao and Little Pao weren't even considered cannon fodder. He summoned the others to ask them, but the war was too intense, and no one was in the mood to pay attention to them. Don't worry, they should be fine. When the Sea King's dome was breached, a portion of the people fled here. The rest were placed on a planet not far from the Sea King's dome by the sixth mainland, so they weren't killed. After all, the Sea King's dome has such a large population that even the sixth mainland wouldn't dare to massacre them, Elder Tong consoled him. Lu Yin felt helpless, as that was only true for ordinary people. Big Pao and Little Pao were cultivators, and they could even be considered outstanding cultivators. He could only hope that they were as smart as they had been in the Astral Combat Academy and that they would be able to avoid this calamity. As a series of glowing objects descended from the sky, a day passed in the Greyweed continent. That night, Elder Tong and the Thunder Dao Master took advantage of the darkness to lead the remaining people towards the Chongshan Training Hall, directly abandoning the Lightning Training Hall. With so many cultivators moving, it was impossible for them to leave without a trace. Fortunately, the rear of the Lightning Training Hall had not been occupied by the sixth mainland. Even if there were cultivators from the sixth mainland, they would only be a small group, and they would be easily exterminated. The next day, Elder Yuan and Elder Song appeared outside the Lightning Training Hall with even more cultivators. Among them was a scholarly middle-aged man. Although he didn't have an intimidating aura, both Elder Yuan and Elder Song respectfully stood behind him, not daring to make the slightest sound. This middle-aged man was an elder of the Tong family, Mr. Yi. He was an imprinter with a power level of over 600,000. Among the countless cultivators in the Tong family, he could be ranked in the top 3. Mr. Yi, there's no one. They've abandoned the Lightning Training Hall, Elder Song carefully reported after checking the situation. Mr. Yi frowned. Decisive. That's the style of the Sea King, Elder Tong. He looked around before finally looking in the direction of the Chongshan Training Hall. Elder Yuan, Elder Song, gather 20 people and follow me. Even if we can't capture everyone, we have to capture the leader. Understood. For 2 consecutive days, the Thunder Dao Master led the way without stopping. All of the cultivators followed in silence. Lu Yin and Hai Chi Chi were in the middle of the group, with Elder Tong at the very back. Hai Chi-Chi's mood was heavy, and Lu Yin felt sullen as well. After all, it did not feel good to be hunted down. He had only wanted to send Hai Chi-Chi to the Sea King's dome, but now that he had come to the Greyweed continent, he did not know when he would be able to return. He had no idea how long that crack would last, and the more he thought about it, the heavier his heart became. Hai Chi-Chi shook Lu Yin's hand. "Thank you." Lu Yin patted the back of her hand. "Don't worry, it'll be fine." Hai Chi-Chi nodded, her gaze resolute. She was much stronger than when she had left the Starfall Sea, and she could quickly adjust her state of mind. Lu Yin did not ask her about the Sea King's situation, and since Hai Chi-Chi did not take the initiative to tell him, it proved that the Sea King's situation was a secret. Perhaps whether or not they could leave the Greyweed continent would depend on the Sea King. Right now, Lu Yin was looking forward to meeting the Divine Fist. The 10 arbiters were now on the same continent as him, and they were definitely not far from each other. The day of their meeting was fast approaching. Just as Lu Yin thought that they would be able to smoothly head to the Chongshan training hall, the void in the distance tore open, and a foot stepped out. A scholarly middle-aged man appeared in front of everyone. It was Mr. Yi. As he appeared, the void behind him expanded, and Elder Yuan, Elder Song, and 20 other experts from the 6th mainland all appeared, standing tall in the sky. The Thunder Dao Master sighed. They had indeed been caught. Without further ado, the battle immediately began. The Thunder Dao Master charged at Mr. Yi and attacked with lightning. The entire sky was filled with lightning that condensed into a bolt of lightning that shot out. Mr. Yi smiled and waved his hand, causing the lightning to dissipate. Everyone was stunned. Elder Tong's expression turned ugly, as this was an imprinter. Only an existence with a power level of over 500,000 could ignore star energy attacks. This was the suppression of a higher level. Even though there were tens of thousands of cultivators on the Greyweed continent, they were still completely suppressed by Mr. Yi's 22 subordinates, as none of them were ordinary cultivators. Elder Song found Lu Yin and sneered, "You won't be able to escape, kid." His imprint appeared behind him as he spoke. He raised a hand and flicked his fingers, causing 5 oblate spheres to shoot out. They pierced through dozens of cultivators along the way, creating a bloody mist as they headed straight for Lu Yin. Lu Yin flung Hai Chi-Chi out of the way and quickly dodged as well. The 5 oblate spheres exploded, transforming into tree branches that instantly spread out and bound over 1,000 cultivators, including Lu Yin. Elder Song charged over. "Junior, you won't have a chance this time." Lu Yin saw Elder Song approach, and his eyes flashed. Fate Zan appeared in front of him. Elder Song struck out with a palm, but he was unable to disperse the Fate Zan. He quickly followed up with a second palm strike, then a third, until the Fate Zan automatically returned to Lu Yin's body. Elder Song then raised his palm and pressed it down on Lu Yin's head. He wasn't trying to kill Lu Yin, but rather knock him out and take him away so that he could interrogate him about the secret technique. Elder Song had already made up his mind. He planned to take Lu Yin away from the main group and return to the Tong family after interrogating him about the secret technique. Elder Song had already suppressed his astral phenomenon and was using the greatest amount of power he could muster. He was using his exquisite control over star energy to isolate the cultivators around him. This level of control was completely different from a lockbreaker's control over star energy. One was control, while the other was control. The difference of a single word was like the difference between heaven and earth. An enlighter like Elder Song had great control over star energy, but he didn't understand star energy at all. Lockbreakers, on the other hand, were able to control star energy and view it as their own world. Although there was a huge difference, it was roughly the same in the early stages. Even Lu Yin would find it difficult to completely break free from Elder Song's control over star energy. However, he didn't hesitate to break free because he hadn't been bound in the first place. Elder Song's palm struck down, but Lu Yin's body flashed and disappeared from where he had been standing. The tree branches that had been binding him were actually illusions of his domain. They were his force field, and they looked very similar to Elder Song's tree branches. Elder Song hadn't expected Lu Yin to be faking his capture, and he hurriedly tried to dodge, but it was too late. Lu Yin appeared behind him, and his eyes flashed with runes. Elder Song's rune lines had been weakened, and he could feel it at this moment, but he couldn't resist it. Star energy gathered in Lu Yin's right hand as cauldron chi fused into it. First Sunday, the scorching sphere smashed towards Elder Song's head. Elder Song felt a life-threatening crisis. His strength was still being weakened, and there was no way for him to reverse the situation. He growled and couldn't help but erupt with all of his strength. This was a subconscious reaction when one was on the brink of death. A terrifying aura with a power level of over 300,000 swept through the area, transforming into a gale that could be seen with the naked eye. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 881. Seeing Elder Song explode with his full strength, Mr. Yi was shocked. Idiot. On the other side, Elder Yuan, who was fighting with Elder Tong, was also shocked. Lu Yin hurriedly retreated. Elder Song's face was pale, and he looked up with a look of despair. No, don't. With a shout, his entire being disappeared, his existence erased by the astronomical phenomenon. Countless people stared dumbfoundedly. Every time someone was erased by a celestial phenomenon, they would be shocked. No matter how many times they had seen it, they would still be shocked when they saw it again. That was the power of the progenitor realm. Lu Yin could not help but look up as well. In that instant, he had seen quite a few runes, and the runes in his eyes had become even more profound. This was the first time that Lu Yin had personally experienced the rune progenitor's power of erasing rune lines while using the Aeon Evolution True Scripture's spiritual clarity boundary. This gave him a deeper understanding of the spiritual clarity boundary, and he could sense that he had erased a little more rune lines. Although it was only a small amount, many little drops made an ocean. It was still terrifying. This was a path that could force others to be erased by the celestial phenomenon. He would be able to clearly see the symbol ancestor make his move, which would be of great help to him. However, it would be difficult to force others to use a combat power that exceeded 200,000. Be careful. A cry of alarm sounded. Lu Yin casually waved his hand and activated the Use secret art. Behind him, a cultivator from the 6th mainland stabbed out with a strange weapon, but Lu Yin's Use secret art changed the direction of the weapon. The weapon stabbed into the ground and tore a huge hole in the ground. Lu Yin's right palm viciously punched out. This attack had missed Elder Song, so it was perfect for dealing with this person. Lu Yin had condensed one sun star energy to the point where it was the closest to 200,000 rune lines. With this one attack and the fact that Lu Yin had subconsciously weakened his opponent's rune lines, the peak hunter who had ambushed him was instantly killed. There wasn't even a corpse. It had been reduced to pieces. The spiritual brilliance realm of the universe evolution true scripture had no way of dealing with the weakening of rune lines, especially in this kind of astronomical phenomenon where one's battle strength had to be suppressed below 200,000. It was even more of a killer weapon. If Lu Yin had been in the outerverse, then it would not have been so useful. An enlighter with a power level of over 200,000 wouldn't have much of an impact on others even if Lu Yin slightly weakened his rune lines. But here, it was an absolute trump card. Lu Yin suddenly thought of the possibility that the symbol ancestor had created such a phenomenon in order to turn this battlefield into a slaughterhouse for those who cultivated the Aeon Evolution true scripture. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. With such a celestial phenomenon, anyone who opened their eyes would have a high chance of reaching the spiritual brilliance realm, becoming an existence similar to a bug. Suddenly, Luin felt a sense of danger. He looked up and saw a pair of eyes staring at him. It was Mr. E. The Thunder Lord, who had been fighting with Mr. E, was already lying on the ground. No one knew if he was dead or alive. The surrounding cultivators attacked Mr. E like moths to a flame, but no one could get close to him. Mr. E suddenly tore through the void and vanished. Lu Yin's pupils shrank as he hurriedly ran towards Elder Tong. He was sure that Mr. E was here for him. However, before he could take more than a few steps, Mr. E appeared in front of him. He took a step forward and appeared right in front of Lu Yin. Although he was just one person, he blocked Lu Yin's view like the sky itself. Mr. E raised a hand and slowly grabbed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression changed, and his scalp went numb. This was an imprinter, and he hurriedly retreated. But Mr. Yi's palm seemed to cover the sky. No matter which direction Lu Yin ran, he felt like he was being caught. In the distance, Elder Tong's expression changed as well. A power level of 500,000 was a threshold, and anything above that threshold would be completely different. If Lu Yin used the same method he had used on Elder Song to deal with the imprinter, then he would be finished. Elder Tong wanted to help Lu Yin. However, Elder Yuan was holding him back, and he was unable to provide any assistance. All around him, the cultivators who were close to Lu Yin were repelled by an indescribable force. This force was clearly not very strong, but they could not resist it no matter what they did. This included Hai Chi-Chi and an enlighter from the Lightning Dojo who had been hiding in the crowd. The palm drew closer and closer to Lu Yin, and Lu Yin could even see the lines on the palm. "Little brat, come with me." Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and he opened his right palm. 8-lined battle force imprinted on it, and he struck out. Mr. E was amused. A mere explorer was actually trying to fight him head-on. 30 stacks, 200-fold, shockwave palm. Lu Yin growled as the surface of his body cracked. 200 times was the highest multiplier that he could currently reach. Combined with 30 stacks, it was enough to make an enlighter find it difficult to withstand. However, his physical strength still did not exceed 200,000. It was very difficult for him to unleash a physical attack with a power level of 200,000. The moment the two palms collided, Lu Yin's pupils transformed into runes that weakened the number of rune lines on Mr. Yi's palm. Mr. Yi's expression changed, and there was a loud boom as the two palms collided. A terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions, transforming into a strong gale that swept everything away. Hai Chi-Chi felt as if she had been flung away by an enormous force. Everything within 5,000 kilometers was enveloped by the shockwave. This was a collision of pure physical strength. Mr. E and Lu Yin were both buried underground. Mr. E was still fine, as he was only pushed back half a step. However, Lu Yin's right arm had been broken, and his battle force had collapsed. He was sent flying back 100 meters and spat out a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth and looked back. An imprinter's physical body was too terrifying. This person did not look like someone who specialized in physical strength, but his physical strength was still terrifying. Mr. E had used all of his strength in his attack, but he had not been able to harm this person at all. He leapt out and soared into the air, panting heavily. The bones in his right arm had pierced through his skin, and he was in intense pain. Underground, Mr. E was shocked. He was an imprinter with a power level of over 600,000. Even if he had never focused on physical strength, as his realm increased, his physical strength would become even more terrifying. Even someone with a power level of 300,000 to 400,000 who specialized in physical strength would not fare well against him, let alone an explorer. But now, he had actually been pushed back half a step by a puny explorer. Most importantly, this kid had mastered a secret technique that had actually weakened his physical strength. Mr. E stepped out of the ground and looked at Lu Yin in amazement. "Kid, aside from that brat called the Divine Fist, you're the first youth on this continent who can exchange blows with me. What's your name?" Countless people stared at Lu Yin in shock, marveling at his strength. Even the Thunder Dao Lord had been killed by Mr. E, but this person had actually managed to withstand his attack. Lu Yin's lips were stained with blood. "Look at your palm." Mr. E raised his hand and saw that his palm had turned black. He was shocked. "You used poison." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Ha ha ha ha, very good. Very smart. Unfortunately, your understanding of strength is too shallow. Poison is useless against me." Mr. E waved his hand, and his palm returned to normal. Lu Yin was helpless, as he had only been testing the waters. He had thrown out Elder Wu's poison after exchanging blows, and it had indeed hit Mr. E, but it had been useless. He had suppressed his power level to below 200,000, but Mr. E had rendered him powerless. "That's enough. Come with me." Mr. E shouted, and his figure vanished. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he quickly dodged to the side. Mr. E walked out and grabbed Lu Yin's right arm, but he suddenly paused. The phantom image of the Sea King's trident shot out from the side. Mr. E snorted and waved his hand, causing the phantom image to shatter. Hai Chi-Chi's all-out attack had not been able to stop Mr. E in the slightest. He grabbed Lu Yin's right arm. "Kid, you don't want your arm anymore." Lu Yin's eyes turned into runes that flashed again, and Mr. Yi's grip on Lu Yin's arm suddenly weakened. Lu Yin was caught off guard, and Mr. Yi's eyes lit up. "What a good secret technique. Hand it over." He continued to grab Lu Yin. To him, Lu Yin was just a rat that could be caught at any time. As for the tens of thousands of cultivators around them, what use were they? They couldn't even get close. Lu Yin dodged multiple times, and Mr. E narrowly missed him each time, but Lu Yin managed to slip away each time. However, Lu Yin knew that he would be caught sooner or later. The difference between them was just too great. Star energy was useless against an imprinter, and the difference in physical strength was just too great. He had no way of resisting. Lu Yin crashed into the ground with a thump, and Mr. E grabbed him with one hand. "It's over." Lu Yin grew anxious, and he grabbed a handful of mud from the ground and threw it at Mr. E. Mr. Yi's expression changed, and the mud scattered, giving Lu Yin the opportunity to escape. "Kid, you can't escape." Mr. E barked, his tone clearly angered. Lu Yin felt strange. The mud had been normal, but it had actually slowed him down a bit. He stared at Mr. E seriously and realized that this person had remained spotless since the start of the battle. His white shirt and pants looked very clean. The two of them had been smashed into the ground, but Mr. E was still clean. In contrast, Lu Yin looked like a beggar. Lu Yin hurriedly dodged and threw another handful of mud at Mr. E. Mr. E grew even angrier. "Kid, you're courting death." Lu Yin grinned. "You're a clean freak." Mr. E snorted. "So what if I am? Your attacks are useless against me." "Is that so? Then take this." Lu Yin took out something and threw it at Mr. E. The moment the item appeared, an indescribable stench filled the air and quickly spread. The perverted stench filled the entire battlefield, and everyone looked over. What was so smelly? Lu Yin covered his nose and hurriedly retreated. The item he had taken out was naturally the smelly fruit-like item that he had obtained during his lock-breaking session. The moment he had unlocked it, he had almost fainted from the stench. It was obvious how strong the stench was. To someone who was a clean freak, this stench was unforgivable. Mr. E retreated as if he had seen a ghost. Luin laughed and waved his hand, activating the Yu's secret art. The smelly fruit disappeared and reappeared in Mr. Yi's arms. Mr. E roared in anger and jumped up like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on. He threw the smelly item away and glared at Luin with bloodshot eyes. "You're courting death." Luin pointed behind Mr. E. Mr. E turned around, and the smelly item came at him again. Mr. Yi's pupils shrank, and his face paled as he hurriedly dodged. Luin chased after Mr. E with the smelly item, and even though Mr. E was an invincible powerhouse, he was being chased around like a mouse. Most importantly, the item was incredibly hard, and Mr. E couldn't break it. Mr. E wanted to throw it further away, but Luin used the Yu's secret art to summon him back. It was as if he had been possessed by an evil spirit. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Please remember the domain name of this book, .com, Wonderful Book Mobile Edition, .com. While the battlefield was being cleaned up, the Tsunkue Training Hall's cultivators also understood what had happened, and they all looked at Luin with strange gazes. There was a strange look in their eyes that made Luin very uncomfortable. Lu Yin's recovery was very strong, and he had already regained feeling in his right arm. At that moment, someone walked over from behind him, and Luin turned around. "Long time no see, Hai Dashao." It was Hai Dashao, and he sized Luin up with a strange expression. "It's only been 4 years, but you've changed so much." Luin moved his right arm. "My appearance has changed. Its strength." Hai Dashao sized Luin up again. "You were able to survive against an imprinter and even kill an enlighter. How did you do it? Do you need an explanation?" Luin casually asked. He could feel that Hai Dashao's tone was still as arrogant as it had been 4 years ago. He would never forget how Hai Dashao had grabbed him at the Sea King's dome. That unstoppable strength was still fresh in his mind, and now, he was certain that he had surpassed Hai Dashao. Hai Dashao frowned. "I don't like your attitude, but I'm still very grateful that you protected Chi-Chi. However, you shouldn't have brought her back to the Innerverse." Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "I don't like your attitude either." Hai Dashao's eyes widened. "You seem very confident to speak to me like that." Luin was amused. "Are you brainless, or do you refuse to accept it? I can defeat the current you with just one hand." "No, I can crush you." Hai Dashao was furious, but just as he was about to retort, Elder Tong arrived and pulled Hai Dashao back. "Little brother Lu is our savior. Without him, we wouldn't have been able to hold on until you arrived. Don't be rash." Hai Dashao's eyes narrowed as he looked at Luin. "Let's find some time to spar. Don't think that you're amazing just because you used some strange method to stop an imprinter. The difference in strength isn't something that can be made up for with brains. Are you saying that you're brainless, or that I'm too smart?" Luin mocked. Hai Dashao was furious, but Elder Tong persuaded him to leave. Luin snorted, as he really didn't like Hai Dashao's attitude. Although he knew that the man didn't have any bad intentions, his arrogance and insufferably arrogant attitude annoyed Luin. The Sea King's dome was no more, so where did Hai Dashao's arrogance come from? Hai Chi-Chi helplessly walked over. "Can't you talk less? My second brother is like that, and you know that." Luin looked away. "I'm not his father, so there's no need for me to spoil him." "You..." Hai Chi-Chi was furious, and she glared at Lu Yin before leaving. Well done, seventh bro. I've disliked that guy since a few years ago, and he even tried to steal Wendy away. No way. Find an opportunity to beat him up, the monkey instigated. Lu Yin was even more annoyed when he heard this. That guy was asking for a beating if he wanted to steal Wendy away. On the other side, Hai Dashao's anger had yet to subside, and he really wanted to fight Lu Yin. Stop stirring up trouble. You're not his opponent right now, Elder Tong helplessly said as he held Hai Dashao back. Hai Dashao was unconvinced. Him. That ad from a few years ago. I can hold him down with one hand. Elder Tong shook his head. He relied on his own abilities to kill an enlighter with a power level of over 300,000, and he also relied on his own abilities to escape the imprinter's capture multiple times. Can you even fight against an imprinter? Even the top 3 on the top 100 rankings might not be able to, let alone you, but he can. Hai Dashao's face turned serious. Really? Elder Tong nodded. Hai Dashao was shocked. Although he was arrogant, he was not stupid. He had originally thought that Lu Yin had relied on a secret technique and a power vessel to kill an enlighter, and he had even been able to survive against an imprinter. Everyone else who had seen that stinky item had thought that Lu Yin was just an opportunist who had gotten lucky. But after hearing Elder Tong's words, if it was true, then Hai Dashao might not be that guy's opponent. It had only been 4 years. How had that guy cultivated? Even imprinters can't do anything to him. You'd best not provoke him, or else you'll embarrass yourself. He's also Chi-Chi's savior, and he even brought back Old Man Ren's corpse. Elder Tong's voice grew deeper as he spoke. Hai Dashao's body trembled, and he looked at Elder Tong excitedly. He brought back Old Man Ren's corpse. Where is it? Elder Tong sighed. It's buried in the lightning dojo. Hai Dashao clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. As long as we don't die this time, then one day, I'll go against the flow and kill my way to the 6th mainland. I'll make them pay with their blood. Elder Tong patted his shoulder, but he did not say anything. Lu Yin followed a group of cultivators as they headed towards Chongshan Dojo. They walked for several days, and since they were close to the dojo, there were almost no cultivators from the 6th mainland around. Dao Master Tsang casually tore open a tear in the void and led Hai Dashao, Hai Chi-Chi, Lu Yin, and a few others through the void to arrive at Chongshan Dojo. Compared to the Lightning Dojo, Chongshan Dojo was much more majestic. From a distance, Chongshan Dojo seemed to be made up of continents from bottom to top. There were a total of 20 levels, and the center of each continent was connected by giant stone pillars that connected the sky to the earth. Each continent was separated by a stone staircase that circled around the pillars. The gravity of each continent is different. Chongshan Dojo is a pure body refining dojo, and any cultivator who joins will have an extremely strong physical body, Hai Chi-Chi explained to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was not surprised. The 10 Arbiter's divine fist's name was Lan Si, and he came from the Jishan Dojo. Back in the Astral Combat Academy, Lan Si had once displayed more than 30 stacks. Lu Yin was well aware of how difficult it was to display more than 30 stacks in the Lamita realm, but Lan Si had done it. Furthermore, this might not be his limit. There had been rumors that the Divine Fist could shatter planets with 100 stacks. At that time, Lu Yin knew that someone behind Lan Si had been helping him deduce the overlaying stacks path. Now that he had arrived at Chongshan Dojo, Lu Yin was certain that there was a cultivation method for the overlaying stacks path here, and it was also the most suitable place to train. The closer they got to Chongshan Dojo, the closer they felt the powerful wind. They could hear the sounds of collisions and the sounds of many people gritting their teeth as they persevered. Lu Yin looked up and saw several figures sitting cross-legged on the stone staircase. There were also some who were struggling to ascend step by step, their bodies trembling from the unbearable pressure. Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 883. The middle-aged man's eyes dimmed, and he forced a smile. Please. He then scanned the crowd and was shocked when he saw Hai Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi. What are you doing here? Hai Chi-Chi walked out. Uncle Tai, long time no see. Chi-Chi. There was a cry from even further away, and Hai Chi-Chi's body trembled. She turned around and was delighted. Baby. Lu Yin's eyes twitched. Baby. This name inexplicably reminded him of the pink sofa on the top floor of the Amethyst Trading Company, as they were all from the same series. Lan Baobao was ranked 25th on the Treasure Strong rankings, and she was an absolute expert of the younger generation. This was Lu Yin's first time seeing her in person. Truthfully, this girl did not match the Great Mountain Training Hall at all. This was a paradise for muscular men, and they all trained their bodies while sweating profusely. Lan Baobao, on the other hand, was petite and cute, similar to Hai Chi-Chi. Her face was especially round and tender, just like a child's, even though she was older than Lu Yin. It was no wonder why she was called Lan Baobao. Lu Yin was not in the mood to listen to the two women's conversation, as he kept looking at the land masses in the sky. Each land mass is separated by 100 steps, and every step you take doubles the gravity. In other words, the difference in gravity between the land masses is 100-fold, Hai Dashao explained. Lu Yin was shocked. 100-fold difference in gravity meant that the gravity at the top floor was 2,000 times. Up until now, the highest gravity he had ever endured was 300 times. It was not that he could not endure higher, but that he had never had the chance. With his current physical strength, he could endure at least 1,000 times the gravity. 1,000 times the gravity was the limit that an ordinary hunter could endure. Lu Yin was confident that his physical strength was not inferior to an ordinary peak hunter's, and he might even be stronger. How about it? Do you want to try? Hai Dashao looked at Lu Yin provocatively, as he really wanted to know how far this person could go. Lu Yin glanced at him. What's the highest you've ever reached? Hai Dashao's eyes narrowed. 7. Lu Yin sighed and shook his head. You're too weak. You dash, Hai Dashao was furious. Lu Yin turned and walked away, completely ignoring the man. Hai Dashao gritted his teeth. Why hadn't he realized that this fellow was so infuriating back then? No, he had realized it back then. He still remembered that Starsabil had asked Lu Yin how to become stronger, and Lu Yin's answer had been to earn more money. Hai Dashao had already found Lu Yin an eyesore back then, as Lu Yin had always acted like a commoner. Now, Hai Dashao was even more irritated. Someone like Hai Dashao needed to be suppressed, and Lu Yin suddenly recalled Hai Chi-Chi's venomous tongue and arrogance, which felt pretty good. Currently, most of the cultivators in Mount Chongshan Dojo were not from Mount Chongshan Dojo, but from other dojos or other places in the Starfall Sea. There were many experts gathered here. The easiest way to make a comparison was to look at the continents high up in the sky. There were quite a few people who had reached the 9th or even the 10th level, and there were even some who had ascended to even higher levels. There was a high chance that they were enlighters, and there should be quite a few hall masters here. No one greeted him, and no one was in the mood to greet him. Lu Yin visited Zhongshan Dojo alone, which had once been the training grounds of the 10 arbiters. On the other side, Hai Chi-Chi and Lan Baobao had a lot to talk about. The relationship between the two girls was very strange. They were best friends, but they would occasionally fight with each other. What? That Honging woman was defeated by that Luyin. Lan Baobao was shocked. Hai Chi nodded. I heard that Honging injured you. Are you alright? Lan Baobao's expression turned ugly. I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while. However, Lan Yu won't be coming back. Hai Chi was dejected. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to avenge Lan Yu. Lu Yin promised to let her go once he arrived at the Greyweed continent, and he didn't want to go back on his word. Lan Baobao forced a smile. It's not your fault. No one can guarantee that they will reach the end of the path of cultivation. Ever since we started cultivating, our Father has given us a choice to be a normal person. He can protect us from harm for the rest of our lives and allow us to live happily until the end of our lives. However, if we choose to cultivate, He won't protect us, so death is very normal. Even so, Lan Yu was still Lan Baobao's younger brother, so how could she not mind? Lan Baobao's hatred for Honging was very strong, but she did not show it. Even if she faced Honging, she would not be a match for her. When she thought about this, she suddenly became very interested in Lu Yin. This person had only been a Lemeter a few years ago, and although he was known as the strongest Lemeter, he was still a distance away from them. Now, in just a few years, he had surpassed them. Not only had he surpassed her, but he had also surpassed the top 10 of the top 100 rankings. If what Hai Chi said was true, then this person might have the ability to catch up to the 10 arbiters. Chi, where's that Lu Yin? I want to thank him, Lan Baobao said. Hai Chi turned around to look for him, but she could not find him. Where did he run off to? Let's split up and look for him, Lan Baobao said. Hai Chi nodded. Although Lu Yin's strength had been recognized, this was related to the survival of the Greyweed continent. Dao Master Lan, Dao Master Tsang, and the others did not call him over when they were discussing this matter. After all, he was just an outsider. Lu Yin was currently considering where he could learn the overlaying stacks Dao in Chongshan Dojo. He had been using 30 stacks for a long time, and he had long wanted to improve on it. The atmosphere in Chongshan Dojo was gloomy, and Lu Yin did not know who to ask. The overlaying stacks Dao was a technique that used strength, and it should be very important to Chongshan Dojo. If he asked rashly, he would be suspected of spying on other people's battle techniques, which would be a little troublesome. Perhaps it would be better to let Hai Chi ask. At worst, he would pay a price. Lu Yin. A clear voice sounded from behind him. Lu Yin turned around. You're Lan Baobao. Lan Baobao smiled and walked up to Lu Yin. She extended her hand. Hello, I'm Lan Baobao. Lu Yin was curious. He rarely shook hands with others, and this seemed to be the etiquette between ordinary people. However, he was not unfamiliar with it. He reached out to shake Lan Baobao's small hand, which was very soft and small. Just as he was about to let go, Lan Baobao suddenly increased her strength. Her originally soft and small hand became as hard as metal, and layers of strength exploded as she used 30 stacks in an instant. Lu Yin subconsciously used more strength, but he did not use the overlaying stacks Dao. However, his physical strength was too strong. Not only did he withstand Lan Baobao's 30 stacks grip, but he also hurt her. Lan Baobao gasped and cried out, ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go. Lu Yin let go and looked at Lan Baobao in amusement. Is this a greeting gift from the Great Mountain Dojo? Lan Baobao shook her right hand, revealing 5 distinct fingerprints that had almost crushed her bones. You're so strong. Lu Yin smiled. Is there anything else? Lan Baobao rubbed her right hand. I'm here to thank you for bringing Chi here safely. Lu Yin shrugged. It's my fault. I shouldn't have brought her here. I've heard many people say the same thing. Lan Baobao shook her head. I know Chi-Chi's temper. If you hadn't come, she would have crawled here on her own. Lu Yin smiled. At this moment, a shout sounded out. Lu Yin looked up and saw a man struggling to get up on the first piece of land. He was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. His face was pale, and it was obvious that he was extremely weak. However, he was smiling very happily. He's a disciple of the Great Mountain Dojo. He's been cultivating for more than 10 years, and he's finally reached the first piece of land. It's very difficult to reach 100 times gravity, but as long as he can reach it, he'll be able to comprehend 10 stacks. It'll be a qualitative leap in his strength, and it'll be very important for him to stay alive in this critical moment. Lu Yin was curious. 10 stacks. Yeah, 10 stacks. Don't you know it too? I just wanted to see how many stacks you've mastered, but... Lan Baobao was speechless. She had tested him with all her might, but this person didn't even use 1 stacks. He had used his physical strength to suppress her. I can cultivate 10 stacks on the first piece of land. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Lan Baobao smiled. You're interested, aren't you? As long as you land on the first piece of land, there will be a fist imprint that contains the 10-stack strength path technique. You can train there. She then stared into his eyes, and he revealed an expectant expression. Lan Baobao continued, reach the 10th layer, and there'll be a fist imprint that contains 100 stacks. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. 100 stacks. Can I give it a try? Lan Baobao nodded and replied seriously, that's exactly what I came here to tell you. You helped me teach Hongying a lesson and even brought Chi-Chi back. The Great Mountain Dojo will give you a chance, but whether or not you can reach the 10th layer is up to you. Don't force yourself. If you can't withstand the gravity, you'll either be injured or killed. Even Hai Dashao can only reach the 7th layer. Lu Yin was excited. Thanks for the advice, I'm going up. He then leapt up and charged towards the stone staircase that connected to the first piece of land. The only way to reach land was up the stairs. Lu Yin wasn't the only one at the top of the stairs, there were a few others climbing up at the same time. One of them was a young man called Tai San, and he had a crush on Lan Baobao. When he saw Lan Baobao shaking hands with Lu Yin, he immediately grew anxious, especially since the two had been holding hands for a long time. It made him burn with jealousy, and now that Lu Yin wanted to climb up, he wanted to show him who was boss and warn him to stay away from Lan Baobao. Be careful, Tai San warned in a low voice as he stared coldly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was confused. Careful of what? Stay away from Baobao, or I'll make you unlucky, Tai San threatened. Lu Yin frowned, but before he could say anything, another person approached him. It was Hai Dashao, who gave Lu Yin a provocative look before walking up. Lu Yin was speechless, this guy wanted to compete with him. When Tai San saw Hai Dashao, he was surprised. Why was this guy here? He still remembered how Hai Dashao had been a guest at the Great Mountain Dojo and reached the 7th layer, shocking countless people. After all, Hai Dashao wasn't a pure body cultivator, and reaching the 7th layer had been quite difficult. Even the young master had been surprised, but now he was here again. Did he have the confidence to reach the 10th layer? No one had paid any attention to Lu Yin's intrusion on land, but Hai Dashao was different. Not only had his appearance attracted the attention of the cultivators from the Heavy Mountain Dojo, but even the cultivators from other dojos, including those from the Starfall Sea. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 884. Hai Chi saw Lu Yin and was about to call out to him, but Lan Bao Bao stopped her. Let's see how far he can go. You tricked him, right? Hai Chi asked with certainty. Lan Bao Bao replied, I only told him that the 10th floor has 100 stacks. Hai Chi rolled her eyes. What if he can't reach the 10th floor? Lan Bao Bao replied seriously, to thank him, I'll ask my father to help him deduce 50 stacks, or even 70 stacks. Hai Chi rolled her eyes and leaned over. Bao Bao, let's make a bet. I bet that he can reach the 10th floor. Lan Bao Bao's lips curled up. No. Hai Chi was stunned. Why? Do you also think that he can reach the 10th floor? Lan Bao Bao replied, That's impossible. No one can break my brother's record. Then that's fine. I bet that he can reach the 10th floor. Let's make a bet. No. Gambling is bad for your health. Bao Bao, you've changed. Lan Bao Bao did not believe that Lu Yin could reach the 10th floor, even though their handshake had made her feel that he was a tyrannosaurus in human form. She also did not believe that he could reach the 10th floor. 1,000 times gravity was too much for an explorer, and the only explorer who could reach the 10th floor was her older brother, the divine fist of the 10 arbiters, Lan Si. Lu Yin stepped onto the stone steps, his pace fast. He did not walk up one floor at a time, but instead took large strides that allowed him to traverse more than 10 floors. Tai Sen followed closely beside him, as he wanted Bao Bao to see how he could surpass this person. He knew that Bao Bao was watching this person closely. Hai Dashao was also beside Lu Yin, and his pace was the same as Lu Yin's. Although Elder Tong had told him that Lu Yin's current power level was unparalleled, he still felt that this person was relying on a secret technique. If Hai Dashao had a secret technique, he would definitely be stronger than this person. Now that he was trying to break through the gravitational landmass, he wanted to see just how far this person could go. Countless people looked up at Hai Dashao, marveling at his pace. Everyone thought that Lu Yin and Tai San were being led by Hai Dashao's pace, as they were not afraid of being pulled over. The first floor was easy to pass, and Lu Yin began to take large strides towards the second floor. Tai San and Hai Dashao still followed him closely, looking relaxed. One was in the top 10 of the top 100 rankings, and the other had been cultivating in Mount Chongshan Dojo since he was a child. His body was far stronger than people of the same realm, so the second floor was very easy. Next was the third level, where he took large strides forward. Soon, the three of them overtook several groups of cultivators and ascended to the third level. Their speed was unprecedentedly fast. The spectators below were somewhat surprised. Who is that guy? Which one? The one sandwiched between Hai Dashao and Tai San is quite fast, he didn't fall behind at all. I don't know him. He should be from another dojo or the Starfall Sea. It doesn't matter. He won't be able to take it anymore. It won't be that easy for him to follow Hai Dashao. Just wait. If that guy wants to show off, I'll kill him right away. Among the spectators, there were some who had followed Dao Master Tsang through the void. Hearing the discussions of the people around them, their expressions were full of disdain. That person had even forced an imprinter to retreat. His strength was unfathomable, and he might even surpass Hai Dashao. Just you wait, your jaws will drop. The third layer's gravity was 300 times that of normal cruisers, which was the limit that a normal cruiser could withstand. Tai San was a cruiser and had trained his body since he was young. Even if he wasn't a peak cruiser, he could still withstand 300 times the normal gravity, and he could even challenge the fourth level. However, he was speechless as he watched Lu Yin and Hai Dashao stride forward. How was this possible? How could this guy walk like that? Tai San fell behind. That guy can actually keep up with Hai Dashao. Who is he? It's normal that you haven't seen him before. He's very powerful. He forced an imprinter to retreat on his way here and even killed an enlighter. What? He's that powerful. What's his name? I don't know. He calls himself Seventh Bro. I remember that the little princess of the Sea King's Dome always asks people to call her seventh sister. Could this guy be the son-in-law of the Sea King's Dome? I remember that the son-in-law of the Sea King's Dome was an unequaled leader called Lu Yin a few years ago, not this guy. That guy disappeared a long time ago. I haven't heard any news about him in the past few years. He probably died a long time ago. Hai Chi-Chi had a strange expression on her face as she listened to the discussions. If Lu Yin revealed his true appearance at this moment, most of the jaws would drop. Tai San had fallen behind. To be more precise, ever since they had reached the third level, Lu Yin and Hai Dashao had continued to take large strides forward while Tai San had fallen behind. He had barely reached the stone staircase between the third and fourth level, but he had been unable to move any further. He had stared at Lu Yin's back as if he were some kind of monster. Hai Dashao had never paid any attention to Tai San, and he had been staring at Lu Yin the entire time. He could feel Lu Yin's breathing, heartbeat, and footsteps, and he was a little shocked. This person's breathing had not even become hurried, and it seemed as if he was not exerting any effort at all. Lu Yin was indeed not exerting any effort at all. Even when he had been a Lammeter, he could still reach the fourth level, let alone now. Now that he had broken through to the Explorer realm and had gone through 3 cycles, his strength had increased by many times. He had no idea how far he could go. His physical strength was constantly increasing, and his appearance was a little strange. His domain was also constantly growing stronger, but he had not told anyone about this. He felt as if his body had endless potential, and this potential was constantly erupting. It was very strange, but also very satisfying. There were only a few people on the fourth level, far fewer than the 3 levels below. Almost all of those who could reach the fourth level were hunters. There was a soft thump as Lu Yin stepped onto the fourth level's landmass. His body felt much heavier than before, as the gravity here was 400 times that of normal explorers. However, Lu Yin had easily stepped onto the fourth level. Beside him, Hai Dashao had also stepped onto the fourth level, and he did not stop to rest. He headed straight for the 5th level, still taking large strides. Lu Yin chuckled and followed her. The people on the 4th level watched in astonishment. An explorer and a cruiser had surpassed all of them, and this step was just too large. Tai San had long since lost sight of the two. Below, countless people were watching, and more people were learning about Lu Yin's battle record. They also realized that this person might not be any weaker than Hai Dashao. Even further away, at the back mountain of Zhongshan training ground, Dao Master Lan and the others were holding a meeting. There were more than 10 people present, and they were all from various training grounds. There were also some from the Starfall Sea. As Hai Dashao and Lu Yin stepped onto the 4th level, the crowd subconsciously looked over, but of course, they did not pay much attention to them. They continued to advance with large strides. Hai Dashao wanted to shake Lu Yin off, so he took even larger strides. It could even be said that he was jumping, but Lu Yin did not fall behind at all, and his breathing was even. There were even fewer people on the 5th level, only 2 or 3. One of them just so happened to be at the entrance of the 5th level, and it looked like he had climbed up with great difficulty and was preparing to rest. Hai Dashao stepped onto the landmass, kicking up a cloud of dust that swept out in all directions. The person at the entrance frowned and waved his hand to disperse the dust. He snorted and was about to speak when Lu Yin stomped on the ground again, kicking up another cloud of dust. The person had just opened his mouth when the dust was blown into his mouth, and he coughed with an ugly expression. Lu Yin apologized and took large strides forward. The person was furious and wanted to chase after him, but his body could not move. The 500 times gravity made it difficult for him to even sit down, let alone chase. Only then did he realize that these two were taking such large strides. Could they not feel the gravity? Lu Yin did not have much of a reaction to the 500 times gravity, but Hai Dashao was starting to feel some pressure. He could pass through this level of gravity, but continuing to take large strides required a high level of physical strength, and he was starting to feel a little overwhelmed. Back when he had reached the 7th level, he had taken it one step at a time, but now, he was climbing crazily. However, when he glanced at Lu Yin, Hai Dashao did not want to admit defeat. He gritted his teeth and continued to take large strides forward. There was only one person on the 6th level, and it was a woman. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows when he saw her, as there were very few women who had tempered their bodies. This woman was very strong and had probably reached the peak of the hunter realm. They were already on the 6th level, and for many hunters, the 600 times gravity was very difficult to endure. More and more people looked at Hai Dashao and Lu Yin. The most eye-catching thing was that the two were still taking large strides forward. Second brother Hai can't hold on much longer, Lon Baobao said. Hai Chi could tell as well. Many people could tell as well. As they climbed from the 6th level to the 7th, Lu Yin continued to take large strides while Hai Dashao gradually fell behind. The man wanted to persevere, but such large strides were too much for him to bear. Lu Yin suddenly stopped and turned back to look at Hai Dashao. Hai Dashao's eyes lit up. This brat can't hold on any longer. Do you want me to wait for you? Lu Yin asked kindly. Hai Dashao's face changed, and he gritted his teeth. Let's go. He then took a step forward. Lu Yin smiled and took a step forward as well. Hai Dashao followed after him. There was a thump when Lu Yin stepped onto the 7th level's landmass. His entire body felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him, and there was a dull thud. He took a deep breath, it was so heavy. This was 700 times gravity, and it was indeed very heavy. Beside him, Hai Dashao had also stepped onto the 7th level. This was his second time reaching such a height. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 885. Hai Dashao thought that Lu Yin would take a break or slow down when he reached the 7th level. However, he was quickly stunned. Lu Yin smiled at him and then continued forward at the same speed as he had on the previous 6 levels. Hai Dashao subconsciously followed, but his body was under 700 times the normal gravity, and it felt like he was carrying a mountain on his back. He could not follow Lu Yin as closely as he had before. Lu Yin waved a hand. See you later. Hai Dashao was furious and stepped forward with a grunt. He had improved a lot since the last time he had been here. Last time, he had been unable to move after reaching the 7th level and had been forced to wait at the entrance. This time, he could move, but that was only after he had used up a lot of his physical strength. But even if he could move, Lu Yin would still be running away. Hai Dashao did not want to admit defeat, but he had no choice. He could only watch as Lu Yin's figure moved further and further away. Eventually, Lu Yin climbed up the stone steps and disappeared from sight. Below, countless people were shocked. Hai Dashao was shaken off, but that guy can still climb so quickly. Is he even human? He's just an explorer, not an enlighter. How can he be so fast? Even the peak hunters of our Mount Heavy dojo can withstand 1,000 times the normal gravity, but they still have to walk slowly on the 7th level and adjust their physical strength. That guy must be crazy. He's too terrifying. No wonder he can withstand an imprinter's attack. Hai Chi-Chi had long since been mentally prepared for this. Although she had not been with Lu Yin in the Outerverse, she had heard too many rumors about him. Most of what she had heard was that Lu Yin had defeated or killed an enlighter, and so on. Even if he had relied on external items, she could guess that Lu Yin's strength was still extremely terrifying. Especially when he had faced Hong Ying, which had allowed her to clearly see Lu Yin's strength for the first time. His overwhelming strength had also allowed her to confirm that Lu Yin had surpassed Hai Dashao during the battle at the Sea King's Dome, where he had forced Granny Sly to retreat. She had felt her power at that time, so she had a clearer understanding of Lu Yin's strength. Beside her, Lon Baobao's eyes flickered with shock. Even though she had guessed it, she was still stunned when it happened. Lu Yin had actually surpassed Hai Dashao. Although climbing the gravitational landmass did not represent one's true power level, she was certain that this person had completely surpassed Hai Dashao and reached the top 5 of the top 100 rankings. Top 3. She didn't know, as she had never seen the true strength of the top 3. However, if Lu Yin could fight against an imprinter, then he had to be at least one of the top 3. Chi-Chi, that Lu Yin only rose to prominence recently, right? Lon Baobao asked uncertainly. Hai Chi-Chi didn't want to discourage her. From what she knew, Lu Yin had cultivated for less than 10 years, and was a true genius. Perhaps once Big Brother Lon Si retires from the younger generation, he'll become a strong competitor for the 10 arbiters, Lon Baobao said. Hai Chi-Chi looked up at Lu Yin. Wait for Brother Lon Si to abdicate. Hai Chi-Chi didn't know why, but she felt that Lu Yin wasn't the kind of person who would wait for others to step down. It was more likely that he would squeeze one out. After shaking off Hai Dashao, Lu Yin's footsteps became slightly more stable. He could feel the pressure, and although it wasn't much, it meant that the gravity was approaching a threshold that he could withstand. Everyone looked at Lu Yin, including Dao Master Lon and the others. Unknowingly, he had become the most glorious person in the Great Mountain Dojo at this moment. When Lu Yin reached the 8th level, his expression became much more serious. 800 times gravity was indeed not simple. As he thought about it, he transferred the 3 grains of Fate Sand from his body, increasing his physical strength. The Fate Sand sealed his physical body, allowing it to slowly strengthen itself. Unfortunately, he had been using the grains of Fate Sand in his battles during this period, so it had not been very effective in strengthening his physical body. Although it wasn't much, it was still enough to stop his physical body from automatically strengthening. This incomprehensible, slow strengthening had accumulated over time, and it was very impressive. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to have such terrifying physical strength as an explorer. Cultivation was one aspect, and the inexplicable development of his potential was another. When he had first become an explorer, his physical strength had been great, but it had still been impossible for him to fight against a hunter, and he had even needed to wear his universal armor. Now, only a few years had passed, and he could rely on his physical strength to fight against enlighters whose power levels were below 200,000. He could even fight against imprinters. This kind of improvement was enough for others to dissect him and study him. Even Lu Yin himself wanted to study himself. Under 800 times gravity, Lu Yin no longer took large strides as he had before, and his footsteps were much slower than before. However, to many people, his speed was still very fast. Previously, he had been close to running, but now, he was walking. Ever since Zhongshan Dojo had been established, she was the first one to do what Lu Yin had done. Even enlighters would not zhongyang like Lu Yin when they first stepped onto these gravitational landmasses. Tai Sen went down, as he wanted to see which floor Lu Yin would fall to if he walked so quickly. Tai Sen looked up and saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. He searched the 4th floor, the 5th floor, the 6th floor, and even the 7th floor. He saw Hai Dashao, but he did not see Lu Yin. Finally, he saw Lu Yin on the 8th floor. When he saw Lu Yin, he saw that Lu Yin was stepping onto the stone staircase that led to the 9th floor. Tai San's mind rumbled, and he felt like he was dreaming. He pinched himself hard to make sure that it wasn't a dream. There was actually someone who could reach the 9th floor so quickly. Even an enlighter could not reach it so quickly. At this moment, Lu Yin had truly attracted everyone's attention, whether it was the disciples of Zhongshan Dojo or the other dojos. Even Dao Master Lan, Dao Master Tsang, and the others were all looking at him. Under everyone's gazes, Lu Yin maintained a steady pace as he stepped onto the 9th floor. The pressure of 900 times the normal gravity made Lu Yin's breathing uneven. He adjusted his breathing and then walked forward. In front of him, a stout middle-aged man looked at him strangely. "Who are you?" Lu Yin replied, "I'm from the Starfall Sea." The middle-aged man was shocked. "You're just an explorer, but you're actually able to reach the 9th floor. And..." He carefully sized up Lu Yin. "Your body has been tempered, and it once glowed." "Seventh bro, is he scolding you?" "Glowing? Only the dead can glow," the monkey shouted. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, as he had indeed glowed before. Back in the space with the golden ocean, Mr. Mu had raised his physical strength to the true limit of the Lamita realm, and he had even needed 3 grains of fate sand to suppress it. At that time, Lu Yin's body had glowed, which was a sign that his physical body had been upgraded. It was also that upgrade that had allowed him to survive in the universe while still a Lamita, allowing him to adapt to the universe 1 realm ahead of time. Glowing. Was that some sort of sign? If Lu Yin's body had glowed again when he was an explorer, did that mean that he had reached the Lamita realm? Lu Yin walked forward step by step, but his pace was much slower than on the 8th floor. However, in everyone's eyes, being able to walk on the 9th floor in such a manner was already very abnormal. The middle-aged man watched as Lu Yin walked past him and sucked in a breath of cold air. The image of a youth who looked down on the world suddenly appeared in his mind. This person might even surpass the 10 arbiters in the future. At the back mountain of Zhongshan Dojo, Dao Master Tsang looked at Lu Yin and suddenly spoke up. "Dao Master Lan, I remember that your son, Lan Si, reached the 10th floor when he was an explorer." The others were shocked, and they all looked at Dao Master Lan. They knew that the divine fist of the 10 arbiters, Lan Si, had an extraordinary innate gift, but Zhongshan Dojo had always kept it a secret. Dao Master Lan looked deeply at Dao Master Tsang. "That's right." Dao Master Tsang was shocked. Youngsters these days are incredible. With formcast models, they can save a lot of time, and they've already surpassed the older generation. Before formcast models were invented, many youngsters with potential would accept the elder's blessing to save time. However, there were too few youngsters who could accept such blessings, and too many geniuses were buried. Now, any youngster with even the slightest bit of talent can rely on formcast models to make a name for themselves. In a few decades, the universe will change. A small old man sighed. It's already changed. The Youth Council of the past has become the 10 Arbiters Council, which represents the current authority. 10 youngsters with unparalleled power. Now that I see that kid, I can imagine that if we're still alive in 10 years, he'll definitely replace us as the new 10 arbiters. From the 9th stone step to the 10th, Lu Yin had taken much longer than the previous steps combined. However, the amount of shock he caused was also more than the previous steps combined. Everyone looked at him. The 10th step was a threshold that no one else knew about. Only Mount Zhongshan Dojo or those who were familiar with the dojo knew that there was a fist imprint on the 10th step that contained 100 stacks. Not long after, Lu Yin stepped onto the stone steps that led to the 10th step and stopped. Everyone's eyes went wide. he couldn't hold on any longer. Lan Baobao's eyes widened, and she unconsciously clenched her fists. She was more concerned about whether Lu Yin could reach the 10th step than anyone else. This was because her older brother, the current divine fist Lan Si, had reached the 10th step as an explorer. If Lu Yin could reach the 10th step, it would mean that he had reached her older brother's level. No, that wasn't right. Her older brother had been a peak explorer when he reached the 10th step and had only been one step away from becoming a cruiser. Lu Yin, on the other hand, had only gone through 3 cycles and was still 2 steps away. If he could reach the 10th step, then he would have surpassed her older brother. In the entire Greyweed continent, the divine fist Lan Si was special. He had the authority to judge and supervise all of the younger generation in the Starfall Sea, and he could recruit any disciple from any dojo to follow him. This was not limited to Mount Zhongshan Dojo, but to the people of the Greyweed continent. Lan Si was their pride. In particular, Mount Zhongshan Dojo revered Lan Si as a god. Only a god could achieve what he had, and Lan Baobao agreed with this sentiment. Now, Lan Si's achievements were about to be broken, and she did not wish for her older brother's achievements to be broken. The other disciples from Mount Zhongshan Dojo fell silent as they stared at Lu Yin. Many of them knew about Lan Si's cultivation, and they knew that he had reached the 10th step as a peak explorer. None of them wished for anyone to break this record. Tap. 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 Lu Yin stopped and adjusted his breathing before walking towards the 10th step by step. His steps were slow, but they were steady. Countless disciples from Mount Zhongshan Dojo hoped that Lu Yin would not be able to hold on and break Lan Si's record. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 886. Lan Baobao regretted her decision, as she should not have told Lu Yin that he could climb the gravitational landmass. She had wanted to thank him and had even used the 100 stacks to tempt him to climb, just to see how far he could go. She had indeed wanted to ask her father to help this person deduce the limits of overlaying stacks, but she had never imagined that this person could reach the 10th level. It was impossible. As Lu Yin got closer and closer to the 10th level, he could already see it. Hai Dashao left the 7th level and arrived at the bottom. He panted heavily as he landed. The 7th level was not his limit, and he could reach the 8th, but he wanted to see which level Lu Yin had reached. He looked up, and his pupils shrank. The moment he saw Lu Yin stepped onto the 10th level's landmass. The dust on the ground turned into a whirlwind that blew through Lu Yin's slightly long hair. His lips curled up, he could endure the 1,000-fold gravity. At this moment, Mount Zhongshan Dojo was silent. Everyone stared blankly, especially the disciples of Mount Zhongshan Dojo, who were even more incredulous. Lan Baobao closed her eyes. This person had broken her elder brother's record. This was the 2nd time. This person had broken her elder brother's record in the Astral Combat Academy, and now, he had broken her elder brother's record in the Great Mountain Dojo. This person was too terrifying. Hai Chichi was shocked as well, but she was also excited. Hai Dashao was bitter. He could only reach the 8th level at most, and it was impossible for him to reach the 9th. As for the 10th level, he would need to be at least a peak cruiser or even a hunter. That brat was just an explorer, Dao Master Lan looked away. Continue the discussion. Dao Master Tsang's eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Yin. If not for the war, he would have definitely taken this person as a disciple. This brat would be the next Lan Si. He was not the only one who thought this way. The other Dao Masters thought the same. Perhaps even Dao Master Lan thought the same. However, Dao Master Lan knew Lu Yin's true identity. He was from the Sea King's Dome and his son-in-law. He was destined not to belong to the Great Mountain Dojo. The next arbiter was from the Sea King's dome. The thousandfold gravity on the 10th level made it difficult for Lu Yin to even move. He saw a fist imprint deep into the wall in the distance, and there were a few people around it. They were all wearing the training uniforms of the Great Mountain Dojo, so they should be hunters from the dojo. When they saw Lu Yin, they were shocked, but they did not say anything. He walked over to the wall and sat down cross-legged to recover his strength, less than 10 meters away from the fist print. Below him, the crowd no longer paid any attention to him. After reaching the 10th floor, it was impossible for this person to go any higher. The higher one's gravity tolerance, the stricter the requirements on one's body. 1,000 times the normal gravity was a threshold that separated a peak hunter from an enlighter. Only ordinary cultivators who had reached the enlighter realm and whose bodies had undergone another metamorphosis would be able to withstand even higher gravity. Of course, cultivators who focused on refining their bodies or cultivators with exceptional innate gifts were exceptions. Lan Baobao retracted her gaze with a blank expression. She had a feeling that she had broken her big brother's record. Many disciples of Mount Zhongshan Dojo were distracted. Lan Si was their belief. Now that Lan Si's record had been broken, it was a huge blow to them. It was not something that others could understand. Hai Chi did not understand and kept saying something to Lan Baobao, but Lan Baobao did not listen to a single word. After resting for a while, Lu Yin stood up on the 10th floor and walked over to the fist imprint. He raised his right fist and imprinted it into the imprint. In an instant, a strange force flowed through him, and he felt the same sensation he had felt when Astral 10's mentors had deduced the overlaying stacks for him. He went from 2 stacks to 10 stacks, then to 30 stacks, then to 50 stacks, and finally to 100 stacks. Lu Yin's right arm trembled slightly, and he unconsciously took a few steps back. This was 100 stacks. Lu Yin's eyes gleamed with excitement as he clenched his right fist and began to cultivate. Going from 30 stacks to 100 stacks was a qualitative leap. He believed that once he completely grasped 100 stacks, he would not be so miserable when he faced Mr. Yi again. To the northwest of Mount Zhongshan Dojo, tens of thousands of cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle in an open swamp. In the sky, an old man shouted with a miserable expression. Across from him, a 6th mainland powerhouse appeared with a cold expression. He activated his martial imprint and sent the old man into the swamp with a thump. "Path Master gone, I'll give you a chance to surrender," the 6th mainland powerhouse said condescendingly. Within the swamp, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood. "I've roamed the Greyweed continent for my entire life, and I don't even know how to spell the word surrender." Just as he finished speaking, a red dot appeared on his forehead. Fresh blood flowed out from the red dot, and the old man collapsed into the swamp, completely dead. Across from them, Granny Sly walked out. "No need for nonsense. Kill." Beside her, Hong Ying's expression was grim. She leapt up and brandished her spear, killing several cultivators with a single strike. Compared to when she had been at the Sea King's dome, she was even colder now. There was a bone-chilling coldness in her eyes, and it was clear that her resentment was not light. She had been buried in the ground by Lu Yin and Hai Chi for several days, so she was in a rather bad mood. To the southwest of Mount Zhongshan Dojo was a mountain forest. A floating continent had appeared in the sky, and there were countless Tong family cultivators on it. Below, tens of thousands of Greyweed continent cultivators despaired. They had already abandoned the dojo and retreated towards Mount Zhongshan Dojo, but they had still been caught up. Tong Zhan shouted, and countless Tong family cultivators leapt down. Tong Tong was among them. She was an explorer, but with her imprint and martial imprint, she was able to fight against a cruiser and even win. To the southeast of Mount Zhongshan Dojo, a group of greyweed continent cultivators fled towards the dojo with panicked expressions. Behind them, several black figures quickly attacked. These greyweed continent cultivators were terrified, as these black figures were all corpses. Very quickly, this group of cultivators died. A youth with a cold expression rushed over. His face was pale as he coldly looked at the corpses on the ground. His words were completely different from his expression. "Why are you all dead? No way, you all died so miserably. I didn't plan on killing you. You must have been scared to death." "Wait, scared to death? Are there ghosts? I'm so scared. Actually, I just wanted to ask for directions." "Right, do you know where Mount Zhongshan Dojo is?" "No, you're all dead. It's really scary. You're all dead, so is there anyone alive? Just answer me. I'm a kind person, and some people say that I talk too much. What can I do if I don't speak to the dead? If I don't speak, then no one will speak. It's very awkward if I don't speak." Around Mount Zhongshan Dojo, the dojos that had not been taken down were lost one by one. The Flying Horse Villa's experts had joined in, and with the Tong family's full force, they wanted to take over the entire greyweed continent. 10 days later, on the 10th floor of Mount Zhongshan Dojo, Lu Yin raised his right fist and punched at the empty space. Countless sonic booms were heard, transforming into visible waves that distorted the void. Many people around him were shocked. "This is 50 stacks." He comprehended it so quickly. Lu Yin retracted his right arm. 50 stacks was much more powerful than 30 stacks, but it was not enough. He continued. He was comprehending overlaying stacks on the 10th floor and did not see a familiar person coming to Mount Zhongshan Dojo. It was Zhang Dingtian, who was now Lan Dao. Taishian Dojo had been destroyed, and Zhang Dingtian had managed to escape. It took him more than 10 days to reach Mount Zhongshan Dojo. He was not the only one. Many cultivators from the greyweed continent had gathered at Mount Zhongshan Dojo in large groups or scattered groups. Mount Zhongshan Dojo was now the greyweed continent's last hope. Zhang Dingtian was the only survivor of Taishian Dojo, and he was also the one who had restarted it. His arrival attracted the attention of Lan Dao Master and the others. After reporting the situation of Taishian Dojo to Lan Dao Master and the others, Zhang Dingtian met Lan Baobao, who was staring at the gravitational land. "Lan Dao. You're still alive." Lan Baobao was shocked. This person had been valued by her brother, Lan Si, when he had first arrived in the greyweed continent. Back then, he had been very weak, and Lan Baobao did not understand why her brother had valued him. Not only had he given him the title of Lan Dao, but he had also thrown him into the abandoned Taishian Dojo. Reality had proven that her brother had a good eye. This person had obtained the Taishian Dojo's inheritance, and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. He had even surpassed Lan Yu. Among the younger generation of Mount Zhongshan Dojo, this person was second only to Lan Si and herself. Zhang Dingtian nodded. "I'm the only survivor of Taishian Dojo." Lan Baobao was dejected, and she looked up at the gravitational land again. Zhang Dingtian did not say anything else and walked towards the gravitational land. Every time he came to Mount Zhongshan Dojo, he would step onto the gravitational land and cultivate diligently. Lan Baobao suddenly thought of something. "Lan Dao, do you remember that Lu Yin you met at the Sea King's Dome during the Sea King's son-in-law selection?" Zhang Dingtian's eyes widened, and he looked at Lan Baobao. "Why are you asking about him?" Lan Baobao did not notice Zhang Dingtian's abnormality, and she asked, "Was he really just a Lamiter back then?" Zhang Dingtian nodded. "Yes." "What do you think of his innate gift?" Zhang Dingtian frowned. "Why are you asking about him?" Lan Baobao had a complicated look in her eyes, and she pointed at the 10th level. He's right there. Zhang Dingtian was shocked, and his eyes flashed with joy. He looked at the 10th level, and then he was shocked. He had already broken through to the explorer realm, and his strength had improved rapidly over the past few years. She told Lu Yin that they had to leave Mount Zhongshan Dojo immediately, but she didn't know where they were going. More than 200,000 cultivators were migrating, causing a huge commotion. Fortunately, these cultivators were all elites who had broken through the 6th mainland's encirclement, so they moved quickly. Lu Yin's group was in the middle of the group, and Zhang Dingtian told Lu Yin many things about the Greyweed continent along the way. Lu Yin also told Zhang Dingtian about the Outerverse and Earth. Earth was of no help to the current Zhang Dingtian, but he still asked about Earth the most. It was his home and the source of his bloodline. If I'm unlucky enough to die and you're still alive, do your best to bring my body to Earth for a proper burial, Zhang Dingtian said to Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded in silence. Hey, if you die, I'll do my best to send you to the Outerverse as well, Hai Chi-Chi added as she looked at Lu Yin seriously. Lu Yin was speechless. Lan Baobao rolled her eyes. Zhang Dingtian glanced at Hai Chi-Chi. This brat really knew how to talk. 7th bro, if I die the monkey was cut off by Lu Yin before he could finish his sentence. Nonsense. The group quickly shuttled through the forest like a flood. At the front, Dao Master Lan's expression was solemn, and he occasionally looked up at the sky. Dao Master Tsang was at the back with Elder Tong protecting him in the middle. There were also a few enlighters scattered among the cultivators. 2 days later, just as everyone was hurrying along as usual, Dao Master Lan suddenly stopped and raised his head. A crack appeared in the sky, and Mr. E, Granny Sly, Mr. De, and many other experts from the 6th mainland appeared. There were at least 100 of them, and the weakest of them were hunters. The most terrifying thing was that there were more than 20 of them who looked like enlighters. Kill! Mr. E waved his hand, and many cultivators leaped down. Elder Yuan was at the front, and behind him were more than 20 enlighters. They turned into arrowheads and charged into the crowd of cultivators, leaving behind a trail of blood. Zhang Dingtian gripped his blade and slashed out. At the same time, countless blade lights flew into the sky from the cultivators. However, Mr. Death casually shattered them, and he took a step forward. When he reappeared, he was already on the ground, and his figure flickered as blood rained down. Granny Sly raised her hand, and shadowless crafty needles rained down like rain. Dao Master Lan's expression changed, as there were too many shadowless crafty needles. He allowed her to attack as she pleased, and in just a few rounds, everyone was dead. Dao Master Tsang transformed into a giant ape and slapped at Granny Sly again. Hai Dashao and Lan Baobao had already rushed out to fight against an enlighter. This enlighter was an expert in the way of the sword, and he injured Lan Baobao with a single slash. Hai Dashao stabbed out with the Sea King's trident, but he was also forced back. Zhang Dingtian's blade slashed down. You overestimate yourself, the enlighter snorted. He lightly tapped his sword, and every slash was aimed at the handle of Zhang Dingtian's blade. Not only was Zhang Dingtian unable to attack, but he couldn't even hold the blade steadily. No one could get close to him. The enlighter swordsman was cold and arrogant. As a powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000, even if he suppressed it to 200,000, this group of people still couldn't deal with him. As Lu Yin thought about it, his sword suddenly slowed down, and streaks of sword shadows lingered in the void. A single slash caused countless people's scalps to go numb, as they couldn't block this attack at all. There was a whoosh as Lu Yin passed through the crowd and slapped out with his palm. At the same time, his pupils transformed into runes that flickered. The Enlighter swordsman suddenly paused, as he felt his strength mysteriously weaken. Before he could think about it, Lu Yin's palm approached him. "You're courting death." There was a whoosh as countless sword shadows tore through the void and slashed towards Lu Yin. These sword shadows were too fast and almost transparent, making it impossible to dodge them. However, Lu Yin wasn't looking at the sword shadows, but rather the rune lines. He narrowly avoided all of the sweeping rune lines and struck the Enlighter swordsman's body with his palm. It was cold and hard to the touch. It was the edge of a sword. The Enlighter's reaction was extremely fast, and even though Lu Yin had been caught off guard and weakened, he still managed to use his sword to block in front of him. 70 stacks, 100-fold shockwave palm. Lu Yin barked. There was a thump, and the Enlighter swordsman only felt an enormous strength surge towards him along with overlaying stacks. He almost lost his grip on his sword, and he subconsciously struck out with his martial imprint to reinforce his sword. His body was sent flying, and his internal organs churned. Hai Dashao was shocked, as this was the first time he had seen Lu Yin fight with his own eyes. Even if they joined forces, they still couldn't defeat a powerhouse, but Lu Yin had sent him flying with a single palm strike. This was even more shocking than climbing a gravitational field. This was also the first time that Lan Baobao and Zhang Dingtian had seen Lu Yin fight. His decisiveness and sharpness, his ability to advance and retreat, and his ruthlessness all represented a wealth of battle experience. I wish everyone good health in the new year, and thank you for your support. I'll update at 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 888. Zhang Dingtian had thought that he had plenty of experience fighting against the Sixth Mainland over the past few years, but he had not expected Lu Yin's battle experience to be on par with his. Lu Yin had even experienced a hopeless battle that even Dao Master Lan and the others could not imagine. Lu Yin panted slightly, as this sword expert was even more difficult to deal with than Elder Song. Fortunately, Lu Yin's reaction had been faster. Otherwise, that palm strike would have severely injured this person, if not killed him. 200,000 cultivators were fighting against 100 from the Sixth Mainland, but they did not have the upper hand. This was not a matter of numbers. In the distance, the sword expert had been smashed into the ground, leaving behind a crater that was thousands of meters long. He was in an extremely sorry state, and more importantly, his hands were trembling. It was not because he was afraid, but because he could not handle the force of the blow. He looked up and glared at Lu Yin, as he had been sent flying by an explorer. If news of this spread back to the Sixth Mainland, he would no longer be able to show his face. He roared and leapt towards Lu Yin, but he was stopped halfway by a sturdy middle-aged man. This man was obviously an Enlighter, and it was obvious that he was from Mount Zhong Dojo. He caught the sword expert off guard and grabbed the sword's hilt. "I've been watching you for a long time." He roared and exerted force. The sword expert howled as his wrist was broken, and his sword fell to the ground. In his fury, the Tong family's ancestors' imprint behind him became even clearer. He raised his hand, and a small sword circled around his palm. With a whoosh, the middle-aged man was pierced through, and blood flowed down his back. However, the ancestor did not let go. Instead, he punched the sword expert's abdomen, causing him to spit out blood. This was a lose-lose battle, and it all depended on who would die first. Similar scenes were playing out in many other places. In terms of power, the cultivators from the Greyweed continent were indeed much weaker than those from the Sixth Mainland. The suppression from the innate, imprint, and martial imprints were too strong. Even if they were at the same level, only the best of the best could stand up to the sixth mainland. Lu Yin was just about to help when Mr. Yi, who had been motionless all this time, suddenly attacked Dao Master Lan. Dao Master Lan had been on guard against Mr. Yi the entire time, but being on guard was one thing, and whether or not he could defend himself was another. Mr. Yi's power far exceeded his own, and he had been heavily injured before. Dao Master Lan could not withstand the attack at all. Uncle Lan can't hold on much longer. Lu Yin, go! Hai Chi shouted. Zhang Dingtian and Lan Baobao were confused. Lu Yin. What did that kind of battle have to do with him? He leapt up and waved his hand, causing the stench to appear as he activated the Yu's secret art. Blue Dao Master spat out a mouthful of blood as he waved his palms around. His overlaying stacks, which far surpassed Lu Yin's, caused the void to collapse as it enveloped the entire area. Mr. Yi was like a falling leaf as he dodged all the palm imprints. He raised his hand and a huge martial imprint appeared in the sky. It covered the light as it pressed down on Dao Leader Lan. This was the materialization of martial seals. Only those with extraordinary talent could do it. Ordinary cultivators of the martial progenitor domain could only rely on martial seals to increase their fighting strength. Only those who had a thorough understanding of martial seals could use martial seals to suppress everything. Previously, Dao Master Lan had been injured by the martial seal. Now that he was facing the martial seal again, his preparations over the past half a month were useless. He was still unable to block it. Just as Mr. Yi was about to suppress Dao Master Lan, something fell into his hands. Mr. Yi's expression changed as an indescribable stench filled the air. His face paled as his martial seal disappeared. Bastard, it's you again. Mr. Yi roared as he scanned the area and spotted Lu Yin. Lu Yin was a little embarrassed, as it was a little too much to take something like that out on such a serious battlefield. However, when he saw Mr. Yi's twisted expression, he felt a little strange. Lu Yin was Mr. Yi's nemesis. Dao Master Lan was confused and retreated 1,000 meters. He couldn't help but cover his nose. What was that smell? The stench quickly spread throughout the battlefield, and many people couldn't help but look over to see what it was. Mr. Yi hurriedly shook it off and raised his hand again, causing the martial seal to appear above Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin smiled and casually waved his hand, using the Yu's secret art to throw the stench at the martial seal. Try it if you dare. I'll make sure you remember for the rest of your life that your martial seal was insulted by that thing. Mr. Yi instinctively dispelled the martial seal and glared at Lu Yin. He roared, "It's your turn now. Capture him. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death." Lu Yin was on guard, as this person had indeed come prepared for battle. Down below, a figure leapt out and faced the stench. The figure took a deep breath, and a huge suction force sucked in everything in the air like a whale swallowing the sea, including the stench. Not only that, but the person's mouth also suddenly widened, and he tried to bite down on the stench. His entire face deformed, and he looked like a monster. This was a bloodline. Lu Yin was shocked, as this person was not from the progenitor of combat realm, but rather from the progenitor of blood realm. 3 realms were attacking the Innerverse, and one of them was the Black Blood realm. Lu Yin had no idea what bloodline this person had absorbed, but he had even dared to swallow such a stench. Lu Yin grew anxious. If he allowed this person to swallow the stench, then he would no longer have a weapon to deal with Mr. Yi. Who would be able to stop Mr. Yi then? That mesophobic man would definitely skin Lu Yin alive. The more he thought about it, the more nervous he became. Lu Yin subconsciously gathered star energy in his right palm and threw a solitary sun at the Black Blood Realm expert's mouth. However, the solitary sun was blocked. This Black Blood Realm expert was an enlighter, and Lu Yin would not be able to defeat him in a short amount of time. Dao Master Lan and the rest also realized that they could not allow this person to absorb the stench, and they all acted together. Lu Yin also used the Yu's secret art and moved the stench away. However, Mr. Yi appeared behind the person and sneered at Lu Yin. If he tried to throw the foul object at Mr. Yi, it would be swallowed by him in a short amount of time. Lu Yin couldn't use the Yu's secret art consecutively either, he needed time between uses. This was troublesome, as Mr. Yi had actually found a way to deal with the stench. Even the stench in the air had been sucked away. "Brat, I'll make you wish you were dead," Mr. Yi declared as he stared coldly at Lu Yin. However, just as he spoke, the enlighter from the Black Blood Realm suddenly vomited. Everyone stared blankly with strange expressions on their faces, and quite a few revealed looks of admiration. That stench was unbearable, and this person had completely inhaled it. It would be strange if he didn't vomit. Mr. Yi's expression changed, and he immediately retreated. As that person vomited, an even stronger stench spread out, and it was unbearable. It was especially so when this stench seeped into one's brain, and it was impossible not to smell it. The atmosphere of the battlefield immediately changed as the Black Blood Realm expert fell to the ground in a daze. Quite a few people were terrified of that stench, as it was just too smelly. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, as he could not stand the stench either. However, that did not matter, as Mr. Yi was in an even worse state. At this moment, Mr. Yi's face was pale, and it was obvious that he had been severely injured. His entire body was trembling. "Mr. Yi, come on. Let's fight to the death," Lu Yin shouted as he waved the stench around and charged forward. Dao Master Lan and the rest hurriedly retreated. Half a month ago, he had heard that Lu Yin had forced Mr. Yi to retreat, but he had not taken it to heart. Anyone who had cultivated to Mr. Yi's level would not be defeated by the same method twice. Now, however, his thoughts had changed. This Lu Yin was truly mysterious, as he even possessed such a thing. Even Dao Master Lan would not be able to stand the stench, let alone someone like Mr. Yi who was obsessed with cleanliness. The stench was so strong that it could affect an envoy-level powerhouse, and it could even cause an enlighter to faint. It was definitely not an ordinary stench. Mr. Yi retreated 10,000 meters, but that was not enough. He continued to retreat, and then some more. Every time he retreated, Lu Yin would take a step forward. In any case, Lu Yin was chasing after Mr. Yi. Countless people were dumbfounded. Was Lu Yin chasing after an imprinter? And Mr. Yi was an imprinter who had surpassed Dao Master Lan. At this moment, Lu Yin seemed to be glowing. Without Mr. Yi's pressure, Dao Master Lan was able to attack the other 6th mainland powerhouses, and the situation instantly changed. Although Mr. Yi was not able to defeat all of the 6th mainland's powerhouses, the crisis had been alleviated. Granny Sly and Mr. Yi wanted to stop Lu Yin and deal with the stench, but Dao Master Lan, Dao Master Tsang, and the rest stubbornly blocked them. More than 200,000 cultivators watched as Lu Yin chased after Mr. Yi. This strange scene and the stench made them feel that it was absurd. Finally, Mr. Yi escaped. He could not stand the stench, and the feeling of Lu Yin using the Yu's secret art to throw that thing at him from time to time was worse than death to him. When the other 6th mainland's powerhouses saw Mr. Yi leave, they no longer had any intentions of fighting to the death. With Granny Sly and Mr. Yi covering the rear, they all retreated, leaving behind dozens of corpses. As for the Greyweed Continent's cultivators, even more had died. More than 200,000 people were useless, as human wave tactics were useless against such an expert. Lu Yin returned and placed the stench into his cosmic ring as if it were a treasure. He calmly looked into the distance. "Mr. Yi, I look forward to your return. Perhaps Luin had truly frightened Mr. E this time, as no one from the sixth mainland stopped them for the next few days, and they successfully arrived outside the Skyfire arena. Heatwaves assaulted their faces, and everything in front of them was distorted by the high temperature. The ground was red, or perhaps it was no longer red, but after being burned for so long, it had turned into red soil. Many cultivators below the Melder realm would jump up and down when they walked on this land. As far as the eye could see, everything was red. This is the Skyfire arena of the Greyweed continent, second only to the Zhongshan arena. When the sixth mainland invaded the Greyweed continent, all 72 arenas were in danger. Only a few managed to hold on, and the Skyfire arena is one of them. The Skyfire arena's master, Tian Yanzi, used the underground fire to burn an imprinter from the Grand Marshal realm to ashes. Tian Yanzi is a super powerhouse on the Greyweed continent at the same level as Dao Master Lan, Zhang Dingtian introduced. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Underground fire. He had been searching for such a powerful fire for a long time, and the Outerverse Great Eastern Alliance had been searching for it as well, but they had not been able to find it. He had never thought that the Greyweed continent would actually have a Skyfire arena. Although celestial phenomenon suppressed the power of the same origin with a power level of over 200,000, this kind of environment was not included. It was very mysterious, like a secret technique. Progenitors had the power to reverse everything, but once someone used this kind of environment to attack, even if their power level exceeded 200,000, they would still be wiped out by celestial phenomenon. Tian Yanzi had used the underground fire to burn an imprinter, so his power level definitely did not exceed 200,000. Otherwise, he would have been wiped out. The temperature of the underground fire was absolutely terrifying. Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 889. Lu Yin's eyes blazed as he looked down at the terrifying number of rune lines hidden beneath the ground. What's that? Suddenly, a pair of eyes opened and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin retreated a few steps, his scalp turning numb. He had just been seen, and the gaze had come from a super powerhouse underground. Could that person be Tian Yanzi? There was a whoosh as the ground in the distance churned and a fire dragon soared into the sky, roaring as it spat out flames that shook the void. The 200,000 cultivators who had migrated over stared at the fire dragon in shock. Was it a real dragon or a fake? The heat waves emitted by the fire dragon's roar turned into visible red ripples that swept across many cultivators. Then, many of the cultivators' clothes were burned, and among them, most of them were women. Screams rang out one after another, followed by curses. Hai Chichi was protected by Hai Dashao, and she stared at the fire dragon warily. Lan Baobao was not surprised. Lu Yin had a strange expression. What was the meaning of this? The fire dragon raised its head and spat out flames once more, causing the temperature to rise sharply. Evil creature, why haven't you retreated yet? A stern voice resounded through the skies, dispersing the high temperature. Many cultivators looked at the fire dragon strangely. The fire dragon let out a roar. It was clearly mighty, but it also felt wronged. Retreat! Another stern voice rang out. The fire dragon reluctantly circled around in the sky and then charged back underground. A middle-aged man in fiery red robes had appeared in the sky at some point. Even his hair was fiery red and seemed to be on fire. This person was Tian Yanzi. This evil creature is naughty and has frightened everyone, Tian Yanzi said apologetically. The women whose clothes had been burned were furious, but they did not dare to say anything. This was the Heavenly Fire Dojo, and they were facing the Heavenly Fire Tao Master, who was second only to Tao Master Lan in the Greyweed continent. No matter how dissatisfied they were, they had to suppress their dissatisfaction. Tao Master Lan, Tao Master Tsang, and the rest flew out and conversed with the Heavenly Fire Tao Master. The rest of the cultivators were led into the Heavenly Fire Dojo one by one. Lu Yin frowned and looked at the sky. That gaze had not been from the Heavenly Fire Tao Master, and he felt that something was wrong. There was still a terrifying powerhouse in this dojo. Chi-Chi, where are you going? Lan Bao Bao shouted. In the distance, Hai Dashao, Hai Chi-Chi, and Elder Tong were all heading in the same direction. Lu Yin looked over, and a thought flashed through his mind. He knew who that gaze belonged to, the Sea King. There was no mistaking it, as Hai Dashao and the others were heading in the direction that the gaze had come from. Such a terrifying gaze could only belong to the #1 expert of the Starfall Sea, the Sea King. He really couldn't figure out why the Sea King was hiding in the Heavenly Flame Dojo. Brother Zhang, do you know where the Sea King is? Zhang Dingtian shook his head. Everyone is looking for the Sea King, but no one has been able to find him. No one knows where he is. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Even Zhang Dingtian and the others had been kept in the dark, so only Hai Dashao, Elder Tong, the Sky Fire Tao Master, and the Blue Tao Master knew about this. The Sea King was plotting something, and this ploy was aimed at the 6th mainland. Hope suddenly rose in his heart. Perhaps he was not facing a completely hopeless situation. That perverted dragon is really annoying. I remember coming to the Heavenly Flame Dojo with Master more than 10 years ago and experiencing the same thing, a woman angrily whispered into his ear. Beside her, a cultivator smiled bitterly. That perverted dragon is considered a specialty of the Heavenly Flame Dojo. It was born from underground fire, and the Heavenly Flame Tao Master relied on its strength to protect the dojo. That doesn't mean that it can insult us. It really isn't. I don't know where that perverted dragon learned it from, but it likes to burn clothes, especially women's clothes. Everyone, please don't take offense. After all, it's a spirit of the earthly fire, not a human. It's not, perverted, a disciple awkwardly explained. A sneer sounded from an older cultivator. Don't bother explaining. That fire dragon isn't the culprit. It's another perverted dragon. Forget it, you won't know even if I told you. Quite a few people pestered him. The older cultivator hesitated for a moment before continuing. A few decades ago, the Heavenly Flame's Taoist master saved a sylvan dragon during his travels in the Starfall Sea. He brought it back and allowed the sylvan dragon to settle down here. From then on, the fire dragon changed. The fire dragon used to be very pure, but it became like this because of that scum sylvan dragon. Many of the Heavenly Flame Dojo's disciples were embarrassed, but they could not quibble. More and more cultivators learned the reason, and they all asked where the sylvan dragon was, wanting to teach it a lesson. However, when they learned that the dragon had the strength of an enlighter, they all cowered. Lu Yin was astonished, as he had not expected that there would be a sylvan dragon here. He had been friends with the dragons for a long time, but they had always been enemies. From Astral 10's entrance exam to the Astral Combat Tournament, he had beaten up quite a few sylvan dragons, so most of them had probably heard of him. Just as Lu Yin was about to search for the dragon's rune lines, he heard a familiar voice. Lu Yin, come here. Lu Yin was startled, as he could tell that it was the Sea King's voice. He had indeed met the Sea King's gaze. The Sea King was located at the entrance to the Heavenly Flame Dojo's training ground. When Lu Yin arrived, he could vaguely see a fire dragon swimming through the magma in a carefree manner. Not far from the magma, there were quite a few rune lines in a red tunnel, including Hai Dashao, Hai Chi-Chi, and Elder Tong's rune lines. There were also Tao Master Lan, Tao Master Tsang, the Heavenly Flame Tao Master, and a few others, as well as the Sea King's rune lines. Lu Yin's figure flashed, and he entered the tunnel under the fire dragon's ferocious gaze. The surrounding temperature was so high that even the void distorted. Even a typical hunter would not be able to withstand this heat, and Hai Chi-Chi had probably relied on the Sea King's protection to enter this place. Lu Yin followed the flow of magma and arrived at a spacious hall. It was empty, and only the Sea King and the others were standing there quietly, as if they were waiting for him. This was the first time that Lu Yin had seen the Sea King's rune lines. Back at the Sea King's dome, he had almost been blinded by the rune lines, and he had not dared to look at them. Junior Lu Yin greets Senior Sea King, Lu Yin said respectfully. The Sea King looked at Lu Yin solemnly. You should not have let Chi-Chi come to the Starfall Sea. Lu Yin was unhappy. Why was everyone saying that? Elder Tong, Hai Dashao, Lan Bao Bao, and now, the Sea King. However, even though he was unhappy, he did not dare to lose his temper. This was the Sea King, not Hai Dashao. He had originally thought that the Sea King was at most an emissary on the same level as the Arrow Mountain ancestor, but that exchange of glances had made him feel that the Sea King's strength might even surpass Mr. Yi's. This was the true strength of the Starfall Sea's #1 person. He was indeed an emissary, but there was a huge difference in their power levels. 500,000 emissaries were emissaries, while 790,000 were emissaries. Father, how can you say that? I already told you that I don't blame him, Hai Chi-Chi said unhappily as she pestered the Sea King. The Sea King had not seen his beloved daughter for a long time, and his heart ached. His expression softened. All right, I don't blame him. Hai Chi-Chi was satisfied, and she glanced at Lu Yin proudly. Lu Yin was speechless, but he decided that if something like this happened again in the future, he would not be a good person. Seventh bro, your father-in-law's family is bullying you, and even I can't stand it anymore. Don't worry, I'll help you scold them to death. The monkey laughed. Lu Yin was helpless, as he had the urge to take out something stinky and smash the Sea King's face. He looked around, and suddenly, his gaze landed on a youth. Aside from Hai Dashao and Hai Chi-Chi, there was only one other youth in the entire cavern. He was standing in a corner with his back against a boiling hot wall, looking at Lu Yin with interest. This person was handsome and had a smile on his face. He was dressed in the uniform of the Chongshan Training Hall, and there was nothing else about him other than his handsomeness. However, Lu Yin was attracted by his gaze, which was filled with a condescending gaze and boundless self-confidence. There was also an indescribable feeling, like anticipation. Or perhaps provocation. For some reason, Lu Yin immediately knew who this person was. He was one of the 10 arbiters, the Divine Fist, Lan Si. In the entire Greyweed continent, he was the only person in the younger generation who could exchange blows with an imprinter and escape unscathed. In the current Interverse, the highest title was bestowed upon an arbiter. Someone must have wanted to use the 10 arbiters' name to attract the younger generation to compete for it. After all, the 10 arbiters were too famous. However, the 10 arbiters had not retreated, and even in terms of battle achievements, they were still the 10 arbiters. Only they could do what others could not. Lan Si was one of them, and he was the first arbiter that Lu Yin had come into contact with. Of the 10 arbiters, Lan Si was the first to contact Lu Yin, and he had the deepest impression of Lan Si. Their cultivations were also very similar. Lu Yin's gaze made him forget everything else around him. The 10 arbiters' influence on the younger generation was too great. If progenitors were the gods of all cultivation systems, then the 10 arbiters were the gods of the innerverse and outerverse younger generation. They were legends that could not be surpassed. Lu Yin had shaken the innerverse because he had tied Lan Si's record in the Astral Combat Academy. He had also caused a stir in the Level Mountain Dojo because he had surpassed Lan Si's record. The 10 arbiters were a benchmark that differentiated innate talent and also differentiated the past from the present. Before the 10 arbiters, no one had ever reached their level at their age, at least not in historical records. Lan Si was very interested in Lu Yin, as this person seemed to have come specifically to challenge his record. This was the case in both the Astral Combat Academy and the Level Mountain Dojo. How interesting! Magma dripped down from above, but Lan Si caught it and waved his hand, causing it to shoot towards Lu Yin. Everyone saw this, but they did not stop him. Lan Si's influence was not limited to the younger generation, even a powerhouse like the Sea King had to respect him. The drop of magma seemed ordinary, but the closer it got to Lu Yin, the more oppressive the void became. This feeling shocked many of the Tao Lords. Hai Dashao's pupils shrank as he stared at the drop of magma. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with star energy, and he could see that the drop of magma contained very few rune lines. However, it contained a power that could explode at any moment. This was the path of overlaying stacks. He did not know how many stacks this drop of magma contained, so he could only raise a hand and grab it. Fourth update, Sui Feng has done his best. I wish all my brothers a happy new year. Well, to be more specific, make a lot of money. If you're still single, you'll be able to marry the goddess of your heart. Sui Feng would like to thank everyone for their support over the past year. Thank you. The path of star treading is still very long. Sui Feng wants to walk down this path with all my brothers. I won't abandon you, I won't give up. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 890. His palm wind transformed into 10 stacks that swept across the magma, but the magma did not stop at all. 10 stacks also appeared to cancel out Lu Yin's palm wind, and the magma continued shooting towards him at a moderate speed. Lu Yin raised his brows. 20 stacks had been useless. 30 stacks had also been useless. 40 stacks had also been useless. The crowd was astonished. It was just a drop of magma, but it contained a power that even they did not dare to underestimate. The magma drew closer and closer to Lu Yin until it was only a meter away. Lu Yin's right arm trembled as he used 50 stacks. A formless hurricane swept out from beneath his feet, but it was still useless. It was just a drop of magma, but it seemed to contain limitless potential. Lan Si's eyes flashed, as Lu Yin's ability to use 50 stacks had exceeded his expectations. This person had only trained for a short period of time at the Chongshan Dojo, but he had already comprehended 50 stacks. When Lu Yin used 60 stacks, not only was Lan Si shocked, but Lan Si, Dao Master Lan, Dao Master Tsang, Tian Yanzi, and even the Sea King. In the end, Lu Yin used 70 stacks, the limit of his current strength. The ground distorted as the fire dragon roared, as if it had sensed something. At the same time, a pair of giant eyes opened in another tunnel and looked in Lu Yin's direction. With a whoosh, the magma swayed and then stopped in front of Lu Yin's eyes before dripping onto the ground. Everyone stared at Lu Yin in shock. How terrifying was 70 stacks? If someone had told them before this that an explorer could use 70 stacks, they definitely would not have believed it. Even if they were certain that it was true, they would only think of one person, Lan Si. But now, another person had appeared before their eyes. Even the most outstanding hunter in the Chongshan Dojo might not be able to use 70 stacks, as it was completely different from withstanding gravity. Lan Si no longer leaned against the wall leisurely, and there was a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. He raised his hands and clapped. The crisp sound of his clapping echoed from underground. Lu Yin looked at Lan Si again. This time, Lan Si had changed, and the way he looked at Lu Yin had changed as well. It was as if he was looking at someone on the same level, and Lu Yin's strength had earned him respect. Lu Yin was excited. He had been cultivating for nearly 10 years, and it had been almost 10 years since he had first heard of the 10 arbiters. At that time, the 10 arbiters were high above everyone else, and a single word could decide the fate of countless people. Not even allow anyone to mention their names, as they were filled with a supreme mystery. Ever since Lu Yin had broken Lance's record in the Astral Combat Academy, Lance had taken the initiative to seek him out. It was not out of respect, but rather an invitation. But now, this was respect. He was no longer an ant, and at least among the younger generation, he now had the right to view the 10 arbiters as equals. You surprise me, Lu Yin. This isn't the first time we've spoken, Lan Si smiled. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. I'm honored to be remembered by the divine hand. Lance looked at him with bright eyes. At that moment, the Sea King spoke up. There's no need to say more. Time is of the essence. He then looked at Lu Yin. Come here and show me the back of your hand. Lu Yin was puzzled, but he still followed the Sea King's instructions and extended the back of his hand. Tianyanzi pointed out, and Lu Yin felt a burning sensation on the back of his hand. He subconsciously pulled his hand back, only to see a flame mark on it. All right, you can go out now. Chi-Chi, you guys go out as well, the Sea King said. Hai Chi-Chi was reluctant to part with him, and she tugged on the Sea King's clothes. The Sea King patted her head. We'll have plenty of time in the future. Father still wants to hear about your experiences in the Outerverse. All right, you can leave now. Hai Chi-Chi had no choice but to nod. Lu Yin glanced at Lan Si and then led Hai Chi-Chi and Hai Dashao out of the cave. Chi-Chi, what's the meaning of this? Lu Yin asked. Hai Chi-Chi shook her head. I don't know either. Lu Yin looked at Hai Dashao. I don't know. I knew you wouldn't know, Lu Yin said. Hai Dashao raised his brows. It's been a few years since we last met, but you've become quite sarcastic. I learned it from your sister, Lu Yin replied. Hai Dashao opened his mouth, but he had nothing to say. He couldn't help but look at Hai Chi-Chi. Hai Chi-Chi gritted her teeth and stared at Lu Yin. You're ugly, but you're also vicious. Now, you're even more sarcastic. You're walking further and further down the path of scum, and you're not looking back. That's still because you taught me, Lu Yin casually replied. Hai Chi-Chi was furious. She considered herself invincible when it came to venomous tongues, but she felt that Lu Yin was trying to challenge her dignity. Suddenly, a giant eye appeared at the entrance of the cave, blinking as it looked at the 3 people within. Hai Dashao subconsciously protected Hai Chi-Chi behind him. The giant eye slowly retreated, and a great sylvan dragon appeared before the 3 of them. Compared to the other sylvan dragons that Lu Yin had seen before, this one was much larger. He had heard that Tian Yanzi had saved a scum sylvan dragon, and it seemed like this was it. Just 3 puny little things. The sylvan dragon let out a low, muffled voice as it flew out, splashing lava all over the place. Hai Dashao hurriedly moved to separate the lava, but when he looked back, he saw that the sylvan dragon had already disappeared and that a black lump was falling from the sky. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he immediately retreated. Hai Dashao and Hai Chi-Chi were still curious about what it was, but as the black lump approached, the 2 quickly retreated as if they had seen something inconceivable. With a thud, the black lump fell into the lava and was instantly incinerated, releasing an unpleasant stench. It was a lump of excrement. The expressions on the 3's faces were very interesting. Hai Dashao was especially furious. As the young master of the Sea King's Dome and one of the top 10 of the top 100 rankings, he had never encountered such a thing before. He was furious and leapt out to settle the score with the Sylvan Dragon. Second bro. Hai Chi-Chi wanted to stop him, but she was too late. Lu Yin was furious as well, as the Sylvan Dragon had actually thrown a lump of excrement at them. He had heard that the fire dragon had been a bad influence when it burned women's clothes, so it really was scum. Not long after, the sky above the Heavenly Fire Dojo was filled with images of a human and a dragon fighting, accompanied by endless curses. The disciples of the Heavenly Fire Dojo were already used to it. 2 days later, the Heavenly Fire Dojo received news that the Great Mountain Dojo had completely become the Sixth Mainland's territory. Many cultivators from the Sixth Mainland had challenged the gravitational landmass, as they were very curious about it. Many of the cultivators' hearts were heavy, as the Heavenly Fire Dojo was probably the only place on the Greyweed continent that was still under their control. Lu Yin had been cultivating in one of the underground tunnels for the past 2 days. Although the temperature here was not as high as when he had been in the Daosaur Sect's ruins or when he had been in Myriad City's cannon barrels, it was still quite warm, and his cultivation speed had increased by quite a bit. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators were setting up something in the Heavenly Fire Dojo, as they had already treated this place as their final resting place. Lu Yin opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of hot air as the pile of star essence in front of him slowly disappeared. His speed was still not fast enough. He had experienced the feeling of flying while absorbing star energy from Myriad City's cannon barrels. Even with the support of Sirius, his current speed was still not fast enough. He looked at the raging fire dragon outside and felt that this fellow might be able to help him. Just as Lu Yin was thinking about how to trick the fire dragon, the ground began to tremble. He looked up, and his gaze pierced through the void to see countless rune lines descending. The Sixth Mainland's attack had arrived. He knew that the Sixth Mainland would not give them much time, but he had not expected them to arrive so quickly. Outside the Heavenly Fire Dojo, streaks of fiery red magma erupted and sealed off the entire Heavenly Fire Dojo. It was unknown what kind of power had been added to the magma, but because it had been artificially added, its power level could not exceed 200,000. Outside the Heavenly Fire Dojo, tens of thousands of cultivators from the Sixth Mainland had not hesitated to use their powerhouse's ability to tear through the void to descend. They looked excitedly at the Heavenly Fire Dojo, as this was the Greyweed continent's last hope. Once they destroyed this place, the entire Starfall Sea would be theirs. At the front of the tens of thousands of cultivators were Mr. E, Mr. First, and Granny Sly. There were also quite a few enlighters present, and they all seemed to be waiting for someone. Within the Heavenly Fire Dojo, the Sea King walked out with Tian Yanzi, Dao Master Lan, Dao Master Tsang, Elder Tong, and the others by his side. Throughout the Heavenly Fire Dojo, hundreds of thousands of cultivators held their breaths, not even daring to breathe loudly. In the sky, the fire dragon's eyes widened as it stared at Mr. E. It had been Mr. E who had led a group of people to attack the Heavenly Fire Dojo and almost destroy it. Below, the Sylvan Dragon's eyes widened as well, but it was not staring at the Sixth Mainland's people. Instead, it was looking towards the back, as if it was ready to flee at any moment. Lu Yin walked out of the cave and looked outside the Heavenly Fire Dojo. Everyone there was familiar. Aside from Mr. E and the others at the front, there were also Hong Ying, Tong Zhan, Tong Tong, and the other young experts from the Sixth Mainland. However, Lu Yin did not recognize most of them. One person caught his attention, and it was a pale-faced youth who had a deathly stillness about him. At first glance, he gave off the same feeling as the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Could it really be the Neo-Human Alliance? The Outerverse had been attacked by the Sixth Mainland, and the Neo-Human Alliance had not helped them at all. Instead, they were causing trouble behind the scenes. This organization existed in the Fifth Mainland, but it did not belong to the Fifth Mainland. Liu Yin would not be surprised if they had allied with the Sixth Mainland. Kid, I'll leave Mr. Yi to you. Can you deal with him? At that moment, the Sea King's voice traveled to Liu Yin's ears. Liu Yin looked up at Mr. Yi. Since this person had dared to appear, he definitely had a way to deal with the stench, but Liu Yin was not confident. Coincidentally, Mr. Yi's gaze passed through the crowd, and as if there was some sort of invisible force, he met Liu Yin's gaze. A deep chill and disgust appeared in the depths of his eyes, and a nauseating feeling welled up from the bottom of his heart, causing Mr. Yi's expression to change. Liu Yin's eyes lit up, and he made a smashing motion. Mr. Yi subconsciously took a step back. To the side, Granny Sly and the others frowned. Liu Yin's confidence soared. Could it be that he had no way to deal with the stench? After the two sides stared at each other for several hours, a figure suddenly crossed through the void and appeared in front of Mr. Yi and the others. She had a seductive figure and a beautiful face. It was a woman. She wasn't young, but she had a fatal charm that most women didn't have. Even if he only saw her from afar, he could smell her alluring fragrance. That was Madame Red. At this moment, anyone who recognized Madame Red fell into despair. Madame Red was a world imprinter who was second only to the Tong family's ancestor in the Grand Martial realm. Her power level exceeded 800,000, and she was incomparably terrifying. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 891. Ever since the Sixth Mainland had invaded the Innerverse, powerhouses like world imprinters had been practically invincible whenever they made a move. There were very few people in the Innerverse who could stand up to them, and the Red Madame's reputation was illustrious. When the Sea King and the others saw Madame Red appear, their expressions changed drastically. They knew that the Tong clan's patriarch was in seclusion, but they did not expect that the Tong clan would actually invite Madame Red over. Madame Red had also suppressed her combat level to less than 200,000, so the strength that she could display was unimaginable. It was like placing the consciousness of an adult on a child and fighting with another child. They were not on the same level. When Madame Hong arrived, Mr. Yi and the others bowed in unison. Madame Red's charming eyes looked towards the Heavenly Flame Dojo, and the corners of her mouth curled up as she revealed a charming smile. She then looked at the Sea King. I admire you. Surrender to me, and I'll allow all of you to join the Flying Horse Villa. The Sea King laughed. We'll talk about it after we win. Madame Red giggled. You're quite manly. All right, I'll subdue you. As she spoke, she reached out with her delicate hand, and the magma that had been isolating the Heavenly Flame Dojo suddenly stopped flowing. The instant Madame Red touched it, the earth, sky, underground, magma, and everyone else's thoughts and feelings all changed. All of the cultivators felt their hair stand on end. The magma gradually disappeared, and the defense that the Heavenly Flame Dojo had set up for so long collapsed in an instant. Many of the Heavenly Flame Dojo's practitioners were in despair. This was the power of a world imprinter. It was unrivaled and incomprehensible. The Sea King's eyes went wide, and the Sea King's trident pierced through the void and headed straight for Madame Red. Mr. Yi immediately moved to block the Sea King's trident. In the sky, a giant martial seal came crashing down, but it immediately shattered the moment it came into contact with the Sea King's trident. The Sea King's trident pierced through the martial seal and forced Mr. Yi to retreat before stabbing towards Madame Red. Mr. Yi was astonished. He had not expected the Sea King to be so powerful. Mr. Yi's combat power had exceeded 600,000 and was very close to 700,000. The Sea King, on the other hand, had probably exceeded 700,000 and was very close to 800,000. Mr. E was one level below the Sea King. With that thought in mind, Mr. E imprinted the Tong family's ancestor on his back. Once again, he materialized the martial seal and smashed it down. Madame Hong frowned, and with a wave of her hand, the martial seal turned to dust. "Leave him to me." At the same time, the fire dragon roared and coiled around Tian Yanzi's body as it charged towards the Sixth Mainland's cultivators. Dao Master Tsang, Dao Master Lan, and the others all made their moves. The Sixth Mainland Sly Granny, Mr. First, Elder Yuan, and the others all made their moves. The clash between peerless experts was shocking. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators from both sides were suppressed by the aftermath of the clash. At the very front, there was a particularly eye-catching figure. Lan Si pressed down with a single palm, causing Hong Ying, Tong Zhan, and the others to be aghast. Mr. First had to personally take action to stop him and was even forced to take a step back. Hai Dashao and the others all had grim expressions. At this moment, Hai Chi-Chi also revealed the courage to face death with equanimity. If they lost this battle, everyone would either die or become slaves of the Sixth Mainland, which was something they could not accept. Lu Yin's fists cracked as he stared at Mr. He grabbed the red-tasseled spear, but Hong Ying immediately let go. The spear suddenly cracked, and the entire spear latched onto Lu Yin's arm as if it were alive. Hong Ying sneered. "Let's see if you can escape." Lu Yin exhaled, and his right arm trembled as he used 70 stacks to shatter the spear. Hong Ying's pupils shrank. "How is this possible?" "You dash." Before she could finish speaking, Lu Yin tapped out with a finger. The dream finger froze the void, making it impossible for Hong Ying to evade. As the finger descended, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Hong Ying and took the full brunt of Lu Yin's finger. Lu Yin frowned as his fingertip turned cold. That person had not been alive just now. "Impressive. You were able to shatter my treasure. Let's continue." The icy-faced man made his move, retrieving several figures from his cosmic ring and charging at Lu Yin one by one. These were all corpses. Lu Yin was shocked, but he did not hesitate. He activated his 8-lined battle force imprint and sent out palm after palm strike, shattering a corpse with each strike. These corpses were incomparably tough, and their strength was close to that of a hunter's, but they could not withstand a single palm strike from Lu Yin. Hong Ying took out her spear again and stabbed at Lu Yin while Tong Tong also activated her martial imprint and attacked. Lu Yin raised both hands and gathered star energy. 2 suns rose from his palms and smashed towards Hong Ying and Tong Tong. There were 2 loud booms, and shockwaves swept out in all directions. Tong Tong spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed into the distance. Hong Ying did not fare any better, and she retreated 100 meters. Lu Yin had attacked too hastily, and the power of the suns was not too great. However, it was still not something that Tong Tong could withstand. At the critical moment, she had used a power vessel to block the impact, but even so, she had still been heavily injured. Lu Yin's gaze landed on the icy-faced man. "It's your turn now. My name is Corpse Picker. Actually, I don't want to fight with you. I just want to bring back a few corpses. The memorial is too deserted, and there are only corpses and corpses. There's not even anyone to talk to." Lu Yin found it strange. This person was always so cold, but he was actually a chatterbox. In the surroundings, the cultivators from the Sixth Mainland attacked Lu Yin, but they were all easily dealt with by him. The battlefield was noisy, and no one noticed that some of the voices had materialized into birds. Following that, more and more voices materialized and circled around at a low altitude. In front of the Heavenly Fire Dojo, Lan Si suddenly roared and slammed his fists together. Terrifying shockwaves rippled outwards, causing space to ripple like water. These ripples did not harm anyone, and regardless of whether they were cultivators from the Greyweed continent or the Sixth Mainland, they were unaffected by the ripples. Only the voices that had materialized into objects exploded when the ripples swept past them. Bai Ling, if you're here, then come out. Lan Si barked and looked into the distance. Lu Yin looked up. Bai Ling. A realmling from the Grand Martial Realm, a powerhouse on the same level as the 10 Arbiters. Countless people were attracted by Bai Ling's name. After 4 years of fighting, they all understood the meaning of a realmling. The strongest powerhouse of an era was synonymous with a realmling, and they held the same status as the 10 Arbiters in the Innerverse. Bai Ling was like a nightmare to the Starfall Sea. Although she was not an absolute expert like Madame Red, her battle techniques were too powerful. When combined with her innate gift and battle techniques, she was basically a killing machine in human form. She was even more intimidating than Mr. Yi and the others. Although Lan Si was on the same level as Bai Ling, his attacks could be dodged, while Bai Ling's attacks were invisible. In the distant horizon, an ordinary-looking woman with a cold expression was slowly approaching on a strange path. Many cultivators from the Heavenly Fire Dojo paled. It really was Bai Ling, Elder Tong, Dao Master Tsang, and the others all had ugly expressions. In the current Greyweed continent, there were only 2 youths who could fight against them, Lan Si and Bai Ling. Bai Ling was especially troublesome. Hong Ying, who had been beaten back by Lu Yin, became excited when she saw Bai Ling appear. Bai Ling was like her faith. When the man with the cold expression saw Bai Ling appear, he began to ramble on about something. On one side of the battlefield, Tong Zhan, who was fighting with Hai Dashao, saw Bai Ling, and his eyes filled with fear. This woman was truly terrifying. Even powerhouses like Madame Red and the Sea King looked askance at her. Bai Ling's fame was too great, and her reputation had overshadowed Lan Si's. Lu Yin stared at the sky. Was that Bai Ling? She was a realmling from the Grand Martial Realm, and it was said that once the martial seal appeared, birds would all fly away and humans would be wiped out. When Bai Ling appeared, Lan Si ignored everyone else and stood high in the sky. You still came. Bai Ling's tone was calm. Shouldn't I? You want to trick me? Your methods are very low. What a pity. Lan Si sighed. The next moment, the 2 of them vanished at the same time. Following that, the sky rumbled violently as the void distorted and split apart. Numerous spatial cracks scattered down, accompanied by strange lines that pierced through anyone who came into contact with them. Even a hunter would not be able to withstand them, as these lines were the manifestation of sound. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 892. Lan Si's figure appeared, and he struck out with a palm. The sky darkened as a boundless pressure descended, even though there was clearly no one in front of him. Lu Yin was shocked, as Lan Si's attack had not been wrong. Bai Ling was indeed in that empty space. The palm image was suddenly entangled by countless lines and weakened layer by layer. Bai Ling walked out of the void and scanned the area below her. Her eyes widened slightly. On the battlefield, wherever there was a sound, strange things would appear. They were the materialization of sound, followed by an explosion. Not only was the explosion destructive, but it was also accompanied by an indescribable feeling that made one's body feel like it was being torn apart. Lu Yin was also affected by the explosion. The force that tore his body apart was spiritual force, and Bai Ling specialized in spiritual force attacks. Her spiritual force battle techniques were hidden within the materialized sound, making them impossible to defend against. Furthermore, she had directly attacked the entire battlefield. In an instant, countless cultivators fell to the ground with numb expressions. Not only were there cultivators from the Greyweed continent, but there were also cultivators from the Sixth Mainland. Luin was shocked. This was the trace obliteration technique. Lan Si was furious, as that momentary gap had caused unimaginable losses. He had been unable to restrain Bai Ling. However, Bai Ling's attacks were useless against him, as they could not defeat him either. Luin had been affected by Bai Ling's attack, and he was momentarily numb. The corpse collector suddenly attacked, and a stooped figure appeared behind him. The corpse collector raised a palm and struck out with 8-lined battle force. The Sixth Mainland disdained battle force and domains, as they focused on imprints. Luin had not expected the corpse collector to have 8-lined battle force, and he was caught off guard. The palm struck his arm, and his entire body was pressed into the ground. However, the corpse collector did not let him go. He bent his fingers, and a black imprint floated out from his palm that emitted a rotting stench. This was the materialization of a martial imprint, and only an extremely talented person could do it. The materialized martial imprint was surrounded by black gas, and it followed the imprint to wrap around the corpse collector's arm and then his entire body. The next moment, the corpse collector growled and leaped up. He raised his right leg high and viciously kicked at Luin. Luin was pressed into the ground, and when he saw the corpse collector's kick coming at him, he used his fate sand to block it. There was a thump, and Luin was smashed even deeper into the ground. The zombie collector leaped out of the ground and looked down. He raised his right leg and looked at it. The attack just now seemed to have been useless. There was a whoosh, and Luin leapt out. He rubbed his chest and looked at the corpse picker in astonishment. This fellow's strength surpassed even that of Autumn Frost Qing and Hong Ying's, and that attack just now had almost reached the level of 9-line battle force. Luin had not been able to tell, and he had assumed that this person only relied on those corpses to fight. It turned out that he was a ruthless character. "I'm sorry, I'm not fighting anymore." The zombie collector turned around and ran. Luin was just about to attack when he froze. Did he run away? "Seventh bro, that guy ran away after beating you up. Chase him. We won't let him off so easily," the monkey shouted angrily, as beating Luin was equivalent to beating him as well. Luin wasn't happy either, and he kicked the dog viciously before wanting to run away. His figure flickered as he chased after the dog. The zombie collector tossed out corpses to block Luin's path. "Bro, no discord, no concord. There's no need to fight to the death. There are so many people on the battlefield for you to beat up. For example, there's that Tong Zhan guy who looks more annoying than anyone else. There's also that red-tasseled girl and Bai Ling. Go find them." Luin snorted and struck out with a palm. It was a 70 stacks 100-fold shockwave palm, and the corpses that blocked his path were all pulverized. His palm broke through all obstacles and landed on the zombie collector's back. The zombie collector helplessly turned around, and a black aura surrounded his body as his martial seal materialized. Death's palm. Luin's eyes narrowed as he activated the secret art and shifted the black aura around the zombie collector's palm away. The zombie collector was shocked, but it was too late to retract his hand. He clashed head-on with Luin's palm, and with a bang, shockwaves shot out in all directions. The ground beneath their feet continued to crumble, and Luin's overlaying stacks caused the zombie to continuously retreat. The sound of bones cracking could be heard from his right palm, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The black aura wrapped around Luin's arm once more, and the imprint on his back became much clearer. What appeared was an old man who seemed to have walked out of a grave. His stooped figure looked cold, but the zombie collector's strength had increased greatly, and he was barely able to withstand Lu Yin's overlaying stacks. Lu Yin's palm transformed into a claw, and the sky beast claw accompanied by 8-line battle force smashed down. The zombie collector continuously threw out corpses to block the attack with his own body. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he retracted one of his palms before pointing out with a finger. The void froze, and the finger pierced through the zombie collector's palm, shattering his entire arm. The zombie collector's body smashed into the distance like a rock, and he was in an extremely miserable state. At that moment, a bone-piercing cold light pierced through his back as Hong Ying's eyes flashed with killing intent. She stabbed out with her spear, but Lu Yin flicked his finger and deflected the spear. At the same time, he flicked his finger again, and a gust of wind shot out from his fingertip towards Hong Ying, smashing into her abdomen. He casually waved his hand and sent her flying, but unfortunately, something blocked his attack and prevented him from killing her. Lu Yin fought 1 against 2, but he still managed to defeat both Hong Ying and the zombie collector. Both of them were from World Imprinter organizations, one from the Galloping Horse Manor and the other from the Righteous Manor. They were second only to Bai Ling in the younger generation of the Grand Martial Realm, but they had been beaten so miserably. Ever since Lu Yin had come into contact with the 6th mainland, he had come into contact with quite a few people at this level: Ren Tu, Autumn Frost Qing, Mo Jiangshao, and even Tong Zhan. You care about him a lot. Bai Ling replied. He defeated Hong Ying and the corpse pickers at the same time. Among the younger generation of the Grand Martial Realm, he's second only to me. More importantly, he's just an explorer. Once he becomes a hunter, you and I might not be his match. He's a threat, and I need to either subdue or eliminate him. Lan Si shook his head. You can't do it with me around. Bai Ling's eyes narrowed. Try it. She then raised her hand and placed it flat with her palm facing up. After that, the entire battlefield's clamor disappeared. Countless people were flabbergasted, as all the sounds in their ears disappeared. They all transformed into birds that flew towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's pupils shrank when he saw Bai Ling's icy, murderous gaze. He cursed under his breath, what a freak. Countless birds chirped as they flew in from all directions. The scene was shocking, and even Lan Si could do nothing about it. He was confident that he could defeat Bai Ling in a direct confrontation, but it would be difficult for him to block her attacks. It wasn't just Lan Si. Aside from Madame Red, there was probably no one else present who could intercept so many birds that had manifested their voices and were infused with their spiritual force battle techniques. Countless birds flew towards the lava as if they were migrating. As long as there was sound, Bai Ling could do anything. This was the power of the Grand Martial Realm's Realmlings. Lu Yin dove into the cave. He had hidden here not because he was afraid, but because he did not want to expose the fact that he could withstand the spiritual force attacks of the Realmlings. Once the strength of his spiritual force was exposed, it would become an even greater threat to some people. Thus, it would be best if he did not expose himself. He was confident that he could withstand the bombardment of these birds. When Lu Yin dove into the cave, what he saw was not an empty space, but a giant sylvan dragon that was looking at him in astonishment. They looked at each other, and then the sylvan dragon said, "There's someone here. Go find another cave." Lu Yin blinked, and there was a strange look in his eyes. He slowly turned around and saw countless birds rushing in. The sylvan dragon was stunned. "What's that?" As soon as it finished speaking, the first bird exploded, followed by countless others. Lu Yin subconsciously hid behind the sylvan dragon. He could withstand the spiritual force attacks, but the explosive power of these birds was not small either. It was just nice that someone could help him block them. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 893. The dragon was stunned. It had been hiding well and was ready to escape at any moment, but now, it was being bombarded by the suicidal birds. In just a short while, the land collapsed and lava exploded. The Sylvan dragon roared and rushed out of the ground. Its body was covered in green and purple bruises, and its huge eyes were a little dazed. However, they were quickly filled with anger as it roared at the sky. Coincidentally, it was right above the battlefield where the 6th Mainland's Elder Yuan and the cultivators from the Greyweed continent were fighting. The dragon's roar startled quite a few people. Bai Ling was puzzled as well, as this monster had clearly been targeted at Lu Yin. Where did this beast come from? Scram! Elder Yuan barked as he swatted at the dragon. The dragon was stunned by the explosion, and it anxiously searched for the culprit. Elder Yuan's attack had become the perfect target for it to vent its anger. Countless afterimages of the dragon appeared in the sky, and they were so fast that Elder Yuan couldn't distinguish between them. The dragon slammed into him and sent him flying into the distance. Beneath the ground, Lu Yin was astonished. Sylvan dragons had the innate gift of extreme speed, and sentinels could split into 3, melders could split into 5, Lemeters could split into 9, and explorers could split into dozens. Lu Yin estimated that there had to be over 1,000 of them, which meant that this Sylvan dragon was an enlighter. It was clearly afraid of death and had been hiding underground, but it was still quite powerful. After knocking Elder Yuan away, the Sylvan dragon regained its composure and glared down. It had guessed that it must have been that bastard human who had lured the birds in and was hiding behind it. Human, you're too despicable. Lu Yin ignored it, but he could see a large number of rune lines surging towards him. As long as there was a sound, Bai Ling could create an unlimited number of birds. Countless birds took to the skies once more, flapping their wings as they charged towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin grew anxious. Lan Si, you can't even stop a woman. Lan Si's gaze turned cold. He wanted to stop Bai Ling as well, but there were too many of her attacks. Countless birds rushed towards Lu Yin, and he could tell that Bai Ling was determined to deal with him. Since that was the case, his gaze hardened and he leapt towards Bai Ling and Lan Si. Bai Ling raised her brows, as she hadn't expected Lu Yin to dare approach her. Lan Si shouted, "Back off. You don't have to interfere. If you can handle me, then I wouldn't have come." Lu Yin turned to avoid the flock of birds and directly charged towards Bai Ling. He raised a palm and 8-lined battle force imprinted on it. He then slapped out with 70 stacks. Lan Si's gaze turned cold. He also made a move, but it was aimed at the flock of birds. Bai Ling's lips curled up. He was overestimating himself. She could tell that Lu Yin's overlaying stacks was ferocious and that he was even supported by battle force, but so what? Even Lan Si's overlaying stacks would not be able to defeat her in a short amount of time, let alone an explorer. With the astral phenomenon suppression, the younger generation was able to display their full strength. Only those at the level of the 10 arbiters were an exception, as their full strength had long since surpassed 200,000 power levels. It was just like how Night King Jinwu had completely suppressed Lu Yin back in the Daosaur sect's ruins. That was a disparity that could not be bridged. But now, under the suppression of celestial phenomenon, Lu Yin wasn't even afraid of a powerhouse with a power level of 500,000. He could even fight against a realmling. There was a thump that shook the heavens, and it was accompanied by a strange sound wave that swept out in all directions. Lu Yin and Bai Ling both retreated at the same time. Lu Yin retreated 100 meters while Bai Ling retreated several hundred meters. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She had been injured. Lan Si's expression changed. How was this possible? Bai Ling stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. She could block even stronger attacks from Lan Si, and blocking this person would not be an exception. However, in that instant, her defensive power had been weakened. Was this a secret technique? Lu Yin pushed Bai Ling back with a single palm and then rushed forward once again. If he could defeat a powerhouse with a power level of 300,000 like Elder Song, then he could defeat Bai Ling as well. Bai Ling watched Lu Yin approach and exhaled. Interesting. Then, the sounds of the battlefield converged and materialized into a martial seal in front of her. In that instant, Lu Yin's ears fell silent, as all sound seemed to be absorbed by the martial seal. At the same time, the flock of birds was also being absorbed. The entire world fell silent. Lan Si was shouting something in the distance, but Lu Yin could not hear him. He could only see the martial seal emitting waves of sound that converged into a line and shot towards him. Lu Yin casually waved his hand and activated the Yu's secret art. The line was deflected, but it still brushed past his shoulder. The entire void was sliced apart, and he heard the sound again. His brain was greatly shaken, and an indescribable spiritual force poured into his brain through the wound on his shoulder. Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered as he fell down. He had underestimated the Realmlings, as they were the strongest powerhouses in their respective domains. There were many Enlighters in a single domain, and only the strongest powerhouses could break through the Enlighter realm and become imprinters. The Realmlings were the strongest imprinters in the future, and they would dominate an entire era. Bai Ling was the Grand Martial Realm's Realmling, and her abilities and innate gifts were definitely comparable to that of an ordinary Enlighter. Even without the suppression from celestial phenomenon, she was not any weaker than Elder Song. She was a match for the 10 Arbiters. The 10 Arbiters were not existences that Lu Yin could deal with right now. He was still a level away, and he was still an entire generation away. Bai Ling pressed down with one hand, and her martial seal descended in a futile attempt to crush Lu Yin. Lan Si appeared and forced the martial seal back. He glanced at Lu Yin. This person was indeed very strong, and even Lan Si would have to expend a great deal of effort to defeat him. This was enough to earn Lan Si's respect, but if Lu Yin wanted to fight against them, he was still a bit lacking. The difference of a single step was like the difference between heaven and earth. There was a thump as Lu Yin crashed into the ground, causing the fiery red soil to heat up. Lu Yin's hearing returned to normal, and he shook his head vigorously. What a powerful spiritual force attack. Even he had almost been unable to withstand it. This was the true strength of the 10 Arbiters, and he had still underestimated them. He looked up and saw that Lan Si had blocked Bai Ling, but Lu Yin was certain that as long as she had the chance, Bai Ling would attack him. There was fighting everywhere, and Lu Yin struggled to get up. He looked at his right arm, but thankfully, it was only a scratch. In the sky, when Bai Ling saw Lu Yin get up, a trace of shock appeared in the depths of her eyes. She had not been shocked even when she had fought against Lan Si, but Lu Yin had shocked her. She was well aware of how powerful that spiritual force attack had been, but this person was still fine. Just as Lu Yin was thinking about how to deal with Bai Ling, another figure crashed down at an extremely fast speed, smashing into the ground just a few meters away from Lu Yin. Lu Yin had wanted to dodge, but the oppressive pressure around him made it impossible for him to do so. He was dragged into the ground by the falling figure, and when he finally came to a stop, he saw a cold glint in front of him. He instinctively tilted his head, and there was a thump. It was a very familiar spear. Was that the Sea King's trident? Lu Yin turned around and saw that not too far away, another figure had also been smashed into the ground. The figure was clutching his head as he stood up. He saw Lu Yin, and the two exchanged glances. The atmosphere was a little awkward. It was indeed the Sea King. This man who had always maintained a dignified and domineering image in front of Lu Yin was now just as unlucky as Lu Yin. "Stay away," the Sea King growled. He looked up and saw the Red Madam looking down from the sky with interest. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he hurriedly tried to leave, but it was clearly too late. If Bai Ling could notice Lu Yin, then the Red Madam would naturally notice him as well. The Red Madam had intentionally pushed the Sea King in this direction, and she wanted to get rid of Lu Yin as well. The air around him was filled with red mist, and Lu Yin had only taken a few steps when his feet were bound by the mist. No matter how much strength he used, he could not break free. Even more terrifying was that the red mist actually seeped into his body through his skin. He felt as if his muscles were being dissolved, and an intense pain engulfed his nerves. The Sea King grabbed Lu Yin's shoulder and waved his hand, causing the Sea King's trident to fly out. The wind from the spear swept past, and the red mist dissipated. "Stay away, kid. Don't let my daughter become a widow." The Sea King then threw Lu Yin away, but he had underestimated the Red Madam's determination to kill Lu Yin. The red mist that covered the entire area transformed into a formless net. The Sea King had just thrown Lu Yin away, but he immediately grabbed him back with an ugly expression. "Red Madam, why involve the younger generation in our battle?" The Red Madam giggled. "Our battle? Do you even have the qualifications to fight me?" The Sea King's expression darkened. "I've had enough fun, and I quite admire you. Come with me to the sixth mainland. You'll be able to develop better there." The Red Madam looked at the Sea King, not bothering to hide her interest in him. Lu Yin stared at her blankly. How had the Sea King attracted this woman? In terms of appearance, although Lu Yin was not particularly handsome, he was still far superior to the Sea King. In terms of power, this woman far surpassed the Sea King. The Sea King gripped his spear tightly and looked up at the Red Madam. "I hate the color red." The Red Madam's expression turned cold. "You don't know how to appreciate my kindness." She then disappeared and reappeared in front of the Sea King and Lu Yin. She stretched out a hand that was wrapped in red mist and grabbed at them. The red mist suddenly expanded several times and completely enveloped the Sea King and Lu Yin. "Brat, if you survive, take care of Chi-Chi." The Sea King's expression was solemn as he raised his spear and stabbed out. The moment the Sea King's spear pierced through the red mist, Lu Yin's eyes began to tear up. The Sea King's spear had actually managed to pierce through the red mist and into the Red Madam's palm, causing fresh blood to flow down the tip of the spear. The Sea King was shocked. It had actually broken through. The Red Madam felt an intense pain in her palm and looked on in disbelief. She was a world imprinter with a power level of over 900,000. Even though her power level had been restricted to 200,000 due to astronomical phenomenon suppression, she was still not someone that others could contend against. Her innate gifts usage had already reached perfection, and she should have been able to block the Sea King's spear, but it had actually been broken through. Something wasn't right. The Red Madam had stared at Lu Yin for an instant. "Brat, was this your doing?" Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and tears of blood flowed down the corners of his eyes. He felt dizzy, as this was the price he had to pay. He had tried to use the secret art to divert the red mist away, but it had been useless. The Red Madam had far surpassed him, and he had been forced to rely on the true scripture of Aeon evolution to weaken the red mist's rune lines. Fortunately, he had succeeded, but it had caused him quite a bit of damage. The Sea King did not waste this opportunity, and he exerted more strength with his spear in an attempt to pierce through the Red Madam's arm. The Red Madam snorted, and the red mist above her head transformed into a world that crashed down, smashing both the Sea King and Lu Yin into the ground. The Sea King's spear had even left his hand and stabbed into the ground. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 894. The Sea King held on to Lu Yin tightly as he withstood the Red Madam's pressure. Suddenly, their surroundings became empty, and they appeared at an unknown depth within the Heavenly Fire Dojo. There was a huge structure that resembled an altar in this empty space, and there was a person standing next to it. It was a youth who looked very similar to the Sea King. The Sea King grabbed Lu Yin and threw him onto the altar before looking at the youth. "How is it?" The youth hurriedly replied, "It's a success. We can leave immediately." The Sea King was delighted, and he pressed a hand against the center of the altar. The entire altar began to tremble, and not just the altar, but the entire Heavenly Fire Dojo. Soon after, the lava seemed to be swallowed by something as it rapidly disappeared. The Heavenly Fire Dojo's enormous heat also disappeared. Countless people on the battlefield were shocked, and the red soil on the ground was now a normal color. Madame Red frowned as she looked underground and felt that something was amiss. Her figure flashed as she headed underground. Suddenly, a huge red light shattered the ground and shot into the sky. The light soared around the altar, isolating it from the outside world. Madame Red's expression changed when she saw this, and she immediately took action. However, she was unable to break through the light. Lu Yin, the Sea King, and the youth slowly rose into the air within the red light. Their bodies were no longer under their control, and the back of Lu Yin's hand was scorching hot. This was the mark that Tian Yanzi had left on him when he had first arrived at the Heavenly Fire Dojo. At this moment, that mark was heating up and even burning. It wasn't just Lu Yin. The hands of nearly 10,000 people in the Heavenly Fire Dojo began to burn. Their bodies were then enveloped by the red light and forcefully sucked into the altar. Finally, the red light transformed them into shooting stars and disappeared. The entire process took less than 5 seconds, and Mr. E and the rest did not even have time to react. The cultivators from the Greyweed continent who had been fighting with them had already disappeared. That red light was like a bridge that connected them to another place, isolating them from the outside world. Madame Red's eyes widened, and she pressed a hand against the void, causing the entire space to fold. She traversed an endless distance and grabbed at the fleeing cultivators. One of her hands seemed to stretch out limitlessly, and it had already touched the red light. The Sea King, Dao Master Lan, and the rest were shocked. Madame Red was too terrifying, and their plan had been flawless. They had borrowed the Heavenly Fire Dojo's ancient inheritance to cross altars to reach another altar without interference from a super powerhouse. This was equivalent to teleportation, but now, Madame Red had caught up to them. Within the red light, Lan Si, Hai Chi-Chi, Hai Dashao, Zhang Dingtian, and the others were all staring at the jade hand. At this moment, the fire dragon coiling around Tian Yanzi's body faced the sky and roared. Its body quickly dissipated and turned into flames that merged with the red radiance. The red radiance's color immediately deepened. Madame Hong's hand was burned. If she increased her strength, she could easily block everyone. However, she would be erased by the celestial phenomenon. Madame Hong unwillingly retracted her hand and allowed the red radiance to bring everyone away in an instant. Within the crowd, Lu Yin's gaze was fixed on the spot where the red madam had disappeared. There, a red stone had flown out, but it had not been taken away by the red light. He could clearly see that the red stone had appeared from where the fire dragon had disappeared. Lu Yin subconsciously activated the Yu's secret art and stored the red stone in his palm. The Heavenly Flame Dojo had been completely destroyed, leaving a large empty space. The cultivators from the Greyweed continent who had been fighting with the cultivators from the sixth mainland and hadn't been taken away had blank looks on their faces. They had been abandoned. The altar could only take away 10,000 people at most, and these 10,000 people had already been determined to be the ones who had been branded on the back of their hands. The rest would not be taken away by the red light. It was cruel, but if they did not do so, everyone would die. The Sea King and the others wanted to leave behind a spark for the Greyweed continent and the Starfall Sea. Without the Sea King and the others holding them back, the remaining cultivators were powerless to resist. Even if they outnumbered the sixth mainland's cultivators by a few 100,000, it was useless. Everyone had given up on resisting. Madame Hong's face sank, and she coldly ordered, "You guys stay here. I'll chase after them." She then took a step forward. With her strength as a world imprinter, she could easily tear through the heavens, let alone move across the Greyweed continent. She could even traverse it with a single thought. However, the problem was that she did not know where the Sea King and the others had been sent to. The red light in the void had not left any traces behind, so she needed time to search for it. However, she would eventually find it, and it would not take long. Even if she swept through the entire Greyweed continent, it would only take a few breaths. On the coast of the Greyweed continent, the winds and waves were very strong. A huge, strangely shaped spacecraft was docked. As the red light disappeared, nearly 10,000 cultivators arrived. The Sea King barked, "Everyone, board the spacecraft within 3 breaths of time." The top hatch of the spacecraft opened, and countless figures flickered as they quickly entered the spacecraft. Lu Yin was extremely fast, as he knew that this was the Sea King's backup plan. Thus, he was the first to rush into the spacecraft. The first person he saw was an old man, and Hai Chi-Chi cried out, "Grandpa Shan." Everyone had just entered the spacecraft and the hatch closed, and they immediately tore through the void and left. The moment the spacecraft left, Madame Hong arrived and swept her sharp gaze over. She took another step forward and chased after the spacecraft. If it had been a radiant grade aurora, it definitely would not have been able to escape Madame Hong's pursuit. However, not only was this spacecraft not a radiant grade 1, it was not even a black hole grade 1. It was the best spacecraft that could be purchased in the innerverse and outerverse. A cosmic-grade spacecraft was 1,000 times faster than a normal spacecraft and 100 times faster than a radiant-grade spacecraft. With just a single movement, the entire Greyweed continent had disappeared. The Sea King, Lon Dao Lord, and Tian Yanzi walked out and simultaneously attacked, shattering the void along the way to disrupt Madame Hong's progress. Madame Hong was still restricted by the suppression of the astronomical phenomenon, and she was the only one chasing after them. No matter how strong she was, she could not easily pass through the void obstruction created by the 3 envoys. As a result, the spacecraft was getting further and further away from her. Madame Hong immediately contacted the Sea King's dome. With the speed of a cosmic-grade aurora, it would take less than 10 minutes to reach the Sea King's dome. Within the spacecraft, many cultivators could not withstand the pressure brought about by the spacecraft's high speed. It was difficult for them to speak, and only a few were able to converse. Elder Shan helped Hai Chi-Chi up and nodded in satisfaction. "It's been 4 years since we last met. You've grown a bit taller." Hai Chi-Chi panted heavily and looked at Elder Shan excitedly. "I missed you guys, Grandpa Shan." Elder Shan smiled happily. "Grandpa Shan missed you too." Elsewhere, at Zhang Dingtian's saber base, beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. He looked at the back of his hand. It was that brand that had dragged him into the red light. Otherwise, he would have either died or become a prisoner of the sixth mainland. However, there were less than 10,000 people here, and the remaining hundreds of thousands of cultivators were all finished. The atmosphere within the spacecraft was very heavy. The Sea King, Lon Dalord, and Tian Yenzi, the three envoys, were constantly shattering the void to slow down Madame Hong's progress. The others were all speechless. They had abandoned hundreds of thousands of their comrades. Elder Tong sighed and looked back at the Greyweed continent. He did not know when he would be able to return to the Starfall Sea, and he might not be able to do so for the rest of his life. In a corner, Luin held onto the red stone and felt the scorching heat spread through the stone. The heat was invisible to the naked eye, but he could clearly see the rune lines that spread along his arm until they reached his entire body. It was getting hotter and hotter, and he subconsciously put the stone away and looked at Tian Yenzi. This stone had been left behind by the fire dragon after it had disappeared. Could it be the source of that fire dragon's strength? Soon, they arrived at the Sea King's dome. The spacecraft did not stop, and it directly charged towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea. At this moment, a wave of energy swept out from within the Sea King's dome. Although it was only an enlighter, it was enough to slow down the spacecraft. Even if it was only for an instant, it would allow Madame Hong to advance further. The Sea King and the other two envoys were indifferent, but one of the corpses that had been hung up in the Sea King's dome suddenly raised its head and swept past the Sixth Mainland's cultivators who had tried to stop the spacecraft. It charged into the spacecraft, killing all of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators, including the enlighter who had fought with Lu Yin. It was another envoy-level powerhouse. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched when he saw this. The Starfall Sea actually had 4 stars. Elder He. Hai Chi-Chi shouted excitedly. Lu Yin was astonished. The Sea King's dome had Elder Shan Tong and 4 elders. Elder Ren had died, and Lu Yin had stolen his corpse. Both Elder Tong and Elder Shan were on the Greyweed continent, but the strongest elder he was actually hiding in the Sea King's dome, and he was even among the hanging corpses. Who was behind all of this? The Sixth Mainland must have known that Elder He had been hiding in the Starfall Sea before the Sea King's dome had been defeated. This also meant that someone in the Starfall Sea had arranged for Elder He to be a backup plan. Perhaps the situation on the Greyweed continent had also been predicted by that person. They had retreated to the Heavenly Fire Dojo and then used the dojo to teleport to the seaside before entering the spacecraft that Elder Shan had prepared. The plan was flawless, and even Madame Hong, a world imprinter, could only watch helplessly. This kind of strategy was not inferior to Wei Rong's, as Wei Rong was adept at scheming and had no bottom line. This person was probably similar to Wang Wen, who was able to see the entire situation. The spacecraft smoothly passed through the Sea King's dome without slowing down in the slightest. Elder He exchanged a few words with Hai Chi-Chi before standing beside the Sea King. They simultaneously attacked the void to obstruct Madame Hong's path. The cultivators on the spacecraft were excited, as they might be able to escape. Behind them, Madame Hong stepped out of the void, causing the space in front of her to crack apart. She glanced at the Sea King's dome and snorted before continuing to tear through the void and chase after the spacecraft. Not long after, the entrance to the Starfall Sea could be seen in the distance. Countless cultivators from the Sixth Mainland were blocking the entrance. Although they had all suppressed their power levels, Lu Yin was sure that there were imprinters there. The moment the spacecraft approached the entrance to the Starfall Sea, imprints appeared behind the cultivators from the Sixth Mainland. It was as if countless gods had descended, shocking everyone on the spacecraft. The Sea King slowly turned around with a solemn expression. He retrieved a transparent bottle from his cosmic ring that contained a single drop of blood. It looked like an ordinary drop of blood, and it did not contain any rune lines. However, the moment this drop of blood appeared, the heavens and the earth changed. Everyone on the spacecraft looked up, not knowing what was happening. They only felt as if the sky had collapsed. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, as he could see the astronomical phenomenon changing. The rune lines that spread throughout the entire Interverse were violently surging, all because of this drop of blood. The Sea King did not say a word. He simply opened the bottle and flicked his finger, causing the drop of blood to shoot towards the entrance to the Starfall Sea. What was being drawn in was the astronomical phenomenon that suppressed the entire universe. That drop of blood seemed to be the source, and it brought with it boundless terror. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 895. At the entrance of the Starfall Sea, an old man walked out. Madame Red's image was imprinted on his back. He held a strange weapon in his hand and stabbed at the drop of blood. The drop of blood passed through the old man without any hindrance. It then passed through the entrance of the Starfall Sea and slowly dissipated. The flying ship did not stop. It also passed through the old man and the entrance of the Starfall Sea. The old man's body disintegrated into dust. At the entrance to the Starfall Sea, all the cultivators from the sixth mainland in a straight line were also reduced to dust. The others stood where they were, not daring to move. No one in the spacecraft could understand what was happening, and even the Sea King himself did not know what was happening. Only Lu Yi knew that the moment that drop of blood had appeared, it had affected the entire celestial phenomenon. That was no ordinary drop of blood, but rather, the blood of the rune progenitor. The celestial phenomenon had been caused by the rune lines, and only the rune progenitor's blood could act as the source of the phenomenon to suppress everything. He was even more certain that the drop of blood was extremely attractive to him. He really wanted to absorb that drop of blood. He had a premonition that if he could absorb the symbol ancestor's blood, his comprehension of the Ian Flow true scripture would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, that drop of blood had been used up. Lu Yin looked at the Sea King with a burning gaze, wondering if the Sea King still had more. Regardless of whether it was the Sea King's dome or the entrance to the Starfall Sea, the Sea King and the others had made ample preparations and were confident that they could escape. The spacecraft left the Starfall Sea, intending to head towards Chaos Flow Zone and then enter the Cosmic Sea. However, as soon as it left the Starfall Sea, it was met with a giant hammer that was as large as a mountain range. The hammer smashed down on the spacecraft. The Sea King's expression changed, and the void transformed into the Sea King's trident. With a bang, the Sea King's trident collided with the hammer, causing the void to split open. The powerful shockwave swept the spacecraft towards the north, and the hammer was also forced back. Dao Master Lan's expression turned ugly. It's an expert from the War Martial Realm's weaponsmithing clan. There are more behind him. The Sea King's face paled, as there was more than one hammer. There were 3 hammers in space, and the one that had just blocked their path was the largest. It was controlled by an imprinter, and the ones behind it were all enlighters. The strength of the people in the spaceship could defeat them, but they would be caught up by the Red Madam. But if Lu Yin did not defeat them, then they would not be able to escape to the Chaos Flow Zone. This was a dilemma, and it could also be considered a hopeless situation. The Sea King made a prompt decision and changed the direction of the spacecraft, which then flew north. That direction was the crack between the innerverse and the outerverse, and that was the only way out. He knew that Hai Chi-Chi must have told the Sea King. The spacecraft had just left when Madame Red arrived. She glanced at the hammers, and a murderous glint flashed in her eyes. She chased after them to the north. You won't be able to escape. The cosmic-grade spacecraft was extremely fast, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the gap. Ordinary people would find it difficult to see such a narrow gap, but with Hai Chi-Chi leading the way, the spacecraft still managed to find the gap. The crack was much narrower than it had been when Lu Yin had first arrived, and he had estimated that it would disappear in about half a year. Half a year had passed since then, and the crack could only fit 2 people at a time. It would be impossible for a spacecraft to enter. Many cultivators in the spaceship looked at the crack strangely. Some of them seemed to have thought of something and their eyes were filled with excitement. The Sea King looked at Tian Yanzi, who pushed out with a single palm. Among the more than 10,000 cultivators in the spacecraft, some of them felt the brands on the backs of their hands become hot again, and they were then dragged out and thrown into the crack. There weren't many of them, but Lu Yin, Hai Chi-Chi, Zhang Dingtian, Hai Dashao, Lan Si, and even Elder Tong and Elder Shan were among them. They were all thrown into the crack. At the same time, the Sea King's voice rang out. "We've given up on the entire Starfall Sea, but we've preserved the tinder. You guys should live well, and there will be a day when the Starfall Sea will be reinvigorated. Don't embarrass our 5th mainland, and there will be a day when we can go against the current and kill our way to the 6th mainland." Hai Chi-Chi's face went pale. "Father, what are you doing? Let's escape together." The Sea King shook his head and looked at Hai Chi-Chi with reluctance. "I'm sorry, but I can't leave. This disaster was brought about by me. In order to change the heavens, I shattered the upper 3 gates, which led to the 6th mainland's full-scale attack. Chi-Chi, live well, and maybe we'll meet again in the future." He then looked at Lu Yin with a sharp gaze. "Kid, take good care of Chi-Chi. Remember, if there's a day when you have the ability to shatter the upper 3 gates again, I can't tell you what will happen after that. It might be a blessing or a disaster, but it's the only chance to defeat the 6th mainland. Remember, no matter how others try to stop you, shatter the upper 3 gates." Lu Yin's eyes trembled. The upper 3 gates. Senior Sea King, the Outerverse has Yuan dash. Lu Yin wanted to say something, but before he could, he was pushed into the depths of the crack by the Sea King. One cultivator after another escaped into the Outerverse through the crack, and those who had not been dragged out hurriedly rushed into the crack. They wanted to escape as well, but Hai Chi-Chi was knocked out by Elder Shan and taken away. In the distance, Madame Red rushed over, and she was shocked. She had not expected that there would be a passage to the 5th mainland's Outerverse here. She was delighted, as the Innerverse was at war, and this passage would allow them to invade the Outerverse. The 5th mainland's Outerverse would not be able to stop them. When the Sea King saw Madame Red arrive, the Sea King's trident materialized in his hand. Beside him, Dao Master Lan and Tian Yanzi had solemn expressions that carried a solemn aura. As the strongest powerhouses of the Starfall Sea, they had given up on the Starfall Sea in order to preserve their seeds. Now, those seeds had to leave safely, or else their sacrifices would be meaningless. Madame Red attacked, fighting 1 against 3. She was extremely powerful, but she could not defeat the 3 in a short period of time due to the suppression of the astral phenomenon. She could only watch as the cultivators fled. The Sea King was equally anxious, and he was calculating the time. As long as he could confirm that Hai Chi-Chi had reached the Outerverse, he would destroy the crack. It did not matter if there were any cultivators inside. If they died, then so be it. He could not allow Madame Red to enter the Outerverse through the crack. Within the crack, everyone was rushing towards the Outerverse at top speed. They all had anxious expressions, but they also had a desire to live. Even Lan Si did not say a word. He grabbed Lan Bao Bao and fled. Their father, Dao Master Lan, was just like the Sea King, sacrificing himself to protect them. Outside the crack, Tian Yanzi coughed up blood as his arm shattered. Soon after, Dao Master Lan's skin turned red, as if he had been roasted by flames. The Sea King's hair was stained with blood, but it was unknown whether it was Dao Master Lan's, Tian Yanzi's, or even his own. Madame Red did not show any mercy like she had in the Heavenly Fire Dojo. She attacked ruthlessly, and a mist wrapped around the three. With a casual wave of her hand, she tore Tian Yanzi to pieces, causing his blood to dye the heavens. Not long after, Dao Master Lan's body was also invaded by the red mist. His body exploded, and he died without a complete corpse. The Sea King's eyes were bloodshot, and he suddenly attacked the crack with a palm. He was a lockbreaker, and he instantly dissolved the energy that had been wrapped around the astral river by Master Yuan and Di Zhu. The crack healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Madame Red was furious. "You're courting death." She then grabbed the Sea King's neck, causing fresh blood to flow down his neck. The Sea King stubbornly blocked the entrance to the crack and laughed bitterly. "It's over." Madame Red's eyes went wide, and she hesitated over whether or not to go to the Outerverse. At that moment, Mr. E and Mr. De arrived. Madame Red looked at them, and her eyes lit up. Her mist wrapped around them as she tossed them into the rapidly healing crack. "Use your strength to attack the astral river from the Outerverse. I'll attack from here as well and tear open another path." The Sea King's face changed, and he wanted to drag Mr. E and Mr. De out. However, he did not even have the ability to resist in Madame Red's hands. He could only watch as Mr. E and Mr. De chased after the others, and the crack quickly disappeared. The Sea King despaired, as the Outerverse did not have any celestial phenomena to suppress them. Mr. De could still be stopped by the elders, but with Mr. Yi's strength, no one could stop him. Madame Red relaxed and looked on expectantly. Why hadn't she thought of sending someone to the Outerverse to tear open a path? However, it was not too late. Although the Outerverse resources could not compare to the Innerverse, there were still quite a few, enough for the Flying Horse Manor and the Tong family. On the other side, one cultivator after another rushed out of the crack and remained in outer space. Lu Yin also rushed out and looked back at the crack. There were still quite a few people inside, and he made a prompt decision to dissolve Master Yuan and Di Zhu's energy. At that moment, the crack began to shrink, and there was no need for him to do anything. Someone else was dissolving the energy, and it was most likely the Sea King. They really could not cross over. Outside the crack, Hai Dashao and the others watched on in grief and silence. The man who had a 90% resemblance to the Sea King was Hai Fo, and he was the Sea King's eldest son. He was also watching on in grief. Hai Chi-Chi had fainted on Elder Shan's back. Lon Si, Lon Bao Bao, and the rest looked at the crack in grief, as Lon Si would not be able to return either. They had not expected Lu Yin to have such a good relationship with Master Yuan. It was obvious that they had something to talk about in private. In the distance, Lu Yin told Master Yuan everything that had happened in the Innerverse. His experience was not complicated, and he had only gone from the Outerverse to the Starfall Sea, then to the Greyweed Continent, and then back to the Outerverse. Although the entire process had taken a long time, most of it had been spent on the road. Master Yuan looked at the astral river after listening to Lu Yin. The situation in the Innerverse was similar to what he had expected. The true battlefield was in the Cosmic Sea, and the Starfall Sea was only being attacked by the Tong family and the Galloping Horse Villa. Their forces were not even a fifth of the three filaments' combined forces. No one knew when this war would end. At present, more than 3,000 cultivators had fled to the Outerverse. Although it was a small number, they were all elites among elites or possessed extraordinary innate gifts. These people could be considered the seeds of hope for the Starfall Sea. Master Yuan gave everyone a choice. The Sea King's Dome and Zhongshan Dojo were free to leave, as they already had some influence in the Outerverse. As for the rest, they had to follow Master Yuan to the border and guard the southern weave. Not long after, all of the cultivators came to a decision. Over 1,000 people would follow the Sea King's dome, and among them, there were 2 enlighters and about 40 hunters. The rest were explorers and cruisers. This was a terrifying force, and it also included Elder He, an emissary, as well as Elder Tong, Elder Shan, and Hai Feng, all of whom had power levels that exceeded 300,000. Just these 1,000 people alone were enough to destroy any power in the outerverse. The number of people following Zhongshan Dojo was much smaller, only a few hundred. The strongest was Elder Tai, who was the sturdy middle-aged man who had welcomed Lu Yin and the others when they had first arrived at Zhongshan Dojo. The rest included Lan Si, Lan Baobao, Tai San, and the others. There were no enlighters among the cultivators following Zhongshan Dojo. There were only a dozen hunters, and the rest were cruisers and explorers. In the current outerverse, Taima Temple and the Dark Phoenix clan no longer had any hidden powerhouses. Only Myriad City could rival this force. In the end, only 1,500 people remained, including 3 enlighters and 70 hunters. They had to follow Master Yuan to guard the border, and they would only be free after a certain number of years. If so many powerhouses were free, it would not be a good thing for the outerverse. Lu Yin looked at the people from the Sea King's dome and then at the people from Zhongshan Dojo. He did not know what these 2 powers would bring to the outerverse, but he could only hope that it would not affect the Great Eastern Alliance. Zhang Dingtian wanted to take a look at Earth, as he had not been back for nearly 10 years. Before he left, Lu Yin reminded him about Jupiter and asked him to investigate it. Zhang Dingtian was a genuine Earthling who had been thrown to the Greyweed continent by the Hidden Earth Society, so he might be able to find something. Hai Chi-Chi was still unconscious, and she was being carried by Elder Shan. The Sea King's dome's outerverse influence was nearby, and it was a weave in the west. The people from Zhongshan Dojo also quickly left. Although they had managed to escape, they were not happy. The entire Starfall Sea had fallen into the hands of the 6th mainland, and they were like stray dogs. Lu Yin opened his gadget and contacted Huan Sha. He asked about the situation in the Great Yu Empire over the past 6 months, and he learned that everything had been normal. Many of the outerverse experts had been taken away from the border, and no one could pose a threat to the Great Eastern Alliance. As for Wei Rong, without the Wei family, he would not be able to do anything no matter how smart he was. It was a pity that Lu Yin had not been able to find him. The next person Lu Yin contacted was Enya, and he asked about how Aegis had infiltrated the various powers. He learned that everything was going smoothly. Aegis information was very useful, and the Central Weave was not unfamiliar to the Great Eastern Alliance. Enya controlled many spies and could act at any time. Lu Yin would not act against the Central Weave so quickly, especially now that the Sea King's dome and Zhongshan Dojo's people had come to the outerverse, and the situation was constantly changing. In the Greyweed continent, everyone had united to deal with the 6th mainland, but now that they were in the outerverse, the situation was different, and they might even become enemies. Lu Yin had joined Aegis' first management team in a hurry, and he had not yet been to the true headquarters. He thought about it and contacted Star Fox. They had not contacted each other for half a year, and Star Fox was surprised by Lu Yin's whereabouts. The Great Yu Empire had announced that Lu Yin had gone into seclusion, but Star Fox did not believe it. Lu Yin did not tell Star Fox that he had only wanted to visit Aegis headquarters. Star Fox sent Lu Yin the coordinates. Lu Yin took a look and saw that they were in the Central Weave, so he immediately set off. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.